Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Get in our way every time we touch. It's like a paradise. Come on. Come a little closer, babe. I want you right here next to me. I have a feeling that this will be a night we will never forget. So come a little closer, babe. Cause tonight it's just you and me. I have a feeling that this will be a night we will never forget.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by LS for my personal final day here before we go on a brief hiatus before round 2 does kick off. And we got some big matches here today to conclude what will be my time with the LCK for round 1. Sandbox versus Gen G, starting things off with Afrika versus T1 to follow. And going into this match, Sandbox have changed things quite a lot.
Changed things up.
We don't want to necessarily give away the rosters, but Ashley Kang has already tweeted about it, so we can discuss it.
Okay.
And basically, Sandbox have taken off 4 of their players and replaced them with different ones.
So
it is only OnFleek that's playing out of the roster that played last time.
now, I really do wonder what could be the reasoning for this, because if you're Sandbox, we're going to take a look at the standings, and I'll talk about why this is so peculiar. Sandbox is currently 2-6 with -4 in the point column on a 2-game loss streak, and as we're moving into the second half of the split, every single game counts. Now, maybe they just think that, you know what, we're not going to beat Gen G anyway with our main roster.
Yeah, so let's mix it up and try and
let's try to
play
get
with some
some
different players.
stage experience or something of that nature. Now, the one potential complete curveball that could happen is they're going to do something super wonky. I don't think that it's likely, but not starting Summit, I think, is just an indicator that the towel is in the ring before Gen G even arrived. I turn around, I see one center stage.
Yeah, no, there's, in fact, it looks like the whole team has had a shower. It's just towels everywhere
There
over
really
there.
is, yeah.
I know you guys can't quite see it because we haven't panned over it just yet, but you might be able to see the towel rack that has been basically completely shed into the middle of the thing. Yes, I agree with you. I actually had a bit of a chat to Adid before this, and we both figure that this isn't a strategic choice. It is more of a mitigation choice. I know that in the Korean community, Summit has been copping a lot of flack for the performance of Sandbox. Yeah, I think that they have been coming down pretty hard on our gentlemen of the top lane.
Is that what Wadded said?
Yeah, that's what has been going around as far as the Korean community.
We're not watching the same games, I guess. I don't...
Well, I mean, he has been tilting a lot.
He has tilted, but he's also been the only reason they often find themselves in winning situations. So
yeah,
that is like...
but I think it's the responsibility that
like,
lies on his shoulders to perform every game, because it honestly is on him whether they win or lose in most situations.
It's like the person's house is on fire and Summit's the firefighter and he comes in and he's saving them, but then he trips down the stairs and they both get hurt, but they both live, and it's like,
well, no.
You fell!
What it seems like is that he comes in, saves everyone, but then they're really annoyed because he didn't save the family photos that were in like the back cupboard, you know?
All right.
And so we completely skipped over the points of the match. Hopefully you guys read them while they were on screen. Let's have a look at how good Gen.G are compared to how not so good Sandbox are. Because that's a lot of firsts for Gen.G, and they have been playing spectacularly well.
Interestingly enough, Sandbox is third with a team goal difference at 15. And I just want to point out and say how ridiculous it is that you can be third with only a 300 gold advantage. Things are pretty neck and neck here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we actually saw it yesterday. Even in the Kingzone series where they were pretty damn dominant, they still weren't getting gigantic leads until about the 20-25 minute mark. So it just shows that the early game has been pretty close throughout, and I think that has a lot more meta implications rather than just judging the teams, as we are going to jump into some of the highlights here. We're going to search for some Sandbox highlights in this series against T1, which was a series of Sandbox drafting relatively okay, and then just straight up not being able to win the games because they weren't good enough.
This was Summit on Soraka, and it was very interesting. Summit did take the sacrifice. He played the Soraka. the Great Escape.
Sacks.
Forrest Gump.
Oh my god.
Ended up giving the kill over to Faker.
That's our highlight. That's how far we had to dig.
As now at this point, I mean, they tried.
That was the highlight.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That was the highlight right there.
Yeah, I think the Keck W's are certainly warranted at this point in time. As we're going to check out the Gen.G highlights, and this is going to be a much easier one. This was Ruler getting off to a pretty phenomenal start at the beginning of this game. And honestly, APK did not stand a chance. Remember, APK were actually able to win yesterday. They had pretty fantastic performance both in the draft and in the gameplay, so it was really good to see them performing against Harmwell Life, a team that did provide T1 with their only loss so far this season. Absolutely insane to think about. And it's the reason why Gen.G and T1 are tied at first place. Just shows that you need to be able to take down the teams beneath you in order to retain that top position. It should speak for itself, but this is an indication of exactly how important it is, because otherwise T1 would be way out in front right now.
The really peculiar thing about today is that Gen.G are probably just going to get a pretty quick 2-0, given that it's a complete roster swap for Sandbox.
Yeah,
it's
and all the towels.
Right,
we need to go back to all the
that,
towels in the middle. Yeah, white towels as well.
In the middle of the stage right now. The graphics here blocking them out.
Yeah,
but
you can't quite see the towels, but they are there, I assure you.
You can see all the sand, though.
Yeah.
And you notice how it's trying to leave the arena.
Yeah, well, if you notice, it's not in the box.
It's not
even the sand doesn't want to be there anymore, let alone, you know, all the toys and the ability to make sand castles with your spades and stuff. They left a long time ago. It's no fun in that sandbox at this point in time. Maybe after the brief hiatus, we'll have a mental reset and we'll see a better side to Sandbox, but right now, with the roster that they're fielding, we're not expecting too much from this team. Maybe, just maybe, there's going to be, you know, some surprise curveballs. I know Lonely has been playing a hell of a lot of Sylas at the moment, a few different picks towards the top lane, some Akali being in there. Fate is on a huge win streak in solo queue at the moment, 6 games in a row on Azir, and picking up wins in all of them, most of them with perfect KDAs, as I'm trying to talk up this roster, and LS is just looking at me with the stupidest grin right now.
6-game win streak.
Look,
Kick
it's better than what Joker's been dealing with. My
Thank
God,
you.
have you seen
You know,
his solo queue record?
you really
it's like
got me.
yours.
You really.
Oh, TOS Monka W.
Oh, no.
Genji on the screen right now. It will be live debuting yet again. His, he's played 3 games of Tahm Kench in a row, I believe, and he hasn't lost on one of them. And so Senator Tahm Kench is going to be certainly up there when it comes to the priority. Genji will be on our red side, so it is likely that they'll be going for the 2 picks of Senator Tahm Kench in a row. If Yuumi is locked in first, it will in fact be Senna Volibear, which we are always very excited to see.
Yes, and I think that honestly, in my opinion, fasting Senna and just her flexibility, I think she's tier 0, and obviously with that I mean just god tier basically.
Yep, the best.
The best.
S plus tier.
Yes.
You cannot score better than that in
you
Sonic
really
Adventure
can't.
2 battle.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is
Yeah.
there ever a rank above S
No.
in anything?
Well, I mean S plus in League of Legends is, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that's the highest.
Yeah.
There should be a rank above it,
Really? Like G.
like Z.
Whoa.
Yeah, Z tier.
Damn.
Yeah.
There's no alphabet after that.
There.
You definitely can't
that's
get
it.
better than
Exactly.
Yeah.
You see where we're going with this?
that. Unless it's double Z, but then it sounds like you're falling asleep, which should
Yeah.
be theoretically a low tier.
No, a low tier would be LS.
Ah, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Low standing.
Low standings.
Yeah.
Edgar on your screen right there. It looks like we're having a little bit of trouble getting into the ban and pick for game number 1. Might be, Lonely's first time, struggled to join the lobby or something like that.
Well, they are. I mean, we're seeing it just on the camera that they're not even. They're at the search for game.
Yeah. Still trying to get in there. There's a joke to be made about not being able to get into a game with too much of a rank disparity, but we're not going to go into that right here. As Sandbox, like we were talking about, completely different roster. We sort of glossed over it when we were talking about other things as the roster was on the screen, but Lonely, Fate, Root, and Joker will all be playing. Normally, of course, it is Summit, Dove, Leo, and Gorilla. And On Fleek, the only returning player for this match after their last series. So it just shows that you play against T1, sometimes it's demoralizing, and honestly, it looked like that. From Sandbox's perspective, after that last match, it was an utter blowout. I was actually out to dinner during that series.
Okay.
And I checked in to see how things were going, and I looked at the draft, and I'm like, oh man, Sandbox have a chance here. And then I tuned back in 20 minutes later, and it was over.
Yeah.
And I was like, what happened?
What happened?
Guys? So I went back and watched the series, and I was like, oh, that's what happened.
Yep.
Not good news, unfortunately. And Genji tied with T1 on the in the rankings at the moment, and I think arguably performing better at this point in time. T1 are brilliant, but something in my waters is telling me that Genji are just a cut above. Partly to do with this gentleman on your screen right here. Ruler has been playing very, very well. His Ezreal popped completely off in their last series, doing more damage than the entire rest of his team combined, and almost more damage than the opposition team combined.
That is true. And I think that today it's probably going to be pretty smooth sailing for Genji. Probably a lot of freedom to deal lots of damage as well against the Sandbox lineup. And we do see Summit in the back.
Aww.
This is like Mortal Kombat.
He's like practicing.
Is it Mocap? Is that his name?
Oh, maybe.
And all the way in the backstage, you see Mocap in the back.
He actually, he looks relatively cool, calm, and collected. We couldn't load the game, unfortunately, and we are starting a new one. Doing our best to get in there. Do you know what we're doing? We're actually padding the timer so that we don't have to go to an hour and 45-minute break between these series.
That is what's going on. But also, they would want to give you no better send-off before the break than to have a couple of pauses.
Yeah, we need a bit of
a 2 a.m. finish.
Well, I mean, I think, the third episode of the Pog State only recently came out. Congratulations to the Pog State, by the way, trending number 3 in Australia.
Ooh.
And I believe number 6 in South Africa.
Okay.
Yeah. Commonwealth Brothers right there representing. As I wanted to send a message. I haven't sent a message to Quickshot yet. Of course, being a South African himself, I like to say thank you on behalf of his brethren for tuning in to the Pog State. And I believe we're also trending pretty high up in Germany at the moment.
In
as
Norway.
Well. And
too.
Norway, yeah.
Norway, yeah. The European audience.
Shout out to our Norwegians in the chat. As here we go, ban and pick is finally upon us. As we'll see what Sandbox has in store for us and what Gen G are going to be gracing us with in this particular match. I believe Sandbox will need to... Oh, they're going to ban Azir themselves.
Ooh, fast bans. Here we
as
go.
Ornn going to be banned instantly. Like it. Never against an Ornn ban. As LeBlanc going to leave the Rift as well. Surprise, surprise. BDD has 100% win rate with the LeBlanc.
Yep. We can't all be tempted. Dragging down the LeBlanc win right there.
Yeah.
That is an unfortunate... Oh, by the way, I did get an answer
Yeah, okay.
from the Riot Balance team guy,
Okay, yeah.
whose name I won't...
This is the message that you
Yeah,
sent
this is the
yesterday
message I sent
mid-broadcast?
yesterday,
Yeah,
yes,
good.
I got a reply to it in the wee hours of the night.
Mm-hmm.
So if LeBlanc continues to have 95% pick or ban presence
Okay.
until Monday Pacific time, she will get nerfed.
Was it over all regions or just in
doesn't
the
matter.
LCK? Oh,
Doesn't-
in any one
and
region,
now-
if she is that powerful, it will lead to a ban.
one-
Wow.
So now this creates a really interesting thing. Can pro teams join together like a band of brothers? to
Is it
just
Zoe J4?
consistently ban
Or Zoe Ezreal? Zoe Yumi. I like
one
it.
champion. Now remember, we might have Team Rocket. We have Jessie and Meowth locked in for Gen G.
Yeah,
Will
I think
we
I
get
think-
James?
Oh, yeah, we need James. So Ezreal is James. For you guys
Ezreal,
who
yeah.
weren't playing the game yesterday, we want to thank the collective for giving their insight into the naming convention of Zoe and Ezreal. And Team Rocket was blasting off again, honestly. It was some perfect naming. Loved it. As OnFleek's going to lock away his Lee Sin. Sinning as usual on the Sandbox side of things. The Sandbox, they better pick away... Oh, wait, they can't pick away the Ezreal. And I was expecting them to pick away Jarvan. They are instead going to look to ban one of either the Ezreal or the Jarvan, depending on which is going to be picked up here. But also, there's an Olaf. So Clid could just lock in Olaf for the Olaf-Yumi combo, which is very powerful. They have a bevy of
There
good
it is,
choices
Team
here.
Rocket. As
Team Rocket does come through, that is the full collection. Meowth is there also, and Meowth, that's right. We weren't able to say that part of the intro song, as thankfully Gen G have completed the set. Well, not
I mean,
set,
I guess
he's
we could
banned,
just
yeah.
go next at this point.
I think we're done, aren't we?
I think you can sort of add on to Team Rocket here. You could probably find Giovanni. That's like Mafia Graves.
Yeah, there we
in
go.
the jungle.
Oh, perfect.
That would possibly be a pickup. I don't know anyone else though.
I don't. My Team Rocket memory from the original series is certainly pretty low. What would a grunt be? What would be like just a random Team Rocket grunt?
A random Team Rocket grunt.
Needs to be wearing, I don't know. I don't
I
think
don't- yeah, I don't even know.
It's a
You
little bit
could-
too generic, isn't it?
You could have that like purple-looking Azir and call it Mewtwo. From the movie, right? But
Yeah,
then-
that's true.
He'd have to go top lane.
And
so.
he'd also have to not be banned.
Yeah.
Which is an issue, as we're banning just some coverage bans here on Gen G's side. Syndra for a better time for BDD in the mid lane, and Aatrox just to get rid of it from Lonely's champion pool. There's the Jarvan and Olaf bans. Both of them would have been great picks for Gen G, and I do like those bans from Sandbox. But Clid still has a million options to go towards right here. Likely that we're going to be counter-picking for Rascal, as that is going to be Rek'Sai, considered for the moment.
And so Rek'Sai's coming in strictly just in a vacuum for early game potency.
Yep.
And with the Zoe Ezreal and the Yumi, all that you need to really do is have a pretty immovable wall as your front line. We saw it yesterday even, Ezreal and Zoe, able to just do so much and carry to victory. As long as there is enough stuff for the enemy team to have to try to cut through and not really get onto them. So Sandbox with Rumble and MF, now The interesting thing is they're choosing Rumble against such a extremely mobile team that is able to reposition so easily inside of a team fight. Just really doesn't strike me as something that makes a whole lot of sense. Karma being hovered right now. Now, this is still patch 10.4, so this can be Spell Thief Karma.
Ooh,
And
Volibear is going to happen instead, though.
okay, that's going to be Nautilus in the mid lane, I believe, with Rumble
Yeah,
going
Rumble
up
top.
into the top lane.
Still swappable, I guess, based on what the top lane matchup is going to be, but now Rascal with a pretty easy counter pick right here. We'll see what he's going to be able to collect, and it is going to be Aurelia up against either the Rumble or the Nautilus. You sent me a quizzical look right there. How are you feeling about this Aurelia pick?
The Aurelia is very peculiar. Atlas, it is extremely bizarre. So, you choose the Aurelia into a Rumble, a Lee Sin that has to come into you, a Volibear that has Disruption, as well as a Nautilus. And it's just not the kind of tanky frontliner that you would really expect nor want. You already have so much damage inside of the Ezreal and the Zoe, paired with the Yuumi. Now, obviously, Yuumi able to synergize a bit with the Aurelia as well. But if we're looking for a champion that's probably fantastic here at being a frontline and doing everything that you really need, it would just be Mundo. They have double AP, they have extremely limited amounts of CC, and Mundo already has so much tenacity. It's not a very common pick, probably not one that many people would be expecting to hear. But I think it would serve an infinitely better purpose.
Well, speaking of serving an infinitely better purpose, let's stop talking about the game. We have the full Team Rocket lineup here on Gen G's side. And so in order to get into this match, would you like to be Jesse or James?
I'll take James.
All right. So I'll start this one off. It will be as we're loading in. As you can see, Aurelia, Rek'Sai, Zoe, Ezreal, and Yuumi. Those last three will, in fact, be our Team Rocket trio, joined with some split push potential in the top side of the map on behalf of the Aurelia, and then a little bit of scouting potential with the burrowed version of Rek'Sai. The Tremor Sense is there. And so here we go. Due to Team Rocket being here in the game, prepare for trouble.
Make it double.
To protect the world from devastation.
To unite all peoples within our nation.
To denounce the evils of truth and love.
To extend our reach to the stars above.
Jesse!
James!
Team Rocket blast off at the speed of light.
Surrender now or prepare to fight.
And both of us,
Meow,
that's right. Beautiful. And now we have a pause because it was so good. We're going to just hop immediately out of the game.
Yeah.
And Ruler has an issue. He's got some lag issues. I think it's because of too much Team Rocket blasting off.
Oh, I thought they were about to come over and give us an award.
Yeah, or maybe they just decided not to play this game. They're like, we won the draft too much. We may as well just walk off with a win. No, that's not true.
It was so good they had to pause.
Yeah, they just needed
they
to
looked
absorb
around
it. Yeah,
and they said, "Who just did that?" Oh man.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
We've had the scrolling text from Star Wars last week, and now we've got the Team Rocket motto, which now, like, every time, and when Valdez is here as well, every time we get Ezreal, Yuumi, Zoe,
Yeah.
it needs to be read before the broadcast. Every single time.
Oh man.
Okay, so we're just hoping that Ruler's lag issue is going to be fixed up. Root there, you can see, ready to try and go up against this difficult bottom lane to contend with, not only with the nameplates on, but with the nameplates off as well. I mean, Ezreal Yuumi is a powerful combo, and Volibear doesn't offer too much presence in the lane outside of being able to lock down a Yuumi in a gank scenario. So look to see whether OnFleek can really get around this map early, and he's on a Lee Sin. I mean, we're sinning real hard on this sandbox
sinners.
composition.
We're all sinners, Atlas.
I mean, even Rumble, Nautilus, I mean, they're not going to get much better after 2 items. And MF will scale, but she can't scale by herself, you know? So this composition does need to get all their work done throughout the mid-game, which is a time where Gen G's composition also spikes, which is why we look at Gen G's comp and think, is there a way that they're going to lose this one? As you can see, OnFleek just meditating, trying to come to terms with what he's up against here in this particular match, or savoring his energy for the fight ahead.
The thing is that Genji, even if they do fall behind, they have so much insurance inside of the Yuumi Ezreal and Zoe.
He actually did legitimately look like Resident Sleeper face, by the way. Like, On Fleek was actually doing the Resident Sleeper face. Thanks to the collective for absolutely recognizing that and now just filling up the chat with Resident Sleepers.
All right, well.
Still trying to figure it out. As you can see, Ruler having some help by the techs to get everything back in order. We've got gloves and masks, of course. Remember, guys, coronavirus is still a big deal. Unfortunately, today, I found out travel bans from South Korea to Australia.
What?
Yeah. You can no longer travel, or Italy, I think, was the announcement on
Wait
the
a minute.
news.
What does this mean for eGym?
So you can travel from Australia, but you can't go to Australia
So you can't
unless
go
you're
back.
unless you're an Australian citizen. So I think I can. I'm not 100% about this.
I'm sure your embassy could.
Yeah. So
override.
if you are a citizen, you can always go back to your country.
So
I'm
there's
pretty sure it's
probably
much like the North American rule as well.
Right. So there's probably very limited transport available
Yeah.
in terms of or you might not actually even be able to directly go there. I would imagine you'd have. So when I was actually planning to potentially go back to the States during the break that we're going to have here at the LCK, one of the fears is that what happens if America doesn't allow me back into South Korea, and then eGym's the one doing the full color weeks.
And you know, it's like actually crazy because we might have the most intense weeks ever when we get back into it, right? Like,
yeah, that is...
we don't know how long this hiatus is going to be, and maybe we need to pack, like, I don't know, we'll do 4 best-of-3s a day for 7 days a week for, like, 3 weeks or something like that. Like, who knows what's going to happen in order to get all of the games done.
Change it to best of 1?
There is... I absolutely hope that that is not the case. I think that that might be a worst-case scenario. I know nothing has been confirmed as of yet. But if it's best of 1 for the second round robin, I'm going to be extremely sad. Because we already know that if it was a best of 1, the standings would look very different. I think KT's like second if it was best of 1s.
Man.
Because remember, they won every game 1 and then lost series?
And you know
so
what?
that's why they're not winning?
This is so interesting, too, because I wonder how much it would affect other regions as well.
Well, I mean, we know that the LPL is already a disaster. We don't know what's happening there with their league, which is the longest in the world.
I know what some people from NA and EU would think is that it's already best of 1, duh. But what I'm trying to say is that what if the team that lost the game could have brought it back 2-0?
No, exactly.
That's the series.
I mean, that's the point, and that's already been proven to drastically change what the standings look like as well.
Within the LCK.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting, and I think that it puts a lot more weight on the games themselves.
I think there's some competitive integrity issues as well when you've got the first round robin based on side selection being played as best of 3. And so you get, blue, red, blue, for example, and maybe you're a blue side team, maybe you're a red side team, and then it comes into the second round robin, and instead of having that buffer, you don't get it. So
we are back in the game. So we had a wireless mouse issue.
Yeah, that was what the issue was. So a little bit of lag based on the mouse. I think maybe we've plugged it in, something like that. Some pretty high-tech strategies as we've journeyed to see what Ash Ketchum can do against the evil forces of Team Rocket here in Sandbox versus Gen G. Root down here, walking on top of a ward. We'll have his bear buddy, Yogi, coming through.
That
and,
skin
help
sort of looks like Jesse.
Oh, it does a little bit.
Doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, maybe Jesse defected.
Oh.
Or maybe James defected.
Maybe this is... Oh, you know what? It actually looks like Nurse Joy.
Oh, that's true. There we go.
Right?
And that is, Nurse Joy probably doesn't like Team Rocket very much.
And this is Regirock in mid lane.
Oh, yeah, true.
You see that?
Or is it Registeel?
It could be Reggie. Yeah, you know
I think
what?
Registeel makes a little bit more sense, yeah.
Registeel makes a lot more sense. I'm glad that you saw that.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
You noticed that really quickly.
I got you.
Yeah.
We don't have Officer Jenny. Officer Jenny just has elected to not be in this game, unless it's Rascal. Officer Jenny actually Like, we got some corrupt cops over on the side of Gen G joining in with good old Team Rocket. And as far as being a Pokemon, who would Rek'Sai be? Oh, man. Dunsparce? Do you remember Dunsparce? The most useless Pokemon ever.
That could be one, for sure.
Depends
I don't think
how
there's really
well
a
Clid
legendary
plays.
Depicts it by any means. You know that Lee Sin is just like one of those side trainers on like Route 3.
Yeah, yeah, or one of the guys in the fighting the fighting dojo that gives you like Hitmonlee or Hitmonchan.
He's in the fighting gym.
Maybe he's actually just Hitmonchan.
That could definitely be a thing.
Yeah.
Well,
he does kick a little bit too much, so maybe Hitmon top.
Giratina for Rek'Sai.
Oh yeah, do you call him Gyra? I always called him Giratina.
Really? Well, I tend
Giratina
to,
is definitely a good one.
I have I do.
Was
have
that
a
a
unique
collective?
way.
Was that a collective idea?
I always thought it was Gyra.
Yeah, well, I mean, we
know.
we often have disagreements when it comes to pronunciation.
That is true.
As BDD going to get the speed up and doesn't find the Paddle Star there onto Fate, whose Titan's Wrath was popped but wasn't actually able to get off any of the damage or utilize the shield, unfortunately. As BDD currently ahead by just a little bit there in the mid lane, but otherwise everything is going A-OK. Ward here on the blue buff as Clid is going to move himself out of the way. But Q's not going to land, and the patience is there from Shelly. OnFleek just stealing that one away.
And that's a really big steal. Clid gonna be down 2 camps right now. Everyone on the side of Sandbox has map hacks, given they know exactly where Rek'Sai is, what camp she's done. And the way that it currently stands, I mean, not a whole bunch of action is actually happening. Zoe with 1 Corrupting Potion left as Nautilus underneath the turret.
Yep, he has none of his Corrupting Potion stacks left and half of a health bar, so it's likely that Fate is going to be going back relatively early. And Clid going to be taking the Rift Scuttler there towards the top side. Of course, we know that Rek'Sai will be able to farm relatively effectively as BDD. Fair bit of damage there, proccing the bubble, but Fate was looking to go back anyway, but will miss out on a lot of farm as this wave crashes. And OnFleek has no intention of picking up that free experience in the mid lane, and will instead be walking towards a bottom lane where Gen G are already playing very defensively. Not going to be blasting off at this stage as far as the bottom lane is concerned.
And Aurelia with a call on the first back, as well as the Doran's Blade.
Would we be calling that one a cheetah recall? Are we happy to pronounce it as one of those?
Sure, we can call it a cheetah recall. It's not on the traditional cheetah recall timing. I believe it was done on wave 5. And nonetheless, though, going to be pretty valuable. You know, a lot of people, I believe the number is 156. I think that you need 156 AD for Doran's Blade to equal the healing of Cull on him.
Oh, really? Wow.
I believe that is the math. So the Cull and the Doran's Blade actually gives better sustain than just Doran's Blade.
Not bad.
But obviously missing some of the HP.
You can see BDD, pre-6 redemption. That's how you know a good Zoe player. If you RNG that, then that's just high skill. Showing that Zoe, just the champion herself, has deemed you worthy of being able to win the lane. BDD clears out the minions quite simply, and will now just drift into darkness on this bottom side. A lot of vision control here for the Zoe. But a lot of pings coming in as Joker has rotated around. BDD, portal jump. It's a good Q to land onto BDD there, but the bubble had already registered onto OnFleek, so not a lot of damage. Vanguard's edge towards the top side is Lonely. Getting taken down very low. Rascal just bullying him out of this lane. Does have the teleport available, but will still miss out on a cannon creep, most likely. No, never mind.
Okay, so Lonely still didn't get level 6, which means Rascal is just trying to threaten and pressure him. His HP is a little bit too high for Rascal to try to all-in against.
Especially without ultimate, right?
Yeah. Now he's going to come over.
Luckily for Lonely, he is able to actually pick up all the experience, at least, in that wave. As BDD now gets himself the bubble onto Fate. He's going to flash, but Clid still gets the knock-up. 100 health, flash forward there as the dredge line is going to come down. Fate does eventually go as Clid looks for another knock-up. Now OnFleek in trouble as BDD is ghosted around, picks up another flash, Every time these summoner spells come in, it is brilliant for BDD, who's still running through, grabbing whatever he needs. Doesn't have his own flashes. There's the flash forward from Lonely to try and get the kill, but that is a 2-1-0 BDD, and he's still very happy.
Zoe.
Just Zoe things,
Yeah.
guys. Keeping track of which is his actual summoner spells and which wasn't in that last particular exchange was extraordinarily difficult.
I mean, Zoe was just moving fast. It was almost like she moved through time.
Yeah, well.
Like a...
She's taken Echo's job, I think, at this stage.
She managed to move...
I mean, what was Fate even doing?
She was just living so many years in the future.
Yeah.
Is all that's happening here as BDD comes in, ends up killing Fate, and yeah, what the question is, what is he doing? As Clid did end up using his flash, but didn't matter in the end. Teleport obviously came in from Lonely, good smite by On Fleek. Trying to just get as much HP, live as much as he can. Root ended up coming over, did have the wave that was crashed down there in bot lane.
Yep. I think BDD got 3 flashes in that last fight. Used his own heal. I thought it looked like a ghost, but it wasn't, as no one actually has ghosts, so it's going to be pretty difficult to pick that one up outside of a minion wave. As we have now gone back to just regular laning. 1,200 gold the lead here for Gen G after that particular exchange. And we look down towards the bottom side, and actually Ruler and Life are now ahead in farm. It was Root and Joker actually doing pretty well in that regard earlier on, but it has since turned around. BF Sword, the first back for the Misfortune, as he's just going to go for another one, I believe, as he just clears out the minion wave with his ultimate. Not going to change anything as far as Ruler and Life, though, so not exactly the best. All right, Rascal looking for a little bit of an engagement, but Lonely trading back very nicely there with the Flame Spitter. Flawless Duet doesn't really get any capitalization out of the Aurelia.
Now, Rascal is up a bit in the CS department. Also, you can chalk a bit more CS onto him as well, given that the call is 52 complete. Should be able to finish that call up very shortly as well. A couple more minion waves to go. Seeker's Arm Guard on the Rumble, making it a bit difficult for the Aurelia to find solo kills. And also Merc Tread's picked up first, just for that Matic resistance. And just a very defensive, controlled kind of play happening out of Aurelia here in top lane.
The thing that's really scary for Sandbox is that they still have to be the ones on the front foot, because Gen G's composition is just going to get better and better in comparison to theirs as this game goes on. And the most dangerous time will be around that 20-minute mark where you've got Ezreal sitting in the mid lane able to perpetually control it with BDD throwing out bubbles and being able to fish for any sort of engagement that Gen G are looking for. In the meantime, Rascal is in a side lane not being able to be moved because he's just a superior split pusher to anything that Sandbox has to offer. Pretty dangerous stuff here if you are a Sandbox fan. But they will still have some mid-game control with the Rumble and the Misfortune ult combination if they can get around an objective and force a fight before they get poked out by the Ezreal and the Yuumi plus the Zoe. Team Rocket pretty good at just avoiding a fight and winning it before it even happens. Saw it yesterday. It was actually pretty awful to deal with.
And with the second dragon coming up being Mountain, there is the chance that we get a pretty awful dragon, which is Cloud.
Yep. Cloud Soul, not the greatest.
It really needs to get buffed. It needs something to be changed. I was told by, when I was streaming yesterday, I believe someone told me that August had commented on Cloud Soul. Obviously, I can't confirm.
All right, weird kickback there on Divinity as he does get the zoomies.
Oh!
As that is a great ultimate, taking down at least one there, but it's a trade of 1-for-1 as Ruler looking for Root, who's out of the fight right now. Rascal dives into the backline and is unable to get anything, maybe a little bit overly aggressive. There's now Life giving Ruler up for the Ghost by the looks of things, and he's going to be taken down as well. Sandbox find themselves the team fight that they're looking for and the gold lead at the same time.
Rascal whipping mechanically inside of that fight, but also the question just being, why did Gen G opt into that fight in the manner that they did? Really surprising.
Yeah, we weren't expecting something like that to happen there. But biting off a little bit more than they can chew. As you saw, BDD, like, know
I
what.
have no idea what he's doing.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no idea. I don't think he does either. As eventually, Zoe ultimate comes out, Rek'Sai as well. Teleport brought in by Rascal. Flash ultimate, and then just whiffs mechanically. Doesn't get the stun onto On Fleek.
I mean, the rest of the team was looking for Root in the backline, unable to actually do that at all and get any damage. And in the meantime, Sandbox had all grouped up and murdered the Aurelia. Unfortunate stuff there from Gen G, and not exactly the expected level of communication for this squad, who have seemed completely on the same page as this game goes on. But as we were talking about, when it comes to Sandbox's composition, that's exactly what they needed to achieve. And now Lonely is huge. He's 2-0-2 on the Rumble after dealing with quite a difficult laning phase, as you can see, as far as the CS numbers. 18 CS advantage for Rascal with a cull about to be cashed in.
45 seconds until the Mountain Dragons picked up. Almost Leandri's Torment completed. For Rumble, up in top lane.
Yep, has that on top of the fully stacked by now, I would assume, Seeker's Arm Guard that he'd already done before. So pretty powerful Rumble. Moving into the next dragon fight in 20 seconds. Does have teleport available. Does have equalizer up as well, as Sandbox looking to secure vision around this area. BDD has picked himself up a barrier, as Ruler clearing out vision with life by his side. But 3 members down here. Gen G just looking to try and retain some control of the bottom side of the map. That looks quite difficult to do at the moment, especially with Cleared up here towards the top side, looking to steal away a blue buff.
And Mountain Drake is live. They're just going to give it over to Sandbox.
Yeah, it's going to be soloed out by On Fleek.
How much?
It's pretty good dragon here for Sandbox.
You ready for the cloud?
Oh, let's check it out. I'm waiting.
I'm rubbing my hands together right now. I'm so excited.
I mean, both of these teams desperately want an Infernal Drake. Is there it goes. The caster blessing of the Cloud Drake.
Atlas.
Yeah. Well, Lonely comes on down here. Clid gets a little bit of extra movement speed on his way out. And Lonely's going to get the bad news that, in fact, this jungle is relatively lonely. Oh, only one little Merkwolf there. And Lonely doesn't even put it out of its misery. As Joker wandering around looking for where his next attack is going to come from. You can see just based on moving back to a laning phase, Gen G have re-attained the lead. Manamune, or Manamune, completed here for Ruler.
And I think that with the Dragon going down and only the second Rift Herald coming up soon, but all these turrets being so healthy, pretty much across the board, obviously mid is a little bit damaged, we're probably not going to see any action end up unfolding. And if we do, I think that it's just players opting into something that isn't really necessary. You have 4 minutes till Cloud Dragon ends up coming up, but even that isn't really a very big prize. So what is probably most ideal for Gen G at this point is to just wait 10 minutes, continue getting items, and then let the Ezreal Zoe come online.
Yeah.
And then start trying to actively look to take team fights. The Aurelia still very far away from Trinity Force, obviously stunted due to the Tiamat purchase.
The cull has been cashed in, so at least that will be providing a bit of extra gold for Rascal. As, yeah, the Tiamat, not an always food for the Aurelia. It does certainly help her shove waves very effectively. Anti-freeze item. But we don't freeze here in the LCK.
No?
Not a thing.
Okay.
Yep, it's just not what we do. As we're probably just waiting for a Trinity Force completion. As the bottom outer turret was taken by Gen G. No, it wasn't actually. It's in fact still very, very healthy. We've just switched towards the top side. And we have Shirley to be thrown down. Sorry, Shirley. To be thrown down for On Fleek. The second Rift Herald, of course, going over to Sandbox as well. As Cleared, we'll just knock up Lonely here. As Flawless Duet, not going to be so flawless, but does get an easy flash out of the Rumble.
Rift Herald being summoned in mid. Now taking away Ezreal or Zoe's mid-tier 1 turret is kind of nice.
But I think it's likely to turn into Ezreal's mid turret, who is a little bit safer there, standing around in the mid lane. So not exactly the worst thing for Gen G. But still, I mean,
Yeah.
all of the map pressure that you can garner at this point in the game is fantastic for Sandbox.
The thing about this is, at this point in the game, even though the gold score is totally even, obviously Sandbox's Dragon is more valuable than Gen G's.
Yep.
But all things considered, the nature of the team compositions, Gen G's still ahead right now. So Lonely does get locked up right there. Rascal and Clid not going to be able to find the turret. Lots of jungle camps are up.
Yep. Lots
Righteous
of vision
Glory.
towards the top side as well for Sandbox.
Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff going on right now. You have a Lee Sin. He's building Black Cleaver against targets that actually don't build armor. So he's not really amplifying it for anyone except for Misfortune and the Volibear.
And Volibear does, if you're in a team fight, a lot of magic damage anyway.
Yeah,
because of his
Voli-
lightning claws.
So it's a bit of a build path here. Obviously, the other stats are just really valuable. Oblivion Orb picked up by BDD, even though we can probably assume that magic resistance will start being picked up by other champions in the later stages of the game, but he can just sit on that orb with the Sork Pen boots.
Yeah, I think
Gives
it's
the
actually
33
good
pen.
for mid-game damage. Out from the Zoe, we are at the point where having the double pen plus Ludens will be very, very strong for the Zoe. It will be a forbidden book pretty soon, though.
You already know.
Yeah, we know. You'll be getting out your camera to take a photo for Instagram pretty soon. But, you know, sometimes you can't win them all. You can't win them all. It's great against the Volibear passive. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
It is. You know what? There you go. You're always looking at the glass. Like,
Yeah,
it's not
it's-
even half full to you. It's just the water that is.
Yeah. I actually envisage, even if the glass is entirely empty and dry, I envisage it just full of water.
Is that how you pronounce
Glistening
that?
spring water.
I like that.
Yeah.
All right.
That's how optimistic I am. Almost naively so.
Whoa!
As BDD will find the bubble.
Yeah, gonna have to cleanse.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage comes down as well, does a fair bit of damage there to Lonely. And the Equalizer is used just to clear out a wave. You can feel the pressure that Gen G are still amounting, and they don't have a gold lead. They just have a comp lead at this stage of the game. Q is going to land. Still, I mean, if you can hard engage as the Sandbox composition with Equalizer available, then it is still going to be an opportunity, but you can't let this happen. You can't let your team members get locked down as there's the last chapter. The kickback isn't great, though, as the ultimate does come through from Clid. He flashes to get himself out of the way as now BDD looking to try and get some damage down as Rascal finds the Vanguard's edge, and Lonely, he's slowed down to high heaven, and in the meantime, Gen G have the man advantage elsewhere on this map as well, as we cruise down, and the Prey Seeker is going to find the Lee Sin, and now Root absolutely nowhere to go. Oh dear, Make It Rain comes through. This is a relatively weak turret that should be super diveable here by the Gen G squad. And yeah, Prowling Projectile will be able to lock this one down. Root's running pretty fast, but yeah, there's going to be the Blade Surge, and that is going to be the final kill. I believe Joker did die at the start of that one, so an unofficial ace here for Gen G.
And so Gen G now with that victory, picking up the Cloud Drake. It's not the most impactful dragon, but if they do get to the Soul, it is really nice on Rek'Sai. It is really nice on Aurelia.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Those champions all will make a lot of use of it if they get there. So, not the best kick in the world. Rascal getting on to Joker, eventually bringing him down with the assistance of Yuumi. Interestingly enough, actually led him back over to Lonely on the left-hand side. So that was a really bizarre decision by Joker on the Volibear. The other members just ended up getting picked up, and you know, this is sort of where the meta is gravitating towards. It's the old bread and butter of Ezreal Zoe,
Yeah.
along with Yuumi. So,
And we're seeing exactly how it works as well. It works exactly how it used to, which is you win an initial fight and then you're clean up. So the likelihood of actually getting an ace and not allowing the opposition to disengage is super high with Ezreal Yuumi, because their chase potential is just ridiculous.
yes, they really flourish
Get out the
when
camera, by
both
the way.
teams are exhausted.
Yeah, yeah.
So, after ultimates are down, summoner spells are down, cooldowns present on certain champions.
And this is exactly the comp on Sandbox's side that relies on having an R button, right? Because as soon as all the R buttons are gone, like, these champions are not the same.
Yeah.
A Apart from Joker, of course, because, yeah, Volibear Ultimate's a bit of a meme.
Well, we'll see what else ends up happening here. It just really looks like this game is completely over. Gen.G, they're up about 4,000 gold now. They have a vastly... Oh, hold on, I gotta get...
Yeah, you need to take the photo.
Yeah,
I told you to, but I think you may have
Yeah, I'm
missed it.
sorry.
Focusing elsewhere.
It's okay, I mean, like... Yeah, that's another Morello.
Yep. There we go. Clid gonna burrow over. We're looking for on-fleek here as Tremor Sense is gonna spot him out. Prowling Projectile is good. There's a fair bit of damage coming through with that Redemption that, of course, BDD picked up for himself. You saw the Summon Airy being utilized. No Redemptions collected by the rest of the team. As, yeah, Root's in mid lane just trying to farm himself up. He's ahead in farm by 1, but the Power Spike are the 2 items that Ruler has, especially as the Muramana has been completed. Very, very powerful. Do you know where the, like, you know how Manamune and Muramana takes on the Masamune and the Muramasa, which are, I think, like, famous swords from Japanese culture, but I'm not actually entirely sure. A lot of people think it's from Final Fantasy, but it's in so many different RPGs as well that I figure it must come from somewhere, like a mythological thing. We need to figure out where it is. There was someone that was talking about it on Twitter yesterday, and I was a little bit interested. Not interested enough to actually research anything. I just wanted to talk to you about it on the broadcast.
Well, I am trying to figure out what it might be from, and I can't come up with anything, Alice. Well, so you know, I'll leave that to you right now.
Yeah, you go on a spiel about this game that's over.
Zoe's bubble goes wide, and we're just basically waiting until third item completion.
Cool. So Masamune is widely recognized as Japan's greatest swordsmith.
Oh, that's his surname?
Yeah, that's his surname.
Or his nickname? That sounds like a very...
That's really
surname.
cool.
All right.
I wonder whether the Muramasa has, yeah,
Alice, don't even check out the collective right now. I feel like honestly you'd be getting Bob Ross right now. That's very interesting.
Oh, really?
You know that?
I hope so. I absolutely hope so.
I feel like that's probably.
So it is a Japanese legend. It's not something that's purely from Final Fantasy or Golden Sun, which is where I first saw it, as you have now made the Bob Ross appear in the collective's mind. As there's a flash forward from Joker. We have been brought out of the lull state here as immediately the Rek'Sai is taken down, but this is likely to be where Gen.G can flourish. That being said, they're just going to get burnt down. Great double kill coming through here as BDD picking up flashes left, right, and center. Rascal trying to chase down Lonely. They should be able to grab this kill as Joker and Fate still alive also, but Lonely not so lucky. Backs are going to come in, but it is still a win for Gen.G despite only having 2 members still alive. They will retain map control.
And they should still be able to pick up the Cloud Dragon. Rascal also going to steal away the red buff. Let's take a look at how this all transpired. On Fleet coming in there on Joker. Managed to get the cancel onto Clid. And that's why this fight was as much of a hot mess as it was. Ruler ended up killing Root before being locked up, bringing Meowth with him.
That's completely, that saved the fight for Gen.G.
Yeah, it really
The fact
did.
that Root did fall down meant the consistent damage after the R buttons were left. Is certainly able to do it. BDD missing a bunch of skills there, trolled by a stopwatch. That is all right. We will forgive him for that. 4,000 gold. Still the lead here for Gen.G. Still ultimately in control and have now augmented their Drake count with a Cloud Drake. Bit of a luxury one, but not able to take down their second just yet to threaten that Cloud Soul as another bubble is going to land. Remember, still in the stage of the game where Zoe is so impactful. And also, BDD continues to retain a 100% win rate after 6 games on Zoe. So this is certainly a key pickup for him. True Shot Barrage over a couple of members of Sandbox just to soften them up. They're unable to actually stop this Cloud Drake. As there's the dredge line to land onto Clid. Good bullet time into the back line as well. Doing so much damage. Rek'Sai and Yuumi already taken down, but look at BDD. Look at Ruler. They're going to be the ones that are important in this fight as Vanguard's Edge destroys the volley bear, and in goes Rascal into the backline,
Oh,
able to get the
Aurelio!
double kill. Can he actually do it? The answer's no, but Ruler might be able to clean this one up. He's looking for Fate for the easy kill, but it's a good max range dredge line to get himself out of the way. Mystic Shot's going to go wide, but he still should be falling down here.
Yeah, he
Ruler will be able to dive on top of him, and yeah, he's running in slightly the wrong direction.
Ooh.
As Ruler just arcane shifts to get over to the top, but he does manage to keep alive his 80 carry and top laner.
So
Messy
they're
fights,
staying
though.
yeah, these are extremely messy fights. As the Zoe bubble doesn't really have a purpose. Clid just honestly getting caught over and over and over in this game. I think most of these fights have actually been 4v5 on the side of Gen G. They end up winning this one. Yuumi died for Clid's sins as well. Aurelia able to stay alive and just do enough damage to allow the Ezreal and Zoe to just sort of keep taking over the fights. And unlike Team Rocket from the anime series, this one actually wins.
Yeah, sorry, I was reading about
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Masamune and
Yeah.
Muramasa.
Yeah, tell me more.
Once again. So apparently this was an apprentice and master of sword smithery. And they had a competition to see who could make the best sword. So they're not actually swords at all.
Oh,
They're
okay.
actually people.
All right.
And that's what the Manamune
You know-
and Muramana are based on.
Some of the old historic Japanese swords are actually worth insane amounts of money.
Of course they would.
If you can find them or...
And also they're collector's items that really do appeal to a lot of people as well. They want to have like swords on display. And
Yeah,
all that
yeah.
cool stuff. I remember when I was a kid, I actually I bought when I was in China traveling when I was 19. I came home with a little mini katana, which I felt really cool about having.
Okay.
It was really janky. It wasn't very good stuff at all. I think I was pretty taken advantage of by the guy at the knick-knack store.
Dude.
Yeah.
I used to... Oh, man. There used to be, like, festivals hosted in my home state. Usually,
Yeah.
like, twice a year. And you could just tell those shops were scamming you.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. Straight up,
man.
dude. Straight up.
They would sell you, like,
Little
a
pocket knives that look really cool and stuff.
a plastic chain or, like, a plastic necklace that
Yep.
has, like, a plastic diamond in it or something. They slap a $50 price tag on it.
Uh-huh. It must be good if it's worth that much,
Yeah.
right? No, that's not how that works, guys. Don't get scammed. Move to a continued 4,000 gold lead here is Gen G. Haven't been able to extend it so much. We've got a Banshee's Veil completion for BDD, though, and Blade of the Ruin King is done for Ruler. But 3 items are en route as well. He's got his rapid-fire cannon to augment his first 2 items also, as Rascal will find Lonely, but is just going to hold on to that information as he moves on back into the jungle and out of vision.
And not much.
I think we're just waiting for Cloud Soul on Gen G's side.
Yeah. I think that is all that they're waiting for. They have the 3rd items completed. Blade of the Ruin King picked up by Ezreal.
It's a really big rumble, though. He just completed his Rabadon's Death Cap. He is very, very strong. Avoid stuff next, and he will be doing maximum 4 item damage.
Yeah.
And with the Zhonya's for the extra defensive capabilities. Rascal was thinking about it back, but instead just going to clear out this minion wave.
Actually, a little surprised Aurelia's not getting Wit's End in this game.
Yeah, would be strong.
Be very nice against a lot of the targets that she is trying to stay on top of.
And also will allow that Ionian Fervor to stack a little bit faster also. BDD getting towards the mid lane, wanting to keep this shoved in 20 seconds until the Cloud Drake is back on. And you can see Gen G do have a lot of extra map control. Still, inner turrets still stand for both teams. Spate taking a fair bit of damage from BDD. He's got a Proto Belt activated as well. This is the Gen G poke potential that they do have available to themselves. The Rumble, realizing the pressure, will teleport into the mid lane as Rascal looking at a flank opportunity with his Vanguard's Edge at the ready. And it might be Sandbox actually looking to try and trade this Cloud Soul for the Baron buff. But Gen G do not need to invest anyone else. They have started off the Baron.
And this is really, really trolly.
Yeah, Trishop
By
Barrage will
Sandbox
spot this
here.
one off completely. And Sandbox, I mean, they can't let their health bars go this low. The threshold for a Zoe one-shot is way higher than in a lot of other compositions where you don't need to worry about something like that.
They're going to want to make sure that they stay at 100% and not 98
Yeah.
in order to avoid.
You gotta eat that honey fruit, otherwise you could just die. As Joker, speaking of dying, is just gonna get taken out here, but last chapter is not going to be too effective. Rascal going to follow him up there, and Joker will survive. In the end, BDD looking to jump on over and try and get the kill, but somehow the Volley Bear survived. Cue the yakety sax.
And honestly, a very slow paced kind of game happening right now. Aurelia going Guardian Angel, 4th item.
Yep.
I do believe that Rek'Sai going Guardian Angel, 4th item, most likely as well. Although,
I think Adaptive Helm.
yeah, it looks like
coming in
Adaptive
next.
Helm is actually coming in next because the Null Magic Mantle with the Spectre's Cowl. But
I think I'd like to see Gen G try and force a fight a little bit earlier, though, so they can use those stopwatches and then
complete
get
into the items, yes.
Yeah, the Guardian Angel, otherwise it's 600 gold spent for no reason. Apart from getting towards the recipe. Lid moving up towards the top side, though, will spot out this control ward. As does Yuumi have vision when she's inside Rek'Sai?
What?
So does Yumi's vision range apply when she's inside Rek'Sai, or do you have to rely on the Rek'Sai vision range?
I have never played either, so I do not know.
I actually haven't experimented with that
Yeah.
particular interaction before. I assume you get to borrow Yumi's vision range.
Yeah.
Because she's still there. It's not like she is unable to see when you're doing your U and B type stuff.
I wonder if Rek'Sai actually has to work harder when digging the tunnel in order to make sure that they don't collapse on top of Yuumi.
Ooh, maybe.
You
Or
know?
maybe Meowth actually helps out.
Maybe Rek'Sai just actually
Maybe you
eats
tunnel
Yuumi.
a little bit faster
Oh,
with Yumi's help.
that could possibly be it.
That'd be cool if like it was like
Yeah.
0.002 like seconds faster or something like that. One of those Easter eggs like we used to have in League of Legends.
Yeah.
Like Leona would do a little bit less damage to champions with sunglasses on.
Oh, that's right. 1 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. There.
And ninjas would do 1 extra damage if there was no other ninjas in the game,
Yes.
which was super cool also, as Lonely taking a hell of a lot of damage there from Ruler. Oh, looking for Root, who just got chunked out of this fight entirely. We were talking about Lonely hitting that Void Stuff power spike. He's so close to getting it. Only a recipe completion away, but Gen G feel like they've managed to chunk out their opponents enough. They've taken this Baron down to half health already.
Rascal with the Yuumi.
Yeah.
This is going to be a big Vanguard's edge.
Well, we'll see whether Rascal can actually grab any kills just yet. He does find the Lee Sin. First off is cleared. It's going to go golden. Ruler doing the same thing as he flashes out of the way of Joker. But it is still Sandbox winning this fight for now. Somehow, Root's able to get this one working as Fate has to go golden. Root's still at full health. He needs to get into this fight to try and save it for his team. And Rascal's just gigantic life is going to get in there, but not in time. A double kill already as Rascal finds the triple. Down to his GA, it's a 1v1. Root versus Rascal. Rascal doesn't want it though, he's flashing out of the way. It's going to be a 4-for-4 on both sides. All of these teamfights have been so close.
And this is also, okay, regardless of how Gen G is choosing to take these fights, I do want to point out, the only Dragon Soul that would ever allow Sandbox to win this fight is the Cloud Soul.
Yeah.
Any other Dragon Soul, and it's such a stomp. And if more of these team fights continue in pro play, Riot really does need to just look at this and evaluate the discrepancy between this one and the others in terms of the objective. Now,
The Equalizer was fantastic as well.
So Ezreal and Zoe, the 2 centerpieces of the team, just completely left alone by everyone else, as Clid, he's really been the MVP for Sandbox this game. he's really been putting in work.
Oh, BDD also just crit to death by this 4-item Misfortune, who managed to keep her distance, play it safe. Oh man, it's close to Rascal being able to actually win that 1v1, but not actually going to attempt for it at all. Didn't have the lifesteal in the kit, and didn't, of course, because he was still coming back to life after the GA, was unable to utilize a lot of that Ionian fervor that he had built up throughout the rest of the fight. As we have a look at the damage, and it was not a lot coming out of Ruler. You don't often see numbers like that from an Ezreal, as he was dealt with very, very early on. So look to see whether Ruler is able to actually get more work done as we move into the next round of team fights, because he now has double lifesteal.
And remember, when the Rek'Sai came in on R4, we mentioned straight from the get-go, why would you pick it into all of these champions that Sandbox had already shown? And it's being picked simply in isolation for early game potency or something.
Yeah.
Some other gibberish that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But it's not doing anything inside of this game, but then also Clit has been consistently getting caught out, and it's making it so that Sandbox is staying alive a lot longer than they should.
There's the final chapter that comes forward. Oh, the bullet time just eviscerates the Ezreal. BDD's going to have to run away. Thankfully for life, he's able to tag on to BDD. And now, without their AD carry, Ruler does have teleport in 45 seconds when he does respawn. But at 37 minutes into this game, these death timers are so long. And the Elder Drake is live. Sandbox just able to move over to it.
And if Sandbox actually get this Elder Dragon, this is disastrous for Gen G. Clit, I have no idea why he would ever approach at the
he's
angle.
Trying to make it a 50-50, gets into the pit, but he's actually unable to lock this one down. Easy kill onto the Rek'Sai's Vanguard's edge. Into the backline is doing a lot of work. Oh my god, Rascal survives for a long time, but then gives away 1,000 gold as BDD not able to find the bubble onto anyone. The flawless duet was great onto 4 people, but unfortunately Rascal just, wasn't a lot that he was able to actually accomplish there.
Wait, the game might be over.
Yeah, and Sandbox with the B team, able to run through and really give it to Gen G with a composition that they really like running. Still, it's not over yet, as Ruler has respawned. Clit has another 15 seconds before he's back up. Teleport at the ready, for Rascal when he's going to get back in here. But Sandbox, still with 5 members, will head over to this Baron. And Equalizer's available, Bullet Time's available, Dragon Rage is available, everything is up for Sandbox. And Joker's able to play defense as they've got double big buffs.
So let's
have a look at this again, yeah.
What is Ruler doing? Compelled by a cosmic force to run up and hit the minion wave, and then I have no idea what Clit's doing. Absolutely zero. I don't even want to try to get into his mind. I feel like something might happen.
Yeah, don't get infected. That's why you're wearing the gloves.
All right. Let's go mid, let's go mid, let's go mid.
And a lot of nice. Joker, certainly a emotional powerhouse for this Sandbox roster. Maybe it was what they were missing this entire time. He doesn't have a awful win rate so far in the games that he has actually played. He's having a look. No, actually he does. He's won 1 game out of the 4.
Well, as long as Gen G doesn't take a team fight against the Elder, they'll be fine in resisting the Baron, even though they don't have a lot of wave clear. They have so much counter poke.
Yeah.
They should be able to hang on.
Oh, we've got 6 items on Rascal. I think this Aurelia really needs to get some work done in the coming minutes. See BDD also trying to land some of these bubbles, but it's very aggressive from Sandbox. Equalizer does basically nothing though, and the bubble is going to register. Lands onto the Lee Sin, good safeguard from OnFleet to get himself out of the way as we've got a very deep
Elder
teleport.
Is 15 seconds until it's over.
Probably want to wait for that one. As
no, man.
Oh, dearie me. Okay. Well, Rascal just going to throw his life away into this Sandbox roster. They're still trying to fight this as he will respawn, but it's not enough. Bullet Time goes into the sky in celebration of their kill of the top laner. And Rascal is so much of the power of Gen G. I don't know what he is doing.
I can't make sense of it, Atlas. I really can't.
Yeah, well, you're not going to hear much from me either. I know my cup is perpetually full. I don't know what it's full of anymore. Come on, analyst, analyze.
Okay, things happen. Champions hit each other. A death occurred, and now they're using the recall button.
All right.
So they can go back to the fountain in order to spend their gold. Now take a look at this. They teleported all the way because they want to make the flank. The problem is they should never in a million years be thinking this is a great time to fight. When the opponents still have Elder Dragon buff persisting, as well as the fight is going to take place inside of a minion wave, which means that there's more added buffer against the Ezreal and Zoe. Just a million things going wrong. Genji are looking so off this game.
And
they had
Rascal
such a massive edge.
Rascal just sold his GA and bought a QSS instead, so that's a few battle stats that he's now missing out on. But will at least not get hard CC'd in the next fight. Total gold for Root, gigantic. He's got 6 items, no boots. Which is, scary, to say the least. The Luxury Phantom Dancer coming in there for, I believe, 100% crit at this point in time. Having a look down, you can't actually see it in the stats, but 2.0 attack speed when he presses that W button is real scary. And over 400 attack power. It's okay. We'll see whether Genji can actually pull this one together. They're a squad that is known to generally play well in the late game, but if they keep up the decision-making that they've been doing, this is just going to be a sandbox win. There is no other way to put it. Ruler very close to hitting his 6th item.
Cool. And again, the team composition, it's all about Ezreal Zoe. So, rather than going for these very bizarre, wonky engages with the Rek'Sai and the Aurelia, if they just play frontline duty and let Ezreal Zoe constantly try to pick off and then provide openings for them, it would be a lot better. 15 seconds until Elder. It's going to come down to this final fight.
Yeah, we do have the minion wave in the bot lane being dealt with by Rascal. Of course, Aurelia is going to have no worries dealing with that one, but 4 seconds, Elder Drake just being defended here by Sandbox is cleared. With Tremor Sense available, he's going to know where all of the Sandbox members are, but he's going in very aggressively onto OnFleek. He's going to be able to get out of there as Joker right in amongst it, but the final chapter is going to come through and Rascal going to lock down the kill. Anything you can do, I can do better, is what Sandbox is saying when it comes to throwing this match.
This should be an Elder converted into a Baron.
Should be, as Bubble's going to lock down the Nautilus. True Shot Barrage as well, over 3 members. And Cleared once again going for another engagement. He still has Flash available as Genji have them exactly where they want them. OnFleek, what are we doing? We're separated from the team as he's now in the Baron pit. Ruler not able to find too much, but the kickback onto Cleared. He tunnels through. Prey Seeker is going to find as there is another team fight happening towards the top side as Rascal soaks an entire bullet time and still has the zoomies up there as well. Dredgeline is going to go wide as the Vanguard's edge, going to get flashed out of by Root, but still Rascal is going to be able to follow him through. Sandbox are going to melt at the hands of Genji, who finally find the team fight that they were looking for.
Now, there's no minion wave, though. So, at the end of this, Genji will get both the Baron and the Elder, but they lost to Nexus turret, and that is very scary if a minion wave is ever in close proximity. OnFleek fails to get the mid-tier 3 turret.
Yeah, Baron is going to be taken first, as now, as you can see, exactly what you were talking about, LS. Sandbox are over here. They're going to be able to get the permanent vision of this Rift Scuttler, at least for the next few minutes.
OnFleek's gotta be careful!
Yeah, there's the final chapter. Good kickback once again as his cooldown reduction is relatively low right now, but not low enough as the Blast Cone is gonna troll Cleared completely, but it doesn't matter. He tunnels back through and he's able to lock down the jungler, and that should guarantee this Elder Drake. My God, the ping pong of this game has been insane, but it's been super intense. And this is where it all started. I thought this was potentially an in.
Now, amazingly enough, this is the one time that Genji were forced to actually play front to back.
Yeah.
Ended up being rewarding for them as the Zoe and Ezreal, this is where they flourish in these very wide open teamfight scenarios where they're allowed to utilize
But also in
Their mobility.
and in man disadvantages, right? As soon as that first kill comes down, the follow-through of the Ezreal Zoe is so strong. And unfortunately, none of the key targets were actually able to be hit by the bullet time. Root has so much on his shoulders right now, reminding him of all of his times on Jin Air in 2019. But as we go back to live, this is Gen G breaking open the bottom side of the base.
We're going to have one last stand.
Yep, depth charge going to come through here from Fate. True Shot Barrage is going to make sure that he dies. The last auto attack from Ruler is enough to lock that one down. As now Rascal, he's going to QSS. The double kill comes in from the Ezreal as the final chapter does nothing, but it doesn't need to. Gen G will get rid of the last. Nexus turret, and Ruler is able to just get over the top of this team. Lonely goes golden, but he's not the golden boy at this stage, as that's the pentakill for Ruler to end this one, and Gen G, after a sloppy match, are able to pull it all back. And who the heck do you give the player of the game to?
So this is really hard. So everyone actually had an int moment. BDD had an int moment in mid when he tried to walk back into the mid-tier 1 turret, got caught, if you recall.
Rascal's teleport.
Rascal's teleport was an int moment, but Rascal was really key in helping them a lot throughout the game. Ezreal also had a very big int moment. So he got a pentakill though, so you know that the Korean desk, the observers, the media, they're all going to Ruler. So.
But also you look at the scoreline of Rascal, so maybe that one's an obvious one at the same time. Like, I don't even know, man.
I think it's BDD because he was a key part in stabilizing the early game, as well as just showing up a lot. Rascal did a phenomenal job in laning phase. No matter what, to me, it's either BDD or Rascal.
Yeah,
I know that Ruler's going to get it. I know Ruler's going to get it.
Probably. But let's spread the love, okay? Because honestly, if this is a unanimous decision, then that doesn't tell the story of the game at all.
He made too many emotional plays for me to give it. I'm going to give it to BDD.
Okay.
And we're both going to lose. We're both going to be made fun of.
Yeah,
it's okay.
That's all right. I'm used to it. I'm used to it
totally
now.
Fine.
I've been that one guy
Atlas,
too many times.
It's 7 out of 9. You don't even need to wait for the text to come up. You don't even need to wait.
Well, we haven't even had our votes taken, so the guy's standing over
care.
there off camera.
Yeah, look, he look.
Yeah,
he take the
he
paper.
actually looked over and he saw the ticks and he was like, "I'm not even reporting this. In fact, I'm reporting these two to the authorities because they're not allowed to vote so stupid."
We're not allowed to the ship.
No, we have been kicked off the ship. But honestly, like, that was so messy from Gen G.
Yeah.
Throughout that mid-game where they should have had so much power, they were just playing sloppy League of Legends. I think a lot of it had to do with them...
Well, the Rek'Sai pick was terrible.
Not being too serious about how this one worked out. But yeah, maybe it was to do with the Rek'Sai pick. Not a lot of options here for Clit, as the Olaf and J4, the perfect picks, were banned away. Great bans from Sandbox, but there were still a few other choices on the table. We would have hated Elise just about as much.
I mean, Gragas isn't... I mean, he wasn't banned, and he was open as well.
Oh, actually suits the composition beautifully as
Gragas
well.
is just so much better in this
Clit.
spot, especially because it disrupts the MF. So the Rek'Sai pick just doesn't make any sense. In a complete vacuum, it makes sense against the Lee Sin in particular, and for the nonsense reason of, like, you need some sort of early game pressure. Your laners and you play correctly. You don't need something like that that's just talk that doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah.
So it didn't do anything at certain points in the game, and then you could see that it ended up becoming a detriment to the team composition. They ended up winning, though, in that one fight to the left of their wolf camp, getting the pick off, eventually converting into a almost ace.
I feel like they got serious towards the end, but we need them to stay serious throughout the entire game. We'll see whether they can do it in Game 2 after the break.
4부터 노플이야. 4부터 얘네가 들어올 거야.
알겠어. 털
빠지고 한 번 더.
한번 빼.
한번 빠지고.
이상하고. 앞에부터 라인부터 지워. 물리지 마봐. 어디 이거
할만해.
한번 빼고. 기다려봐 이거.
방향
얘들아
다시
라인부터
맞춰.
타워.
얘네가 들어올 거야.
타워 끝나겠어. 타워. 야, 잡아. 앞에 타워겠네. 펜타.
형민
왜?
1대1 들어와. 참 잘한다며. 내가 너보다 잘해.
나 1대1 하네.
빨리 들어오라고. 나 일단 아트록스 할게.
아트록스 해라. 마린씨 할게.
럼블 한다고? 오케이.
아니 마린씨 한다니까.
생각해 럼블이잖아.
아니야 마린씨 한다니까. 오버히트.
아 뭐해?
왜?
대충 하지 마.
대충이라니. 한 대? 두 대. 끝. 왜 그랬어?
아 봐준 거야.
왜 그랬어?
아 전멸도 있어. 봐준 거야.
너 이길 수 있다고 생각하냐? 꿀려면 먹고 왔지 너.
탑라이너들은 원래 꿀려면 먹어.
야 꿀려면. 야뭐 탑라이너들 원래 꿀려면 먹어 이러고. 꿀려면.
아 라인 탑라이너는 원래 꿀려면 저 중요해.
야 봐주려고 했는데 안 봐줄게.
아 다시 해. 힐레부터.
안해.
알렘도 다시 해.
안해. 콤보 연습하러 갈게.
얘들아, 시우가 싸우자고 콜하면 그냥 그 순간에 뺄 생각하지 말고 무조건 싸움 콜만 봐.
얘들아 싸움콜은 나다. 막판 이기자.
이기자 화이팅!
화이팅!
간다 세트 출동!
끊었어. 일로 와봐. 나이스. 레다. 렌터 마려고? 괜찮고. 앞에부터 잘하면부터
모대 맞아.
기다려. 하나 오리 맞아. 나 조직에 있거든. 이거 봐줄 수 있어. 맞아. 죽여. 야, 살려줘. 너무 좋아. 클리피 너무 좋아. 가이퍼. 아, 너무 좋아. 얘들아 너무 고맙다. 우승하면 이런 느낌인가? 와, 미치겠네.
팀원들한테 오늘만 제발 이겨달라고 제가 많이 말했거든요. 고맙다 얘들아.
네.
초심 잃으면 안 돼. 야 10등 바텀 욕심내지 마.
아 근데 전판이 너무 아쉬워서.
아쉬운 판 네가 못해놓고 왜 자꾸 아쉬우면 이번 판에 잘하던가 그러면. 이번 판에 잘하던가. 잘해보자. 이길 수 있다. 파이팅. 조심해 이거. 정말? 나이스. 너무 좋아.
나 자신 있다고. 나 이거 쏠킬 짤수 있는데.
아니야. 알아서 그런 건 다 알아서 하는 거야 그냥. 첫 승이야 드디어? 아야. 오케이.
내가 먼저 볼게. 앞에 로플. 앞에 잡아야 돼. 앞에.
나이스.
오케이.
나이스.
아 종이 형 왜 이렇게 잘하냐?
수신의 라칸. 사랑해요 우리 팀. 야, 버스 받으라고.
뭐해.
일단 궁으로 형 들어가봐. 일단 들어가야 돼. 일단 궁으로 들어가야 돼. 야 갈게.
앞에 로플.
아 이게 승리의 맛인가? 이건가? 이게 승리의 맛인가?
땡겨.
뒤를 죽여.
와 장군 다행이다.
이게 바로 10중의 반란이라고.
와 나 너무 못해요 진짜.
잘했다.
잘했어.
welcome back. This is LCK Spring Split Analyst Desk, joined by Mina Kim, Wadid, and Lyra.
안녕하세요. 네, 안녕하세요.
네.
반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you. Long time no see, Mina.
젠지
That was Sandbox Genji, game number 1. And both teams really need this win. And game was really extended. And post mid-game, this game was like, what is this mode? So let's rewind back to the first place. How was the draft? Genji. Because Sandbox is a very defensive team, they went to the long-range champ Zoe, Ezreal, and even also Rek'Sai. But this time around, Sandbox took a very fight lovers, Nautilus, Volibear, and stuff like that. So Nautilus and Volibear was the key champions for Sandbox. And also they were really trying new things in terms of the lineups as well. So we could see how Sandbox really wanted this win today. And this was a debut game for Lonely on top side. Genji, because they were going against to the ground team, maybe they were having not enough guards up. But Zoe was having a very lucky day. There are 10 different items that Zoe can pick up during the laning phase, but BDD always pick up Redemption in a very low level. Maybe that's the karma. BDD is having a very nice life, as maybe because he's always getting the lucky Redemption post and pre-6-minute mark. And with the help for Zoe's Redemption, the laners are having less pressure throughout the game. So Zoe picked up 2 consecutive redemption during the laning phase. So with this lead, he could put a lot of pressure in other lanes as well. Because he was picking up so many redemption, he got 3. So look how he uses the redemption for the third one. He actually used it very aggressively to do damage. Sandbox are comp. Their first intention was playing around the mid and jungle. But Zoe was able to clear out the wave without using his mana. So Zoe was flexing on Sandbox players with that 3 redemptions during the laning phase, and this following mid lane gank went over to the Genji's side. Zoe picked up so many fake summoners with that W skill. They did not have enough vision around the bot side, and Zoe was having such a lucky day, even picking up heal, that giving them so much space for that mid lane skirmish. Zoe was really having a great day with a lot of free spells from the balloons, but and then Genji was showing a weird decision over here. So Sandbox was actually making a challenge with their B team, but they were having no heads up for any potential play coming out of Sandbox side, because without Flash, Zoe should not be overextended like that, but they were not respecting Sandbox players enough. So they had to donate so many kills in this turn. So Rascal was freezing wave in the top side, so Zoe or the mid laner should just stay in lane without giving any kills, but Zoe was overextended, ending up giving so much kills over Sandbox, and at the same time Rascal had to join that fight, so he had to give up that minion wave that he was freezing on top side. So let's say if this was Gen.G versus T1 or any other stronger teams on the top of the rankings, well, Wadid believes that Gen.G would not have made that decision. So Gen.G, we can say they were not respecting Sandbox in terms of decision making. So that was one of the most important highlights that we want to show, because this play should have been punished even harder so they could even lose their Nexus, but Gen.G managed to turn the game around. But we really want to point out that they were not respecting their opponent in game number 1. But still, the player of the game from Gen.G will be Rascal. He was working so hard to keep that game on the side of Gen.G. There was definitely some moments that when Gen.G was behind, but Rascal was always on the front line, making plays to turn the tide. Sometimes Rascal is a little bit underestimated as a top laner, but he is contributing so much for his team. He is really consistent in laning phase, and also he does so many work during the team fights. His mechanic and macro level is also on a very top tier. So we also want to point out that Rascal picked up 4 votes, which was a tie record with EDD. But so we always decide with the casting votes coming out, the main observer and the analyst. So this time around, Rascal picked 2 votes out of the 3 casting votes. So that's how we decided Rascal to be the final POG for game number 1. So the red, yellow highlighted votes are the casting votes, and Rascal won 2 out of 3 of those. So Lyra, what was the 2 votes that was casted to Rascal to decide the POG for Gen.G? And let's hop over to game number 2, Sandbox versus Gen.G.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the analysis translation there. I'm very confused as to how that tie was broken, and I'm also even more confused as to how Cliff managed to get an MVP vote at all. Like, what the heck is that? Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, he managed to win a game with the worst pick possible in that particular role, so maybe that's what we're giving it to him for. But let's move past that, because otherwise our brains may melt. As Gen.G now on our blue side, and we'll see whether they can tidy up their gameplay moving into game 2, because game 1 was a disaster.
Game 1 was a chocolate mess.
Yeah, fustercluck is what I'd like to call it.
Oh, my brain just
yeah, your brain went like TOS. You couldn't actually see anything at that point in time, but don't worry, didn't say a naughty word. As Tahm-Ken and Olaf going to be banned on the Gen.G side, and the Aphelios and LeBlanc are going to leave. The Rift on Sandbox's side, still looking for the Ornn ban, which will likely be the last one here for Sandbox, and Senna being available is an interesting sign as well, as Gen.G could ban that one away here in a few seconds' time. They are going to.
They're actually banning her away. I think that she's so strong just due to her versatility.
Yeah, and can also be played in both positions, can buff up the support, and also can just be a support herself. So not too bad at all as far as that pickup is concerned. Sandbox trying to find the Ornn button, but they miss it. They hit Ezreal instead.
Did miss it. Oh, that's a mistake.
Yeah.
Well,
go next.
Now, unfortunately, we don't have the player of the game interviews here, so we're going to have a long break.
Yeah.
Until Series 2.
I know. I mean, if we're ending it now, it's what? An hour and a half?
Yeah.
Whew,
what is the earliest time that you've ever had?
I think I've had like an hour and 15-minute break is, I think, the longest.
I think I've had an hour 40.
Oh my goodness.
I think I have had that.
That's like back-to-back 19-minute games or something like that.
I want to say it was in the Damwon like 21-minute or 22-minute game last year. Something happened. It was very fast. But anyways, Ornn picked up B1, Sandbox responding, MF And Rumble.
Yeah, exactly the same composition that they were running in the last game as far as top lane and AD carry are concerned. But it means Gen G gets Ornn and Set, most likely.
And the Set is able to be flexed into 3 roles. Ornn, in theory, able to be flexed 4, but most likely 3, as we are in Korea.
Yep. And we'll see where Gen G goes as far as their AD carry is concerned. I think Kalista is certainly standing out, but Ruler does like the Kai'Sa as well. As far as the priority list is concerned, Ezreal, Aphelios, Senna, and Misfortune all unable to be picked.
Oh.
And it looks like we're going to have the AD
Sejuani.
carry pool pinched even further as Gen G are playing to the Mountain Soul gods right now.
Oh man, if they get it.
If they got it, this would be
Are you ready?
the nuts.
Are you ready?
Exodia.
Are you ready for this? Ocean Soul first dragon.
Uh-huh.
Infernal second dragon.
Oh, yeah.
Mountain third
Oh.
dragon. Or if Sandbox is gonna get the second dragon, Ocean first dragon or Infernal first dragon. Cloud second dragon. Give that one over to Sandbox.
Yeah.
And then roll all the mountains.
Oof.
That's the nuts.
That's real rough. That is real rough. But Gen G still has to find themselves a composition that can win in the early game in order to get that first Infernal Dragon that is definitely going to be spawning, as you were talking about. Sandbox looking for some more AD carries. I would ban Kalista Kai'Sa here if I was their coach, as Kalista is going to be the first one, so far, so good.
Alice, I think that your wireless headset is about to run out of battery. I'm gonna need you back up here on the desk.
Oh, right. Okay, I apologize.
Need to stop doing their
I'll just wander
pick
back
bands,
up.
yeah.
I'll need to plug that thing back in again.
Yeah, that's why they didn't actually pan to us before
Yeah.
going into pick ban for game 2.
Yeah, and watch as I leave the back end of Sandbox.
Yeah.
They're going to ban something completely ridiculous, like Zoe here or something like that. As it is going to be Xayah instead of the Kai'Sa. They're happy for her to be picked up here. AP Kai'Sa got a buff on this patch. Actually, no, that's next patch, right? Is that 10.5?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the
10.5.
Kai'Sa weird buff patch that takes away from a bit of AD Kai'Sa's power but gives a lot to AP Kai'Sa. So she's still the same champion that Ruler has been playing.
So this is where Sandbox has to pick their support most likely. And it's gonna be the Braum. And this opens up actually a lot of ways for MF and Braum to get bullied. Down in bot lane by a mage support paired with, well actually I don't even know what they're gonna pair it with. We're looking at champions like, what, Jinx, Tristana? I mean Varus is still open as well. Kai'Sa is interesting because Sandbox is coming
Gragas. I want Kai'Sa Gragas so bad.
really hard into you.
I guess Gragas doesn't do so well into the Braum, so maybe they won't pick that one up.
Will they? Let's see. Should be a mage here. All things considered, Trundle is already dissuading Nautilus, as well as Braum.
2 seconds to go. They are taking their time as that's the Bard. Certainly an LS favorite choice. Gen G 100% redeeming themselves here in this draft.
Absolutely. Also, really good counter to MF when she tries to start her bullet time.
Yep.
You can just put her into a little bit of a stasis. As, I don't know what champion you did say, but Brad is locked in here.
Oh, yeah, it's Brad.
Yeah, Brad.
I apologize. I think I said Bard or something
You can
like that. I just
definitely
made a
see
mistake.
here that he does hang out with the hottest dudes. It does get a bit hot in Ornn's, in
he's
his
got a
forge.
forge.
He does have a forge,
Yeah,
so
precisely. Not as warm over at Sejuani and Bristle's camp.
well, they all gravitate.
Sorry, Kevin Toggles.
towards
Kevin Toggles.
Bard,
Yeah.
so that they can hang out with him.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I like it. Does mean that we will be getting the mid set or the mid Ornn, depending on where Gen G want to go. But Rascal has been the resident Ornn player so far this season. Lonely, like we were talking about before, has been spamming a bit of the Sylas so far in solo queue. And we saw Chovy do great things by stealing away the Ornn Horn and using it against him. In fact, a lot of Wombo combo potential out of this Sandbox lineup. Interesting thing is, no substitutions to come in after this one as well, so it will be the Sandbox B team once again taking to the Rift. Let's see what they can do with it. Certainly a more beefy lineup here on the Gen G side. Feels like a Gen G composition of old, you know, the get behind
Now they're
the
forced
ruler
to fight front to back in a way. So, Orange Sejuani set, Kaisa and Brad is going to be the team composition. Not a lot of ornaments, actually. Kaisa.
Yeah. What will Kaisa be building? In
Zonya's.
order? I think it has to be Zonya's, right?
Has
So
to be
that's a
Zonya's.
4th item.
Yeah, it's a 4th item ornament. Bard does get it, or Brad does get it. Braum, Misfortune, Rumble Trundle, and Silas is going to be the team comp for Sandbox. Very mid-rangey. This team composition falls a bit off a cliff
Yep.
in
but
the later
Sandbox,
stages.
their gameplay generally falls off a cliff as well. I mean, we all remember the On-Fleek getting caught into Volley Bear Flash for no reason into Lose the Game, which was their big play to throw that one away after they'd managed to recuperate from Genji's performance in the mid to late game. Certainly was very much a worrying trend in our game number 1. But let's see whether Sandbox and Genji can tidy things up here for this game. I could imagine that Edgar had some stern words for Genji despite their victory in the first game.
I did not get to see what the dragon was.
I did not. It's just under that little alcove.
You know what? I think it has a green hue. We're gonna just assume that it's ocean.
Uh-huh. It was supposed to be Infernal though, wasn't it?
Well, it can be ocean and then cloud if Sandbox gets the second one, if you recall.
Ooh,
Oh, it could
Omnistone
be-
Brad as well.
Yeah, Omnistone.
Cool. Like it.
Bard, not really a champion that has a keystone that he solely identifies with.
Yep. I like it. And you can also utilize the predators that you get more often when you're out chime collecting in order to get back to lane faster. Things like that. And also, Brad, with his Meep Slap, is able to empower it with the Predator as well. So actually utilizes that keystone better than a lot of champions, but then when he's in lane, doesn't necessarily want it as much.
It is ocean.
Oh, wow. Okay. So not exactly the worst option. We did want the Infernal Soul as far as the best possible outcome. As BDD actually playing pretty aggressively here against Fate, as Lonely taking a fair bit of damage. Of course, Rascal is one of our more proficient Ornn players. Certainly won a heck of a lot on this champion so far.
Ended up actually missing that Q there, and Lonely with the level 2 jump. Rascal,
Yeah.
I think, has to flash.
We'll see whether the next
No?
spell is going to come in time, as Rascal, still with a biscuit in hand, will eat through his potion first, as Lonely will shove this wave towards the Ornn.
And that is a very unfortunate loss of control.
Yeah. Rascal will be able to build himself some health here in this lane, so it's not all over yet.
Yeah. And that's a really big blunder, and it all starts there just by getting the miss, or getting comboed by Silas, having the loss of level 2, and it really just changes the entire dynamic of the lane. So Rascal, he's going to try to sustain back up, but one of the issues is that Silas has only used... Oh, he missed the cannon.
Dear. It's all over.
All right,
Cancel it. Christmas is canceled.
Getting bullied a little bit in this lane.
Well, I mean, this is the counterpick that Lonely was looking for. We've mentioned the amount of practice that he's been doing on this particular champion as well as cleared. Looking to just burst down this Rift Scuttler. He should be able to take it from On-Fleek there, but there we go. On-Fleek gets slowed as well as BDD comes in with the Ghost available. Good Permafrost stun is going to land as On-Fleek Haymaker just out of range. As Rascal gets into position and Lonely unable to follow up. Genji still looking for it, but On-Fleek is going to speed through here, and King's Tribute going to help him out as well, as a few of these minions are going to die. He's making his way in though. They're looking to just shove this lane. Clid getting a bit of extra experience also.
Dark Harvest on life, that's a very important keystone to get stacking.
Yep.
When you're taking Omnistone, it amplifies all your other runes.
And you can stack up every rune as well. So
Yeah.
you can get all of those Dark Harvest stacks, you can get the Grasp with the Undying stacks, things like that. Omnistone is really cool if you can actually utilize it. And Brad, being a champion that does like to weave spells as well as auto attacks, is someone that's able to capitalize on this Omnistone quite a lot. So continuing to enjoy it as we see it more and more. Oh, nailed it. We got a cannon.
Yep.
Rascal's back on track.
Oh, Lonely's got to be a little careful here.
Yeah, BDD.
Oh, he took a turret
yeah,
shot.
Turret shot is a huge problem, and he can't even get the abscond. As now Lonely's going to get his face broken and first blood delivered to BDD.
Bit of a jaw cracker.
Yeah, that's not what you want. Even Clit able to get over and secure a few of these minions in the mid lane. And that's just great news for the Sejuani. Any sort of acceleration that she can get is exactly what you want. And BDD gets back for the next minion wave as well. Even gets experience on those couple of melee creeps as they get in and can hold this minion wave if they want to. Teleport in from Lonely as well to get himself back to the lane. And actually gets behind Rascal here. This could be a solo kill, honestly. As the Ornhorn comes down and will just float slowly into the night as BDD teleports in and wastes that summoner spell. A cavalcade of errors, one could say.
Not respecting the teleport right there. Rascal ends up dying. Good news for him, though, is that he did not end up using his flash. Has a catalyst, gonna walk back to lane, not use his teleport. Also, he has Grasp of the Undying. So not sure how many times he's managed to stack that up right now. Ocean gonna be picked up in just a second. And you can see that Trundle and Rumble, they're moving over in the event that Rascal would maybe teleport.
Yep.
Because then with Pillar, as well as Ornn's own ultimate being used against him, it'd be really easy to kill him. So let's take a look at this one more time. Lonely goes in. I don't know how that was turret range, given that the minion wasn't in turret range. And so that is a very bizarre hitbox. Nice dodge, or, well, step back by BDD, but then not helping Rascal push out the wave, even though Sejuani was already in mid lane, resulted in the inability to crash.
Yeah, real issue there. So the wave does end up crashing, so it's not like Lonely can actually hold onto it or anything like that. And so that's going to mean that CS-wise, Rascal's in a great spot. But that kill going over to Lonely will only accelerate the Proto Belt purchase, which is a great early item. And the faster that he gets that, the more Sandbox can control this early to mid game, which is going to be so important for this composition. Any sort of advantage is great news. As Ruler, he's trying to stack up his cull right now. Currently ahead in farm, and they have lane control as well, as you can see. Just trying to hold on to the minion wave so that they can keep themselves safe. Braum certainly suffers at the hands of a mage support, so look to see whether Life can continue to put on that pressure as he delivers over the cups of tea. I low-key really enjoy the Brad skin that's on show here as well.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like that one. We see a lot of different ones. Often it's Snow Day Brad because of the little penguins.
The penguins are...
I like that one also. Bit of a hipster skin, you know? Don't see it often.
Fate trying to do quite a bit of damage here to BDD.
He has Merc Treads though. I mean, the Sork Rush not going to be as fruitful as that one has been acquired.
And not a whole lot actually happening here. BDD with the Merc Treads first item, lots of value against the Sylas and the Rumble.
It's one of those games where it's really easy to understand what's going on though. Like because Gen G have a composition that just scales so well, just straight up front to back. And so if it's even, like it is now, Gen G are feeling very good. And I interrupted you. So what were you going to be talking about? Is okay, we're going to have Rams going everywhere, but it's just not going to be doing anything. Clid misses his ultimate, but it straight up doesn't matter as the Sylas was already dead.
Can Ornn hit Sylas's Ram? Like Draven can catch another Draven's axe?
Wow, I don't know. That would be a really cool
Where's
experiment.
When you need him.
Collective, if you could get on that, let us know whether or not that's a thing. Tweet it to @AtlasTV or @LSXYZ9.
Could you imagine how funny it would be if they could just play ping pong? Over and over.
Oh my god, that would be so good.
Ornn should only be able to do it if his R1 is also active.
Yeah, right?
Because otherwise he can't do the headbutt.
Yeah. So you need to have headbutt available. So you can't do it back to back to back, because once you've done one headbutt, you can't do another headbutt.
Unless you 5-head the timing and you do both at once and you hit a 7-10 split.
Oh my god, that would be extraordinary.
Yeah. So Rascal misses the knockup, summons his R first, then Lonely can't get the knockup to cancel.
Yeah.
And I don't... Yeah, I'm not sure if there's actually a way.
Well, the problem is that Rascal is very close to his Abyssal Mask, his favorite ornamental item. Because it does just
it does so much
scale
value.
so well.
It's going to amplify damage for the Kaisa, as well as the Bard, as well as the Sejuani, as well as himself, provide a lot of resistances against the Sylas Trundle, who does the Subjugate, deals magic damage, and just insane value here in this game. And honestly, Sejuani could build Abyssal Mask if we're talking about an ornament, although junglers don't typically tend to think about stuff like that.
Yep. I think it's Cuz. He's the only one that's built an Abyssal Mask so far. And it was on an unorthodox champion as well. And it was a genius pickup. So hopefully some more people are going to learn from his lead.
I actually do wonder if it's just outright more valuable than the Warmogs when given the ornament. In the sense that you get all the resistances, which is so valuable against Sandbox team. You get the passive. Everything just, I imagine, would line up pretty well for it. I think they're going to go for this.
Yep, finds the ultimate onto Root, gets the cleanse immediately out. As Life had the fleet footwork available. Second Drake is going to be the Infernal. As if Genji grabbed this, then we're back on track for idyllic Drake requirements. Assuming we get the Mountain Soul. Void Seeker going to land here as Ruler with the Supercharger available is going to be able to get away from any sort of gank attempt. So nothing happening towards the bottom side. Rascal still in the lead up here towards top. And that feels like it's only going to get worse as the game goes on. Brad not going to get hit. Now we've got some ground being applied by OnFleek, but otherwise not too much as far as successful ganks are concerned. Fate coming down here as well. Looks like Sandbox are desperate to try and take away this Infernal Drake. But I mean, slowly but surely, Genji are just getting lead after lead here in this game after everything went wrong top lane.
Yeah. Genji, they're ahead by 1,500 gold. They're going to get the Infernal and the... Remember, we talked about this lineup.
Yeah, I know.
It's happening a bit differently. Ocean Infernal. But
yeah, so it's only double.
Coming.
It's double Mountain Drake that Genji are going to be able to grab them themselves. So a little bit
Whoa.
unfortunate there is the flash out from Root. Tempered Fate in line there from Life is going to get himself a Summoner Spell. Exactly what they want. Now Root doesn't have any left remaining. As OnFleek is down here, Clid's there to try and help out as the pillar is set up. But we still have the Arctic Assault as BDD. Gets the Superplex into the backline. Fate over the wall, but he's probably okay with it. Face Smasher from the wall and gets Joker extraordinarily low as there's a Killer Instinct, but Ruler can't lock down the kill. Ult through from Clid, but the bullet time is going to dissuade them from trying to kill the Troll, who now has the Subjugate on cooldown for this Infernal Drake fight.
And Infernal should go the way of Genji. They summon the Repelled in mid lane. That's going to be all the plates allocated towards Set.
In the meantime,
now,
Lonely flash towards the top lane as well. So just more pressure from Rascal being applied as BDD gets some plate gold. Genji will be able to take down this Infernal Drake. And watch, guys, watch as this is a Mountain Soul and the nuts have been drawn by Genji.
You jinxed it. I set it up.
We both ultra jinxed it.
I set it up.
There was only one outcome.
This is what you did.
There was only one outcome, okay? It was always going to be the Cloud Soul. We just needed to try and sell it as much as possible. As this is the flash being blown by Lonely towards the top side. Yep. That's how you avoid a ring, by using your highest value skill Summoner Spell.
Well, Chrono Bell also first on the Sylas. And even though it is an item that synergizes with his kit and provides him a little bit more utility, it does still feel pretty bad, especially in the later stages of the game or when opponents are stacking magic resistance. So
yeah. As that's 4 members of Genji with the highest gold. Not often that you see a jungler on that list. So yeah, this is a game not going super well for Sandbox. And this is the scaling team winning also, so it's even more of a lead than you see on your screen right now, which is creeping towards 2,000 gold. Scary stuff. Sandbox, of course, very happy that it's a Cloud Soul once again. They won't need to worry about losing out in that department. But this game is very different from game number 1. This is just, we have a better front-to-back team composition and we can just walk at you on Genji's side. Much easier to pilot than the finesse required to get the Team Rocket composition online.
The other thing is that Trundle's Pillar is able to be broken by Ornn. and it can also even be used against Sandbox. So the Braum ultimate, it just doesn't have enough to block everything that Genji has in terms of engages. The one good thing though for Sandbox is that the Cloud Soul will provide them with a lot of comfort in knowing that there's not a real dragon that they have to be afraid of. We saw this in game number 1.
Yeah.
So we'll see what ends up happening.
Lid looking to try and take down Shelly as well, as this ward is going to be discovered by the control ward that's already been here. Root and Joker are able to get a lot of deep vision here towards the bottom side that Ruler is able to at least spot out. But on Fleek turning up. Try and lock this one down for them as Life. Remember, not very durable is the bottom lane of Genji. Q comes in, double teleports now as Tempered Fate is going to land onto the Misfortune. Remember, doesn't have the flash available. Will get exhausted as Rascal throws out the ram. That's going to lock down the kill. Onto Root, Ruler grabs it with the last proc. And now Life is hunting after the rest of Sandbox. It looks like it's only going to be this kill. But that's going to be enough to continue solidifying this lead for Genji.
Well, it's going to be Raquel summoned again in mid lane. It's going to capture the mid-tier 1 turret. This game is looking much more like a stomp.
Yeah, and much more controlled for Genji. Rams going left, right, and center. But, center was bad.
All right, so Denise is the name of Evil Daisy.
Yeah.
What do we call the evil ram?
Ooh.
I think Ronald.
Ronald?
Like Ronald McDonald.
So we got Randall. That's Ornn's ram, Randall.
Okay.
And then Ronald is the Silas
yes.
ram. And
then we have Daisy and Denise.
Yeah, Daisy and Denise.
D-Nice. Sorry. D-Nice.
Timothy. Oh man, I love that episode. Super good. I was watching some TMDL last night. I was catching up with the ones that I'd missed out on. I still think Noise is one of my favorite ones.
Noise.
That really changed how I spoke for a good period of time. So we're going to check out this replay. Root, there was no escape for a flashless Misfortune.
It was a really nice cleanse, but just doesn't really matter. They're so far behind at this point, and their team composition just doesn't have as many tools. The other thing about it is that the Rumble, he can't get anything accomplished against the set, and then they last picked the Silas, and
I mean, the Silas was the Ornn counter, right? That was what they were trying to do.
Silas doesn't count anything.
I know, but that's, I mean, the idea was you take the Call of the Forge God and use it against him, much like Chovy did in that matchup.
Yeah. Chovy was the best one
isn't Chovy
in that game.
He was. But I just don't think you should ever take the gamble of trying to like bait your opponent into picking Ornn, because it's never a bait. It's just always the right choice, actually. So stop trying to do that. Not how that works. 3,000 gold is the lead here for Genji. Looks to be only extending as the Cloud Drake will be coming up in 6 seconds. But honestly, who cares? As waits for the pillar does Genji's Clid, and is able to get through it very easily with the Arctic Assault. Was never in too much danger at that particular point in time. We're very close to having the Fire Forged Cape on Rascal's side. Already has his Ultra Abyssal Mask.
And the interesting thing, I mean, you do have one ornament right now. It is the Trinity Force can be upgraded, and Salvation is going to be able to come in for Bard, as well as the second ornament, and then we're probably going to be waiting a while for the Kaisa to end up getting one.
Yeah, the only option there being the Zhonya's Hourglass, most likely, assuming Ruler is going to be going for the AP build on Fleek.
Oh, man.
Caught out with the Tempered Fate. There's the knock up a little bit late there from Rascal, though, unfortunately. But he's super tanky as Lonely finds the backline. Ruler sidestepping the Abscondo as Lonely is going to come down. Tempered Fate is going to land too late as it was stolen away with the hijack, and now On Fleek in trouble. Killer Instinct from Ruler able to follow up there as the massive power slam into the backline will destroy the MF, and Genji will just move back and threaten that Cloud Soul.
And so that's, I mean, it's a massive team fight victory. Cloud Dragon gonna get picked up again. You look at the level discrepancy between the two teams as well right now. Ruler
and pushing in set has looked so clean this game also.
Yeah. He's done a lot on the set. Now they're going to pick this up.
And he's been roaming around so much. He hasn't necessarily been one of these sets that sticks in lane and tries to play side lanes, although he is right now. He was able to get towards the top side and still is even on CS with the Rumble, who hasn't really been able to move around too much other than a couple of attempted ganks pod.
Right here, a little surprising. Joker was an Hourglass Rascal, mistimed it. Lonely helping the enemy team a little bit with that Bard ultimate. And then at that point, it was just pick everyone up, kill them. RKO.
That was so sick.
Onto the back line.
Using the corpse of the fallen Trundle to get extra damage down on the MF. Because, of course, the amount of damage it's going to do is registered before the champion dies. It's not like they die, and then, of course, it doesn't do extra damage. I think it is actually calculated before. That's why it did a fair bit to Root as he landed, because of the health bar of On Fleek. I think that's the case.
You might be right. You don't get an assist on Silas when you pick up a corpse and don't finish. Right. It's very bizarre.
Because you actually don't do any damage
to that person.
Like that.
Yeah. Only the impact deals damage.
Well, you got Rage Blade done for Ruler. He's got 2 items completed. Still looking for that Muramana completion. Not going to need to have that discussion once again. Glad you guys enjoyed it when we were talking about the origins of the naming convention of that particular item. But Ruler's still waiting for it, wanting to stack that one as quickly as possible. We'll see what his 3rd item is going to be. Likely Nashor's Tooth, as Ruler does like the AP variant of the Kai'Sa. They do need AP damage in this composition, despite the fact that Ornn, Sejuani, and Bard do theoretically magic damage. It's not a massive amount. So with BDD doing a fair bit, he has his Trinity Force completed as well, the perfect item for this situation, even more so than normal, because he's not going to be able to buff up any physical damage this game at all.
Yeah. Salvation will probably be the next upgraded item as soon as Rascal does end up dinging level 14. And then the Zhonya's Hourglass is going to be ways away.
Yeah, it's going to be a while, because as you can see, Stinger now in the inventory of Ruler does need the Nashor's Tooth. As I can understand this one. Ornaments aren't exactly all that possible for the Kai'Sa in this particular build path, because you need to go these 3 items first in order to work as the AP Kai'Sa. But certainly 4th item will be upgradable. I think we're going to look at Locket of the Iron Solari for Clid as his ornament.
Most likely. It could end up going that way. We'll have to see what the Null Magic Mantle's changed into. Genji just being extremely reserved right now. Bot lane getting shoved in. Obviously Lonely there to match it. This is the stage of the game where I would love to say the F word. Freezing.
Okay, sorry. Whoa.
Yeah.
There are a few.
Your mind goes to dirty places, honestly.
A few naughty ones in your mind, but I guess I trolled you with that sort of reaction earlier on today. As Locket of the Iron Solari, when it gets upgraded, don't you think it should be called Locket of the Challenger Solari?
Oh, Riot would never do that.
Oh, it'd be so much better though.
You know.
What is that upgrade called? You're pretty good at the namings of the ornaments.
I actually only looked up the relevant ones.
Yeah.
That one is not. Maybe it's because it's iron. Well, you know.
Yeah, exactly. See.
Ornn doesn't. Like
Maybe we only got.
Ornn is he likes to keep gold, white gold, diamonds. He likes to, in his forge.
Mm-hmm. So maybe it's Locket of the Golden Solari.
Yeah. Ooh. Or the Diamond Solari.
Yeah. Or is it like, I don't know. Circlet of the Iron Solari? Is that actually what it's called? That's terrible.
What is it called?
Circlet of the Iron Solari.
That is an awful.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, whoever.
I'm going back to Locket of the Challenger Solari.
Yeah,
That's what I'm calling
we'll do that.
Yeah, absolutely forever. Put that in the wiki, guys. That one can be put down. There's Fate trying to clear out minion waves here towards the top side, but guys, the reason why we're talking about naming conventions of ornaments instead of the video game is because it's largely over. 24 seconds now until Cloud Soul should just be picked up for Genji as Clid. He's pretty happy just standing this close to the enemy in a turret by himself with only BDD for any sort of cover. Life has Aftershock available, actually a relevant keystone if he wants to try and start up a fight, but he's not going to. As Lonely desperately trying to clear out minion waves and get any sort of wave control.
Oh,
Gonna land
man.
onto 2. The Cosmic Radiance should be able to land here as Joker is going to get stunned up. BDD taking a lot of damage though as he gets the Haymaker down. Lonely now with the Ornhorn available, and Rascal's gonna make his way in. Great double knock up into the backline. Giant damage there as Rascal holds them all in place for all of the damage to be done by Ruler. He'll grab a triple kill there as the Silas falls down and the inner turret is taken as well. No one on Gen G is dead, and they can do whatever they want right now.
They can do whatever they want. It looks like they're pathing towards Baron, as that's going to be the pickup. If it was a soul, I would say get the soul and then use Baron to demand the enemy come to you one more time so you can just annihilate them in a Baron team fight. But given that it is, I think it's time to bring it back out.
What?
It's time to bring Clown Soul is on the map.
I think it is Clown Soul, has to be. That's on the wiki already, guys. We don't need to ask for that one to be added. As you can see, Gen G cares so little about it that they're just going back to base. It's a 10,000 gold lead after that particular fight, as Life is playing some pretty sick Brad so far this game.
And it was a really nice engage. BDD losing a bit of his health, ends up getting it brought back up. Rascal with a really nice Ornn engage, superplex F5 by Brock Lesnar right there.
And the double face crack as well.
Face crack really good. Haymaker coming in, dealing more damage. Lonely, probably feeling a little lonely.
Yeah.
Or maybe not, given so many people were around him.
Well, I mean, they were in the death chamber. They weren't around.
They were so excited for him to come out of stasis.
Yeah, they were.
It was like being in debt.
No. His assets have been frozen.
Oh no.
Well, we're very close to the Zhonya's Hourglass completion here for Ruler, meaning that he will be able to get his ornament very, very soon. Salvation, like you were talking about, is also going to be an option here as Gen G, a much cleaner game than game number 1. You can tell that Edgar certainly had some stern words and Gen G have listened. And now Sandbox staring down the barrel of a very, very rough game. 11,000 gold, very close to being the lead here. And it's even more than that, right? It's close to like 15,000 with all the ornaments that have already been picked up. As, yeah.
This is, it's a blowout. So, it is... Actually, it's probably over 15,000, everything considered. So, given that it's like over a 15,000 gold lead, plus you factor in the Infernal Dragon, and you can't really, I mean, can you factor in Cloud Soul? Not really.
Yeah, probably.
Probably not.
I mean, Life is booking it to try and get into position for a cosmic binding.
So he could ult from far away and maybe get there. But that aside, then you factor in the team comp difference, and it probably feels something like 20,000 or 25,000, so something of that nature. And I don't believe that we've ever had a comeback like that since, didn't M5 or someone have?
I'm not entirely sure. Now we've got a turret dive potential as the equalizer does come down. Great double knock up there as Ruler already into the backline. The Ornhorn comes down and immediately Root is just destroyed. Fate taken out. Ruler in the backline is just mopping everyone up. This will be the ace and this will be the game completed as once again, Lonely in the backline of the fight. But he won't have to be lonely for too long because this game is well and truly over. A triple kill for Ruler as all is said and done. Cleared. Celebrating with a bit of a stopwatch and an ultimate. Didn't even need to use the Glacial Prison in that fight as the Nexus is taken down. 15-1 the kill score, and utter obliteration here for Gen G.
And I'm going to give the MVP to BDD.
Oh, yeah? I was thinking about giving it to Life.
Okay, listen, Atlas, you do you.
All right, I'm going to give it to you.
I won't blame you. We're in this together. Just remember that.
Yeah, I know.
And my cord is stuck on the chair. I actually can't move.
All right, well, I'm glad that you're at least going to be here for the next match. It's going to be a bit of a wait, guys. Ticking over to 7 p.m. KST at the moment. So after this, I think it'll be about a 45-minute break, something like that, until we get back into the action for match number 2, the one that I'm assuming most of you are waiting for between Afrika Freaks and T1. The twins there, BDD and Clid, getting their photos taken. But that was the Gen G we were expecting to show up in game number 1, and finally, they were here for game number 2. Composition was great to see. Remember, there were, I believe, 5 bot lane 80 carries banned, and 1 was picked away from Gen G. And Ruler still having a fantastic performance on the Kai'Sa. So, look, Gen G, this is what we're expecting from them. And at least they were able to turn up in game number 2.
In a very sloppy game number 1, but they really did bring it back. Game number 2, almost perfect game, Sandbox.
Yeah.
They were 1 kill and 1 turret away from managing to do that. And this isn't the first time that Gen G has had those kind of games. So, with this 2-0, they now potentially will retain first place even if T1 wins later tonight. If T1 only gets a 2-1,
yeah,
Gen G will be first place at the end.
So Afrika certainly able to play spoiler at the moment, but if they're able to win against T1, they will also increase their odds towards the top of the standings. It feels like we do have a bit of an Elite Four at the moment in the LCK here, with Afrika honestly trailing, falling off a bit towards the end of the split, especially after their fantastic start in the Kesper Cup of 2020.
Yes.
But Dragon X, Gen G, and T1 are the teams to beat, and looking like our front runners as far as Worlds representatives. But it is still very, very early in the season. We are only a quarter of the way through as of tomorrow's match, because after the first round of the spring season, of course, we've got a couple of rounds here, and then a couple of rounds in summer before we get towards the finals, and then inevitably the World Championship. Let's have a look at some of the highlights here. Great sidestep from BDD, just
this
guaranteeing that Lonely couldn't taxi.
The step back. And then right here, BDD should have helped Rascal shove out the wave. I'm really surprised that he didn't.
Yeah, a
and
bit of an unfortunate time.
Yeah, as a byproduct of that, Lonely ends up picking back up a kill, but then right here, the trade. And Lonely, there we go. Ronald and Randall. Randall showing everyone he's a little bit better, got a little bit of assistance.
Yeah, just to point out, my dad's name's Randall, so very happy that he's the one that was getting the most work done here today. Certainly love my father a lot. And look at him, once again, just pile driving route there in the front line. But he had no real options.
And Brad, I mean,
yeah,
you just
had
see
a really good game.
He did. He really did. On the Brad pick. And I mean, you can really see it. This is why he hangs out with the hottest dudes and drives the sickest cars.
Yep. That's right. He really is Chad Brad.
Yep. Well,
power slam. And Root definitely got his face broken in that particular exchange. Gen G not losing a team fight this series. Life starting this one off absolutely beautifully. Finds the Cosmic Binding into Joker. Will follow it up with a second Cosmic Binding onto 2 members right here. As you can see, somehow managed to pick off Lonely there also. And Randall just getting the work done once again. No option for Ronald to even get sent back into the team.
Well,
Lonely was certainly a lot of Lonelys on this game.
Yes.
For the Rumble.
Quite a bit.
봐봐도 돼, 올려도 돼, 올려도 돼.
가보자 한번. 리퍼 올리긴 했어.
리포 해볼게. 리포 해볼게. 방패 한번 들 거야. 기다려봐.
천천히.
천천히 봐야 돼. 아래 사이,
야.
아래 사이.
리퍼 탈진. 나 Q 있죠.
They were just saying basically go slow.
보라.
형사 좀 때려줘.
Now-
굿바이.
하자.
죽여, 죽여. 나이스.
Ruler just the janitor in that fight. Goes golden in amongst everyone, supercharges back into position, and it just kills everyone after all the cooldowns are used up. At this point in the game, though, it was a 15,000 gold lead. And some nicers, and I assume this was better than Game 1's being touted by the team in the comms. And Edgar going to be much happier with this performance. Topping the damage is the Kai'Sa, but hot on his heels was the Ornn.
Yeah.
As we...
Generally, in melee matchups, Ornn can actually rack up a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's
and it
looking
helps.
certainly true here. As I think BDD was just so pivotal in a lot of the early game to make sure that Gen G was on a path to success. And had some great ultis in the first few team fights to just guarantee that Gen G were going to win the game.
Yeah.
It was pretty elementary, my dear Watson.
Well,
0 assists coming through as well, as remember, it was only the solo kill from Lonely up towards the top side that was able to get the
and
work
that
done.
shouldn't have even really happened.
Sorry, I believe it was
close.
Fate Silas. Was it Fate Silas that was actually sent top?
It was Lonely on Silas.
It was Lonely on Silas?
Yeah.
Okay, no.
That's why he's stealing everyone's ults, because
Yep.
he's lonely.
Yeah.
BDD gonna get the POG.
Yep, 7 out of 9. And 1 vote for top lane and 1 vote for support. So I like the little shout out there to Life. I think he played fantastically. And Rascal did have a pretty good game on this on pick as well.
Yep. He did really good. I just think that BDD obviously set, that no pun intended, everything up for success
Game,
in this
set,
game.
and match. They needed to play more ping pong, and then we could get these jokes working a whole lot better.
Cool.
Oh, gigantic.
Yeah, and then a
superplex.
really good face breaker.
And then baiting really well with all of that grit charged up. And it allows so much space. I mean, with a front-to-back composition like this, they are able to really allow
It's a lot
Ruler
easier
to
to
move
pilot,
anywhere he wants, right?
And they scale better, and they're safe.
Yep.
Everything just sort of coming together.
Yeah, it's just only good news here. As
We do have some good news, though.
Yeah,
the next
what is
series.
that? Yeah, the next series is going to be Afrika versus T1, a huge one. For the standings, Gen G with their 2-0 here. T1 will need a 2-0 to stay equal with Gen G. Remember, T1 do have the head-to-head, so in theory, they are ahead as well. As we check out the standings, T1, like you can see, trailing by 2 points after this one, still with a game to play. So we'll need to take down Afrika 2-0.
Well, let's see if they can manage to do it. Afrika has been looking so shaky in recent weeks.
Yes, they
Mystic has...
He's looked
He's
demoralized, honestly.
He's powered down. He
Yeah.
came in to the LCK Spring 2020 with the blue hair, Super Saiyan God,
Mm-hmm.
and now he's back to gray. So we'll see.
Yep.
We'll see if he has a new hair color tonight, and if that maybe means anything.
Losing some of that power, potentially. I liked it when he had the blonde hair as well, starting off. That was just Super Saiyan 1.
Super Saiyan 1.
Yeah, and he was
They
looking
managed to
pretty
win
strong.
the Kespa Cup with that, and then he
Exactly.
came into LCK Super Saiyan God, but couldn't hold it together for
It's
too long.
all fallen. It's all fallen, unfortunately. But we'll see whether it has brought itself back up to snuff here in our next matchup. But guys, just to warn you, it is going to be in a little while, about that 45-minute mark. Just checking my clock right here. So after all the highlights have been ran through, likely to be a timer of about that magnitude. And still going to be worth the wait. Make sure you guys get all of your snacks in line. You know,
Yeah.
maybe go play a game of solo queue. In the meantime, something like that, and then come back ready for our final match of the night. Only 2 more matches for the first round robin to be played. One of them will be tomorrow. Then we'll be going on hiatus. So guys, you do not want to miss this next matchup coming up after the break.
Night eyes in a summer haze. We took a ride and we drove for days. If we
Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep. I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy. You don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
I should've known, but she plays me well. It's been going on for a while. She's telling me a million excuses I've already heard. Confronted with the way she refuses to communicate. And I won't deny she's got me hooked now. I can tell wrong from right. I can't decide if she worth it or should I stop trying. She keeps my foot in her door just enough to be sure I can begging for more. Then she turns me down. And I can't deny she's got me hooked now. I can't tell wrong from a right.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by LS. This is our last series together before we go on hiatus for an indiscernible amount of time, but hopefully as short as possible. But coronavirus is a real thing and a big deal over here in South Korea, and we want to make sure everyone stays as safe and healthy as possible. And speaking of safe and healthy, I've got some fantastic news. On the eve of this particular matchup, Afrika versus T1, Mystic, his wife's now pregnant with his second child. So double kid buff now incoming. That might bring him back to that Super Saiyan God mark that we've been talking about so often. But let's bring up the points of the match here for this huge matchup between Afrika and T1. Afrika wanting to solidify their top 4 position and T1 wanting to hold on to their even matchup between Gen G and themselves. Casper Cup champions are indeed falling.
Yeah. They really need this win here over T1 today. They've been struggling now for a couple of weeks, honestly, and I think that a lot of it stems from the fact that Mystic has been he's been playing very off.
Yeah.
In the series. So, unstoppable T1 on a 6-game win streak. They are. I really feel like the standings are very accurate. Dragon X, Gen G, T1 are all looking phenomenal.
Yeah. It feels like those 3 and the rest at the moment. And Afrika really do need to do something here in order to try and get up there. It's 12 kills until Faker hits 2,000 for the first time ever in the LCK.
In last series, he only got 3 total,
something like
right?
that, yeah. It was a little bit unfortunate.
All right. Well, let's see if Faker can cross that milestone here today.
A huge one, honestly. Oh my goodness. It will be in the next few games, you could imagine, as average win time, longest, I believe, in the entirety of the LCK. Here for the Afrika Freaks, as they lose real fast, by the looks.
A lot of this stems from, remember, some of Afrika's wins have actually been steals.
Yeah.
And that is a very scary thing when you think about how dominant they looked inside of the Kespa Cup, as well as, I mean, this dive was
just a disaster.
Honestly, it was. Yeah, I don't really know.
This series was the for fun series, 100%. As this particular play was nutty out of fly, to be honest, but he should never get on. No one should ever get on.
No one should ever get on.
Yeah.
Ornn is way too strong, and he's going to be around for a couple of weeks. Now, again, we don't know what's going to happen when LCK does come back, what patch will be on.
Yep.
I really hope they don't do something wonky like, no, you're going to play 10.5.
Yeah, it might be 10.7. Who knows when we're going to be coming back. But hopefully it is just going to be 10.5 after, you know, only a couple of weeks of getting things sorted out. So we have a look at some of the T1 super plays. They certainly had a great time in this matchup versus Sandbox. There looked like there was absolutely nothing that Sandbox could do against this squad. Faker having some great performances. And Teddy also just popping off on the Ezreal. Seeing Ruler was a treat, although he did have some odd moments on the Ezreal in their first game.
Yeah.
In the last series, but Teddy is another one of our fantastic Ezreal players alongside Ruler Deft, of course. And,
Faker.
Yeah, this was a blowout of a series, honestly.
That was a really nice play there by Cuz on the Gragas.
Cuz's Gragas still good, apparently. Faker also able to deliver his teammates whichever of the Sandbox members that they would like. Faker's Azir always a treat to watch.
Well, we'll see what sort of picks are going to end up coming out here tonight as we're about to take a look at the key player.
Yep, Mystic versus Teddy. Once again, we were talking about the Mystic double kid buff that has just been announced, so huge congratulations to Mystic, and we'll see whether he can augment that news with a victory here today. It is a tough ask against this squad, and Teddy has got a lot of firsts as far as the statistics are concerned, gold per minute being one of them, and that is very scary. If Teddy's in form, T1 always look amazing.
This is where I'm a little not impressed. Okay.
What's that?
Only second in KDA.
What?
He's gonna really work on that.
Who's first? 7.6 is a gigantic number.
That actually is an insane number.
It might be one of the players that hasn't played too many games. I know there.
Oh,
I know
that's
there's a
possible.
couple of those.
And
I might be able to actually check that out.
In regards to how Mystic's actually doing, remember, Afrika has been on the end of some stolen victories.
Actually, it's not true. It's Canna with top KDA right now, I believe.
That's in all of LCK, not an ADC.
Oh, right, that's true. Ruler was 9.1 going into today, and that could be hid. That is in the lead right there as we have a look at the roster. Mystic, Fly, Spirit, and Keen augmented by Jelly this time around. Ben did spend a little bit of time on the Rift in their most recent series against Darm1 Gaming, which was certainly that for fun series. In fact, basically everyone from Afrika Freaks played that time around. There were 7 unique players on the Rift for Afrika during that one.
We shall see.
Having a bit of a go as well. All in not actually having his shot that time.
Kana, Cuz, Faker, Teddy. And then as we're getting there, it looks like it's shaking.
A little bit.
The animation. Effort.
We're a bit shaky. It's just not attached to the roof quite so well, is the AR. Unfortunately. So we've got the full zoom onto Keen. We'll see whether he can be the man of the hour for Afrika, because Canna has been playing very, very well. Like I just mentioned, leading KDA for the entirety of the LCK at the moment on double digits.
Ruler.
And the first KDA for bot lane is Ruler on 8.8 now, falling down a little bit after his last match, unfortunately, but still very, very close to the top of the tables. So let's just see whether T1 are going to be able to break any records. We're looking for 12 kills for Faker to get him to that extraordinarily historic 2,000 kill mark.
You know what would be a really cool stat? It's probably not feasible, but a global. Like, you know how we have LCK?
Yeah.
If there's another one that can say global.
So like global best KDA, that sort of thing?
Yeah, like LEC, LCS. LPL.
That would be cool.
That'd be a nice little stat.
Actually, like, I was looking at some of the LEC and LCS stats, and the ban rates over there are really strange. You know, LEC loves banning Syndra.
It's a very different beast.
It's a very strange thing. LCS, they ban a lot more Ornn, which is good.
Yeah.
And we'll see whether Ornn is going to continue getting banned as we move into this series. Afrika versus T1. Afrika, of course, on our blue side, wearing the correct colors. As you can see, it's all going to be mixed up in game number 2, but we need to get there first as LeBlanc going to be respect banned against Faker, and the Pantheon taken away here. Has been one that Fly has played a lot.
Yeah, I expect that we're going to see a lot more priority on the Pantheon in coming weeks.
Well, T1 not having to priority ban as much. Of course, Senna, Ornn, and Aphelios seem to be the red side necessity bans, but T1 aren't banning any of them right now. Zoe taken off the table against Fly. Fly seems to be targeted right now. Aphelios on blue side is crazy. Ornn should be banned. Then Afrika will be able to lock in a first round set pretty comfortably.
Hold on, as Ornn has not been banned yet.
Come on, T1. Come on, guys. Don't let us down.
All
there
right.
we go.
All right. Most likely will be the set now.
Yep, Coach Kim not letting us down. As, yep, set going to be looked at there. Keen is a very good set player. So, no doubt in our minds that that is going to be a likely pickup. As now T1, maybe just to take away Misfortune Yumi or something like that, or Misfortune Jarvan, which is a great combo because you deny the Jarvan into Misfortune, and also Cuz pretty good Jarvan player. So we're having a look at this one. He's going to be locked away. I think Jarvan's a bit of a no-brainer. We'll see what they think.
Cuz has had his hand over his chest, actually, for a pretty long time.
That's Karma. All right.
I am not, I don't know if he's okay. Well, that's an awkward resting position that it
seems to have affected him because he's now picked Karma.
Was picked Karma for most likely triple flex.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, it's a triple flex regardless. But the Callista will be locked away here for Afrika. And it's going to be paired with the Taric once again. That is what Ruler in Life debuted, or Ruler in Kellen debuted. And Afrika now have a flex solo laner, and their bottom lane very comfortable at the beginning of the draft here for Afrika Freaks. Now T1 can take away whatever they would like. Karma Olaf actually works relatively well, and they're going to identify that as well and take that one away.
Well, let's see what the next ban phase is going to be. There's so many junglers open, it's really hard. Perhaps they just ban away the Jarvan? Banning junglers that Olaf would just steamroll would be a bit peculiar. Trundle does end up biting the dust. It's come out as a vacuum answer.
Yep. And Azir banned against Faker, of course. Faker's Azir and LeBlanc are both incredible at the moment, and just of all time, but particularly right now, he's been able to pick up basically wins whenever he locks in these champions. I could have a look at the win rates for you guys, see whether they're still immaculate, as Faker has only played one Azir game, but it was of course a victory, 11 KDA on that one, and 13.7 KDA on the LeBlanc, 4 out of 4, so not bad at all. As J4 banned away, and then the Cassiopeia, another favorite of Faker's in the past. Played it a couple of times here. But one of the losses, which was against Harmful Life, was on the Cassio.
Soraka could still be picked on this patch against the set. That's one of the lanes where she doesn't ever really suffer at all. Doesn't need the excess healing. But we're going to have a Nautilus. Now, this is retaining flex potency with the Karma and the Nautilus.
I wouldn't mind the Nautilus to spend some time in the mid lane here today. Gives Faker a lot of playmaking potential. Not a lot of kill potential though, and we want him to get to that 2,000 kills as quickly as possible. As that's an insta-lock of the Akali. Looking like the set will be going mid lane for that reason. It's now Jelly looking for a jungler, finds the Sejuani here. after that jungle pool has been relatively pinched in the last round of bans. See whether it will be locked in here for Spirit. Certainly not one of Spirit's power picks.
Akali is very interesting, to say the okay, and they're pairing it with an Elise. So, quite a bit of anti-synergy out of Afrika here. They have an Elise with the set. Now, obviously that's flexible with the Akali in mid and top. And then outside of that, they have this very bizarre sort of pick comp that has to all in. But the champions are all going to be misaligned. So, if Afrika ever falls behind in this game, things are just going to get really rough. There's basically no way for them to stabilize or come back.
Yep.
And if they're on even footing, it's still not really all that good for them, because it's going to be difficult for Taric to utilize his ultimate offensively. And they're going to end up being degraded to essentially a pick composition. Cuz still has his hand over his chest.
Yeah, he just seems to have it stuck there for the moment. The Karma was picked as an answer to the set. Top lane is now going to be into an Akali instead. Still a fine matchup for the Karma. As Coach Kim, well, Final Cannon himself are not going to be able to shake hands because, of course, we are scared of coronavirus. And we are going to move our way backstage as the coaches. And let's move into game number 1. Afrika on our blue side. This is what they've drafted for themselves. The Taric, Kalista, Set, Elise, and Akali. Not a lot of top synergy in the 2v2, but Set will be able to get the face breaker to start off any sort of gank, and the Dazzle is going to be available from Jelly as well. So look to see Spirit gravitate more towards the bottom side of the map this game in the early stages.
Well, Karma, Olaf, Orianna, Misfortune, and Nautilus down there in the bot lane. This is about as basic as you can possibly get.
Yeah.
This is a white t-shirt and jeans right now on a T1.
Or black t-shirt and jeans.
Or a black t-shirt and jeans.
Yeah, if you're a little bit more Johnny Bravo inclined, which I am, of course.
You just need sunglasses.
Yeah, I know.
You got Johnny Bravo down.
Yeah, basically. We'll need a complete outfit change as well. As we move into game number 1 between Afrika and T1. Canna on the Karma towards the top side of the map this time around works very similarly to that of what you've been seeing running around in 10.3 in the Soraka. A bit of the Sona as well, which was nerfed a bit in this patch. The Janna was another option that we saw banned yesterday in our debut of 10.4. But in a similar vein is the more supportive champions that can have that range advantage against, most notably, the Set. But Fly will be the one piloting it as Keen has jumped towards the top side with the Akali.
Faker has Scorch on Orianna.
Oh no.
Which, for a team composition that doesn't need to get aggressive early on, and it wants to sort of operate as a unit, it's very surprising not to see the Gathering Storm, but...
That's alright, Teddy's a spawn, he's taken it.
Alright.
And Mystic's done the same thing. Kid buff
However,
times two,
Karma
helping out.
Up there in top lane with it.
Oh, we are sinning in the solo lane.
Yeah, we are absolutely sinning.
Mm-hmm. It's okay, can't win them all. As Kuz here by himself is going to start off on his red buff, cancels an auto attack there, unfortunately, so we are going to pan away from him and check out this top lane. Canna with 2 buttons available at level 1 is going to be happy trading here with Keen as he gets the summoner area off and cancels an auto attack for himself. See whether Keen can be his powered up self this game.
Yeah, we're not going to be having the Spell Thieves, and this is really nice. Karma has received some buffs in recent patches.
Yep.
And I know that we've talked about on the broadcast before that those buffs should make her eligible to come back into pro play to basically the same level of dominance that she had last year, ever so slightly. So, gonna be very surprising.
Well, we'll see how she does in this top lane, of course. It is a skewed matchup. Canna, a very new player, Keen, a very storied player there towards the top side, one that we always talk about when discussing the best top laners of the league. He's had some off performances so far, as speaking of off, Jelly throws a Dazzle into Narnia. Shout out to Egypt, hopefully on his way soon. Yeah, might just need to pop a potion and keep things okay as Mystic cycling the Rens pretty beautifully right now. Try and save this lane for the moment.
Also running the lethal tempo on the Callista. And again,
even after the Hail of Blades buff as well.
Yeah, the Hail of Blades buff is really big. More so for top and mid Callista.
Okay.
Then bot lane Callista. As in the isolated 1v1, it's a lot easier. I do not believe that they saw each other. Oh, man.
Well, that's going to be the face check there from Cuz. The Spirit, a lot of damage. Jelly's going to get the inside track there as you can see Cuz trying to move on over. Spirit is going to go up into the sky, but pops down again, and First Blood goes over to Effort. And Mystic overextending right here as the Undertow flies through. A lot of extra damage as now Faker finds position. Not going to get the Command Dissonance to do any damage as these axes are going through 3 people every single time. And Afrika are routed. The Make It Rain.
Where
huge
is Karma?
Damage.
Well, I guess they're thinking that she's not needed.
Yep, Flash, face breaker there from Fly as Teddy still has Flash, gets over the wall with it. And this is still going. A dredge line to land there as Effort. Going to give Faker that kill. A double now. Make that 3 as Cuz joins in the party. 4 for 1, the trade. And T1 gigantically in the head. In the lead, super early.
It really feels like this game is... I don't want to say over, but for a team composition that needed to get ahead early. This is what I meant by Spirit handshook this. He knew that Olaf was around. Ended up landing, couldn't get the kill onto Cuz. Fly, not able to do anything there with the facebreaker. Doesn't flash forward, he would end up just probably going 1 for 1. And at that point, they would get flanked.
This 200 health Olaf landing like multiple undertows over at least 2 people at a time actually did a whole lot of work.
Yeah. Really nice flash turnaround by Fly. Teddy maximizing his damage output best as he can. He came back over though for basically no reason.
Yeah.
Ended up dying for it.
So at least Mystic able to grab 1.
Now Faker, he has the Lost Chapter in mid lane. Refillable and Doran's Ring. This set just can't sustain against an Orianna who is one of the best mid lane matchups into set because of her long range and
also,
because yeah, go ahead.
It's just the fact that Orianna accelerates so
Bit of a
hard if she
savant.
gets a lead, as well as that's the F word.
That's a freeze. That is a this is a very unfortunate situation here. Set though is one of the champions that sort of can walk up, get hit by the opponent, use the grip, but you can just see the effects of it. He's getting zoned out of so many minions. He's going to lose a cannon.
Yep. Gets the experience for it, but that's all he's able to achieve. And as you can see, this cannon minion is just allowing Faker to keep this freeze here for as long as possible. Another 2 caster creeps are going to go begging. Misses that one, so melee creep also down. Faker misses a CS, but who cares, honestly?
Yeah.
He's able to just zone fly perpetually away from this lane.
And the other thing is that with Olaf in this team composition, the Orianna being as big as she is, the Karma going to be having the Athenes and support utility Karma. Going to be so good. Cleanse did get used.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty big deal here. Allows for Spirit to find ganks in this lane much more easily. It's Cuz max range cocoon there from Spirit. The Electrocute doing basically nothing though, as this is an Olaf that's 1-0 and 3.
Oh, I think they want to die.
Yeah, there's the shockwave. In goes Keen, looking for the backline. He's level 6 very early in this one, as now they're splitting their focus. Faker flashes the ult, and Keen trying to run away. Clockwork wind up working here, as the Triumph will get a double kill in for Cuz. 3-0-4, 100% kill contribution on the Olaf. And if you were calling it over before, it definitely is now.
In game number 2, Afrika's going to really want to try to maybe approach the game a bit differently.
Okay.
With their draft. And I'm thinking
I don't know whether it's the draft necessarily, but maybe all of the whoopsies in the early game.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of oopsies, but they put a lot of responsibility onto themselves to get advantages early.
Akali 누구야?
Akali no ultimate.
Yeah.
Pay attention to Faker's mouse in this pro view.
Super sick on that flash.
야얘 높여 왼쪽 안 되고. 오케이.
No pull on the left hand side. Said okay.
아칼리.
There's someone in chat right now that's just wondering, he's like, I watch streams all the time, and No one uses F keys. I don't know what Faker's doing.
Yeah, they obviously... Well, just point out that if they have a Twitch Prime available, there is a certain stream that is really good to learn all about pressing F keys. Just don't watch it if you are inclined to any sort of epileptic issue, because the screen flashing around to all sorts of different parts of the map very, very quickly is certainly not something that you want to be putting yourself through.
These are waters I don't go to, Atlas.
But you do, like, it is like...
I go to the ship, but not...
I actually get a little bit perturbed by just the amount of boosting your APM that you do during your streams. But that's over at IMLS, by the way, guys, if you want to utilize your Twitch Prime to learn about F keys. LS is actually losing his mind over here. Are you okay?
I can't believe you're going here.
Oh, I'm allowed to do it.
All right.
There's not a lot more that's going on here.
All right. Well, to the ship.
Yeah.
That's where we need to go, as Ocean Dragon is coming up second.
Yep, that's going to be the next one. First one being the Infernal. We may have the Dream, which is a cloudless game.
That would be the absolute dream. We've had 2 Cloud Souls tonight.
Yeah.
Which have been a bit of a letdown fly. Okay, we got action everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. With the ultimate flying through from Teddy, fair bit of damage onto Mystic, who's been crushing this lane, honestly. Over 20 CS in the lead. As this Tarek and Callista working out very well. Wandering over wards, though, so Spirit's location well and truly known, as Keen was thinking about a gank, but lots of vision in that river. Multiple pings, though, as now Spirit's going to try and sneak his way through this alcove towards the bottom side of the map.
Ooh.
Yeah, ulti. No, that was a shuriken backflip. Shelly is going to join the mid.
The really nice thing is that Karma, with the Chalice this early on, already has magic resistance. Faker doing a phenomenal job CSing, getting all of the turret gold. Now, this isn't patch 10.5, so it's just by having the melee champion in close proximity does not grant you the extra gold.
Yep. Kaz also gets an extra plate for himself, so he will be very accelerated, looking to go towards the Spirit Visage as his next item. And there will be absolutely 0 healing reduction as well, so will certainly help out the Olaf a lot.
And I really like the GLP here on Faker with the Phase Rush, not just for the synergy with the rune, but also because the enemy team composition has such heavy reliance on trying to engage into you, but also your teammates want to stick when trying to dog them down.
Oh yeah.
So the item has insane amounts of value, also helps stifle the opponent's early game by just coming online sooner than that of Luden's Echo.
I mean, I don't want to, beat a dead horse or harp on about it, but I think the early game for Afrika has been well and truly stifled at this point in time.
I don't even think it was alive.
Yeah.
I think that the reason that Cuz had his hand over his chest was because he knew what he was about to do to these people.
Just saying, please forgive me for what I'm about to do.
His heart was racing. He was so excited. And that was because he actually got a hold of the leaked script.
Yeah, okay.
From how the game needed to unfold.
And so he's also apologizing for that, because he already knew what was going to happen before the game began. I'm having flash. Did you watch the Da Vinci Code, or did you read the Da Vinci Code?
No, I didn't.
You know that there was that really devout guy who often punishes himself, as he was like one of the baddies that was tasked with doing all of the naughty things.
Yeah.
So he'd often punish himself. That's what I'm imagining Cuz was sort of acting like.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
As magical
atoning for his sins.
I like that.
Faker just punishing Fly underneath this turret, but he's able to take down all the minions at least before that wave takes down the turret.
And this is the thing about Karma in top lane, is she's just a neutralizer. You can't move her, she can sometimes move you, depending on the matchup. So, sort of like your mom growing up,
Yep.
She can tell you what to do, but not the other way around.
You certainly can't tell her what to do. That's how that one works. It's bullet time. We'll get a Fate's Call out of Mystic. who's now looking to try and take down the Olaf. He's got Flash available, not going to get slowed just yet as in goes Keen, diving on this fight as Canna has turned up just in the nick of time. Good knockoff is going to be in there as Canna's trying to get some shields out on the rest of the players, but that's the Akali going down. A solo Shockwave will give that kill over to Faker, as now T1 have formed the Phalanx, and Effort goes golden in the front line. Fly to be taken down, the Haymaker not going to work this time around, and now Afrika are scattering.
Yeah.
Yep, Dredgeline
the
not going to do it there.
Undertow!
Yeah, Undertow lands there from Cuz. Will find the next one also as Teddy cleanses, tries to find Mystic, but the last auto attack is not going to register. And T1 have a 4,000 gold lead and will take down the outer turret mid as well.
Oh man, and that is going to be another play. First turret of the game being spread between the two T1 Titans, Faker and Teddy.
Yeah, this is an early game masterclass for T1 at the moment.
This is sort of what I was mentioning. Remember, Afrika, they have to go in. They have to fight. And when you take it in this kind of an angle, it's really hard for some of Afrika's members to actually get in here because of the way the terrain is. And it's just such a nice fight. Like you mentioned, the Phalanx was eventually formed. Ran down Callista, not enough to kill Effort. Cuz tries to get there with the Undertow. And honestly, he's been so great with these axes. He flashes forward.
He hasn't missed one, I don't think, all game.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
It's been pretty impressive. And when LS is congratulating someone for an Olaf performance, you know that it's a pretty special time. So Cuz still 100% kill contribution here at 3-0-6. 4-0-4 Faker not found, however, we certainly have. So it's not really
8 more kills, Atlas.
Yeah, exactly.
So
and
right
get
now,
them this game.
15 seconds until Afrika could really try to just spoil the Faker's day.
Yep.
Although we haven't had a surrender vote in a very long time.
You have 5 seconds. As long as it's unanimous, we might be out of here early.
All right.
I don't know whether that's the case. We've never had a 15 minutes surrender.
No, that one's never happened
ever.
in pro play.
Yep.
Yeah.
Used to happen a whole lot more than it does now.
Yes, surrendering used to be very common back in the day in Korea.
M5 loved surrendering. They'd surrender any game that they were behind in just to make sure that they didn't mental boom. I actually quite liked the idea.
I'm not totally sure what I suppose it stopped because it's frowned upon, right? You can get fined.
It just sort of feels like, you know, every game is winnable, so you may as well try, right?
Well, slow down there.
In theory,
yeah,
every game is winnable. Okay?
I mean, I do suppose.
Yeah. This cup is half full.
I don't even see a cup. That's how full it is. It is just overflowing like a fountain.
As we'll see where Canna is going to go with his next item. The Athene's Unholy Grail already built up. The Forbidden Idol is there, but could be built into a bunch of different things, as Effort gets pretty annoyed by that minion wave turning up at the wrong time. And another tower will fall in favor of T1. Ragnarok is up and ready to deliver Faker's orb into the backline of any team fight that is going to happen.
The really interesting thing is, despite all the chaos that has actually happened in this game, the level discrepancy between champions is not really that bad. It's 1 level in jungle, 1 level in AD carry, and then
that's about it, right?
That is actually it. So Faker, you can also see, he's only like 11.5 Spirit, 1 camp away from hitting 9. This is absolutely not the end of the world in terms of levels, and that's one of the underappreciated stats that doesn't get talked about enough as we take a look at the total gold. Now that's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, Faker, Cuz, and Teddy certainly have a fair bit. Mystic is hot on the heels of Teddy at least, and he does have a pretty decent CS advantage over the T180 carry. Cuz going to throw down Shirley into the mid lane. She's going to pop up, probably take down this inner turret relatively easily, as T1 are pretty much uncontested at this particular point. Potential for a double charge, as you can see. T1 will be able to get this one. Shirley charges up, and in she goes. And that is so much damage onto the inhibitor turret.
Oh,
Yep,
man.
teleport to come through from T1. This will be a 5v5 as Fly gets into the front line, has himself the Cosmic Radiance as well. There's a 3-man Shockwave in the backline, will even out the odds, but Keen destroys Teddy in the backline, and now Cuz wants to try and turn it. A big shield comes in from Canna and Faker combined.
Oh!
It's a 3-man face breaker, Haymaker over a lot of them. 3-man knock up in the backline as well from the Afrika Freaks. They are turning it on its head. The Fates call fantastic, as Mystic now does have the damage, but they still want to respect Faker, as him and Cuz are still in this one, as Mystic flashes after the god of the mid lane and will take him down. Afrika are back on the board.
Afrika are back in this game now. We're gonna get a Mountain Dragon. This is very akin to how T1 lost in the Kespa Cup, where they're pushing a neutral objective when an infinitely more important one is coming up.
Yep.
Posturing for basically nothing. Take a look at this. Dragon's about to come up. Tier 3 inhibitor turret doesn't mean anything. They let themselves get flanked from multiple. Well, I guess it's not really a flank, just their positioning sucks. Keen ends up getting on to Teddy, and there was just nothing for him to do. And when you can't hold the phalanx with this comp and kite backwards with the Mantra E from Karma, the command dissonance from Orianna slowing down the enemy team, the undertows, etc., then yes, Afrika can dive the hard carries with Kalista just raining down so much damage onto your team.
As Faker dodged so many things, but unfortunately couldn't dodge that Pierce, as Mystic was able to chase after the Orianna and take her down. It was honestly basically over when Keen had managed to just get into the backline and destroy Teddy. A non-factor in that last fight, which was why T1 weren't able to convert. Warmog's rush second on Cuz as well is really interesting.
Well,
are you all right?
I see a book and I'm trying to think about it, actually.
All right.
Trying to think about it.
I mean, there's natural healing from Jelly.
There is natural healing from Taric. It's also the Bork on the Kalista. There's Fleet Footwork on Set, plus Set's passive.
And Fleet Footwork on Keen, plus Akali's passive.
And also, I think the way that Orianna is fighting is very different. I think that there's a lot of value in ease.
Still want to land shockwaves
really
and distance on
yeah.
multiple people.
Yeah,
and
this is
command attack, very low cooldown, can be thrown around a lot in these fights. I think there's validity to it, as he's got a lot of cooldown reduction now as well with that Fiendish Codex now built up. I believe has Transcendence available as well. If I look back and remember the runes, Teddy misses out on a cannon creep right there, and he needs all the CS he can get, as the total gold is the highest for Faker on Team T1. Teddy is getting up there, but he's still 1,000 behind Mystic, who has hit that power spike, even has a Luxury Executioner's Calling to lower the healing of Cuz and the entirety of T1, because of course there's an Ardent Censer and the Athene's Unholy Grail, so a lot of healing.
It's really big. Now the other thing about this is, right now T1 are just going to be waiting for the Mountain Dragon to come up, and it's really sad because they could have been potentially having a 24-minute soul point. And had they got that against the Akali Elise, it would just been, that would have been lights out.
Yeah, we were touting that this could have been over, right?
She
but
would
it's definitely not now.
Blow her load and deal virtually no damage, and then be out of energy and be incapable of following up with anything.
It's the Akali without her kneecaps, of course, is what you're referring to. Does run out of energy very quickly, spamming those Qs, so doesn't have the same level of consistent damage as she used to. Can certainly still one-shot your AD carry in the backline, though, if she has been relatively accelerated, which is the case for Keen.
Well, 1.5 minutes until that does end up coming up. Warmog's completed on Cuz did just pass the 3,000 HP threshold.
Yeah, so has that.
Or the Warmog passive.
Has that extra amount with that
Cinder
Cinderhulk.
The heart?
Warmog's Heart or something like that?
Is it Warmog's Heart?
I think it's something
Who
like
is
that.
Warmog?
I have no idea. Some guy.
Oh, was it a famous person
no
from
idea.
Season 1? Oh, okay.
Oh, it might have
A
been
lot
one
of-
of
a
those.
lot
It
of
might have been one of the
names.
summoners.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Athene, of course, being one of them, probably the more famous. Morello, of
Morello,
course, being a very
yes.
famous one.
And now look what they
Everyone
did to him.
remembers back.
His spirit, his essence captured. You have to get the Orb of Oblivion to...
Yeah, I follow him on Twitter, and I haven't actually heard him tweet about his name being used in vain on this particular broadcast. But shout out to you, Morello, if you are, watching for some reason. Let us know what you think of how we've been treating your item, because maybe we should rethink.
Total Biscuit.
Yep.
Is an item, right?
It is.
Total Biscuit of
That's-
Rejuvenation.
That's what the biscuits are called. There are actually, there are quite a lot of them. Ginsu.
Yeah.
Ginsu was one.
What other ones
I think
are there?
Madrid
Is
was one too.
Leandri a named person?
I think so, yeah.
Really?
I think so.
Well,
Majority
I
of the
would-
items
I would
are
love
actually.
to take that person out to dinner or something.
What about Jurim? I wonder if Jurim was.
Oh, Jerome?
Jurim.
Oh, is it Jurim? I don't even know. The reason that we're talking about items and names and stuff like that is because ping pong is...
Definitely a thing.
Yeah, ping pong is the thing.
And T1, they want to move away from the ping pong to the river ram.
Here we go.
Yeah. We have started off this dragon in full vision of Afrika. They have opted into the river ram as the shockwave is going to go wide. Repel, pretty good ability from Spirit, and that's going to keep him alive. Fly looking for another flank, but T1, they do disengage. And the river ram is going to be put on hold for the minute as the K ram needs to come in.
I just had an idea, Alice. I want to pass it by you as we're still posturing a little bit.
Oh, Teddy was looking for a bullet time there. You could feel it.
Yeah. What do you think? Oh, hold on. We got some poke.
Jelly taking a little bit too much damage there. His command attack just out of range. And Fly is still getting into position, but unfortunately, might get converged on as Faker. Oh man, this is so much jockeying for position.
Yeah. This is a river ram.
Yeah. Well, Cuz, he's got the command protect on top of him. We almost have the shockwave back off cooldown. And it might be that Afrika haven't calculated it entirely correctly. Teddy, a little bit away from his team, but can get over that wall, ready for a bullet time. And also moves pretty quickly with that strut available. It's T1 back to the K-Ram. They can't resist it. And they will be able to take down this control ward as well, as Cuz now has started off this Mountain Drake. Fly once again, looking to move on over, but will be spotted on the ward.
Oh, man.
T1 just going to rush this one down. They should be able to grab it as Keen dives into the backline once again. And he's immune as the Cosmic Radiance is on top of him, but has to go golden. And now T1's phalanx has been repaired. Effort still not going down as the Haymaker. A lot of damage, but not quite enough as the healing and shields are just too big. And T1 have now started to threaten the Dragon Soul.
It's a very scary team fight every time, though. You can see that same song in a dance where Keen just runs at them like a kamikaze at the back line, saying, hey, I need to just delete your carries if you don't mind.
Yeah, and they put the Bastion on him to make sure that Cosmic Radiance always applies. I like the idea out of Afrika for what they're trying to do, and we saw what happens if you get rid of one of their damage dealers. As Cuz taking a hell of a lot of damage, doesn't have Ragnarok, remember, as the Ren stacks do need to be respected. As Faker moves back to the mid lane, this is now time for Afrika to move out because all of the wave clear is here, and he's booking it.
The really scary thing is that T1 are sitting on so much gold right now, so they need to recall, need to bring their champions back. I really like if Karma is going Rabadon's Death Cap because
yeah, flat AP
even
is
though
brilliant.
Kana doesn't have a lot of AP to amplify and thus deal damage to relative to Karma's ratios or whatnot, the shielding power is what you're going for there. As we see inside of the replay, Fly with, I'm not even going to call that a suplex. I'm going to call that oh, what is it called?
A duplex.
No, when you, I forget. DDT?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know. You lost me.
I mean, it looked like a headlock.
Like a headlock, but you bounce him into the ground.
Oh, I don't know enough about wrestling.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. If Papa was still here, he'd be able to tell you, like, riff with you about this all day long because he was a big fan of the wrestling. Often would spend time, would head over to Japan and watch the big famous wrestling matches over there.
Yeah. That actually has been importing some Western, well, I don't know.
I mean, Kenny
maybe.
Omega is super famous for being over in Japan, speaking fluent Japanese.
Oh.
Also commentates fighting games, which is super sick. As Cocoon lands onto Cuz, doesn't get his Ragnarok or anything like that, as now we're just going aggressive on T1 side. There's the Ragnarok. And Jelly taking the brunt of the damage, but Fate's Call is going to be there as Mystic looking to try and turn it around. Good knockup, but it's only onto Effort, and Faker just deletes them. 3-man Shockwave as the Superplex is coming in. Haymaker not necessarily working for Fly as he's taking too much damage in the dredge line. Will finish him off, and now Mystic just to try and get in there, but he's not going to be able to do it. Double Up is going to secure his fate as now Spirit running behind enemy lines. Owen Wilson here in the Afrika Freaks jersey, trying to keep himself alive, but Cuz, with his 2 axes, not looking to let him.
Oh, actually went over the wall the wrong way.
Spirit's not actually channeling his back. As Spider forms the extra movement speed, but T1, they're focusing on the Baron.
Effort?
Alright, never mind. He'll just be back into the mid lane. They spot him, and they know that they can just take this Baron as quickly as they want. They'll lock that one down at 28.5 minutes. 1.5 on the next Mountain Drake, and that will be Mountain Soul for T1. So we have a look at this team fight once again.
Yeah. And Jelly, I don't know what he's doing. He doesn't cast the Taric ultimate, but maybe it's just because Akali and Set aren't there yet, but doesn't channel it at all until his demise. You can see Mystic tries to hop over onto the left-hand side, tries to give more people the Cosmic Radiance, but it just doesn't matter every time the Song and a Dance happens.
Yeah.
As long as T1 can assemble the formation, becomes so easy for them to pilot to victory, but that was such a disjointed fight that doesn't really reflect how some of the fights can end up going. Rabadon's Death Cap completed for Karma. Locket of the Iron Solari completed on Olaf. Definitely some really good builds coming out here.
Yeah. If only he could have an ornament as well. But no, he's just making sure that he has all of the shields possible in this game. And the Mantrid Inspire is certainly going to be very, very strong out of Canna at this point. Proccing the Ardent Sensor, doing as much shielding as possible due to the Rabadon's Death Cap, and just flat AP scaling working out so well when you are a utility / damage dealing mage. It applies to both the Orianna and the Karma, so I'd like to see Faker build Rabadon's Death Cap next as well, and he's going to. He's also going to try and kill Fly here, who's looking for a face breaker but will not find it. Faker doesn't manage to get the lockdown or the Super Soaker shot, but Effort comes in, and Depth Charge will guarantee the kill on the set. Keen split pushing. He's done with this game. He's just trying to win it by himself. Putting on a lot of pressure, though, as you can see Afrika moving their bottom lane towards top side, and they're not able to defend this inner turret towards the bottom side of the map. Effort and Teddy are in here. This 3v2, sorry. Might actually be a possibility for Afrika as Cuz is going to move on up. Fate's Call gets a knock up onto Effort, but there's the bullet time to make sure that Afrika can't continue this fight. Cosmic Radiance will keep Mystic alive as he's dashing through, trying to get these Ren stacks, but Effort stays in the front line so long. All the shields, and the bait from T1 is just beautiful. Faker comes in, keeps his support alive, and man, this is not the game for Fly at the moment. Also, Mystic getting baited into these fights. Oh man.
Fly is getting Fly swatted this game.
Is.
As Faker, 5 more kills.
5 more kills, guys.
Says, yeah, I know. Go slow.
잡았어 이거 거의.
Phase Rush
we got
helping him
this
out
guy
there as well.
거의 잡았어 천천히. 아래 잡았어.
We got him.
아래 잡았어.
Okay.
잠깐만 용 먼저 해봐. 용 먼저 해봐.
Eat dragon first. Or think to eat dragon first? Yeah, my translation sucks right there. But that's basically what he's saying.
Yep, something like that. As, yeah, 2 versus 5, even though the Cosmic Radiance was perfectly timed, not going to be able to save Afrika right here, as that was really noisy. But it's okay. We are going to cancel that. And Mountain Soul now is going to be rotating around a T1 that have a 10,000 gold lead at 32 minutes into this game. And Rabadon's Death Cap done for Faker, 10 stacks on his Dark Seal, 7, 1, and 9. And even Effort has a bounty on his head right here.
Well, with the Dragon Soul, I think that's probably all she wrote. 2 of the champions now on the side of Afrika are mostly invalidated. And also the fact that it's the armor that is getting the most benefit from the ramp means that Callista suffers that much more.
Yeah.
And it really is just looking like that's all that she wrote, Atlas, for at least game number 1.
I really like this T1 team composition, though. I want to talk about Canna a little bit, and the fact that he's shown even more versatility by being able to pick up this fully support champion after playing a lot of carries, a lot of tanks, and now more that utility support style top lane that we don't see so much in the current meta. Apart from, of course, the Sorakas, which have been hit or miss here in the LCK. Just showing another string to the bow of the rookie top laner for T1. A player that has so much scrutiny on his head. Top lane for T1 is just such a notorious role. And Canna really has come into his own and embraced it. So shout out to him. Faker 7-1 and 9 so far this game. That shockwave using Fly's superplex to get a shockwave onto 3 people in that team fight earlier on in the mid lane. I just want to go back to it because it was pretty damn cool. And Faker goes back to base and finishes off his Magi Soul Stealer because he's just that kind of guy.
Knight's Vow, or actually it was hovering the Dragon Soul. Now they're also hovering the Locket of the Iron Solari. This item is not built enough, and I don't know why. It is so much more valuable, oftentimes, than just picking up a
Black Cleaver or something like that.
Something, well, no, not a Black Cleaver, Alice. Don't go that far. It depends. But other HP items, because you give not just effective HP to yourself, but also your teammates. And total teammate heals and shields.
Big number from the Tarek, but equally as big, if not bigger, from Canna. Karma has been getting some
I would really like to see total healing done. I don't know why that isn't a stat.
I think it is. I think we've seen it before. But we're not shown it enough, I don't think, as Fly. Looking for that flanking play once again as Mystic, just going to Marshall poise his way through this minion wave. And T1 just going to reform the Phalanx as we talk about. And they are going to be able to do that. Afrika not wanting to take this fight. And Baron is now available. And Afrika will need to fight on T1's terms. There are no inhibitors on LS.
No.
So this is a fight against the clock more than anything else. As there's the Dredge Line onto Keen. But the Cosmic Radiance comes down and will keep him alive for quite some time after the Zonya's Hourglass. Bullet Time is going to buy some space here as now they get to focus on the front line. Yeah, Fly should be taken here as the Dredge Line. Connect Spirit going to be the first one to go down though as Faker gets his first kill. Should be able to grab a second as Keen finds himself as the only man alive. Dredge Line once again from Effort. T1, a star-studded performance across the board. They'll get the ace and they'll just win the game. They don't need no Baron.
Well, that flashing forward. Faker is so close.
I know, 9 kills in this game. Just needs 3 from game 2.
3 more in game 2. Magi Soul Stealer 24. And what a stomp in game number 1. Faker not impressed, didn't get it in that game.
Hasn't quite got there, but still has game 2 to put this one away. Honestly, like, I think that Faker deserves player of the game, but so many of T1 all played really well that game. There was not a player on this squad that didn't have a standout performance. There were moments in this game where I think maybe apart from Teddy felt a little bit lackluster, but had to deal with Keen just flashing into the backline and destroying him every team fight. But Effort had some brilliant ultimates, had some great escapes, was able to get the attention of all of Afrika in a lot of those team fights and really did a great job. Cuz was brilliant, and Canna showing yet another playstyle that he looks adept at. Just a really good look from T1. And if you compare game 1s between Gen.G and T1, I'm putting T1 back on top again.
Yeah, I'm thinking that T1 is I still feel like it's so close. Dragon X, in the losses that they have suffered, they put up so much fight and flair.
Yeah.
Even in the face of such draft discrepancies as well as just catastrophic things happening in the games. So I'm still not off the Dragon X hype train. I'm still a T1 Dragon X, you know, conductor right now.
I mean, I think that T1 Dragon X and Gen.G are all super exciting to watch at the moment. And despite Mystic, I mean, Kid buff ×2, not quite enough here for the Kalista, but he laned very, very well. And if there was going to be a player of the game, if in some realm Afrika were able to turn it around, I think it would have definitely been Mystic. So good to see that he is at least playing with a bit more confidence again, but they're going to really need a hero performance and a much better early game and cohesive draft in game number 2 if they want to come out ahead.
Absolutely. And we saw what happened in this game number 1, a super unfortunate early game by Afrika. They could have avoided it. They could have entirely avoided that early game mishap, and Keen just being neutralized up there in top lane. Things are looking really rough.
They are, but let's find out if they look rough in game number 2 right after the break.
정면이다. 볼게. 보자 이번에. 걸었고. 뒤에 빼면서. 아칼리 빌. 괜찮아. 아칼리 빌.
빼면 돼.
자, 군갑 줘.
야, 앨리스 봐줘.
맞게.
앞라인.
줄 거 없다.
세트 노플. 이긴 거 같아.
아칼리.
네. 아칼리 봐줘. 뒤에 아칼리. 노플.
이제
끝났다. 다음 판 화이팅.
오케이, 잘했어.
형민
왜?
1대1 들어와. 탑 잘한다며. 내가 너보다 잘해.
나 1대1 하네.
빨리 들어오라고. 나 그냥 아트록스 할게.
아트록스 해라. 마린씨 할게.
럼블 한다고? 오케이.
아니, 마린씨 한다니까.
생각해 럼블이잖아.
아니야, 마린씨 한다니까. 오버히트.
아 뭐해?
왜?
대충 하지 마.
대충이라니. 한 대? 두 대. 굿. 왜 그랬어?
아 봐준 거야.
왜 그랬어?
아 전멸도 있어. 봐준 거야.
너 이길 수 있다고 생각하냐? 꿀려면 먹고 왔지 너.
탑라이너들은 원래 꿀려면 먹어.
야 꿀려면. 야뭔 탑라이너들은 원래 꿀려면 먹어 이러고.
아
꿀려면.
라인 탑라이너는 원래 꿀려면 저 중요해.
나 봐주려고 했는데 안 봐줄게.
아 다시 해 힐레부터.
안해.
힐레부터 다시 해.
안해. 콤보 연습하러 갈게.
얘들아, 시우가 싸우자고 콜하면 그냥 그 순간에 뺄 생각하지 말고 무조건 싸움 콜만 봐.
얘들아 싸움콜은 나다. 막판 이기자.
이기자 화이팅! 화이팅! 간다 세트 출동!
끊었어.
일로 와봐.
나이스. 렌터.
렌터 마르고. 괜찮고. 앞에 들어갈래. 앞에부터 잘하면부터. 보자. 기다려봐. 하나 오리 맞아. 나 조직에 있거든. 이거 봐줄 수 있어. 가자. 죽여. 야, 살려줘. 너무 좋아. 클립티 너무 좋아. 가이퍼. 너무 좋아. 얘들아 너무 고맙다. 우승하면 이런 느낌인가? 미치겠네.
팀원들한테 오늘만 제발 이겨달라고 제가 많이 말했거든요. 고맙다 얘들아.
네.
초심 잃으면 안 돼. 야 10등 바텀 욕심내지 마.
아 근데 전판이 너무 아쉬워서.
아쉬운 거 네가 못해놓고 왜 자꾸 아쉬우면 이번 판에 잘하던가 그러면. 이번 판에 잘하면 되지. 잘해보자. 이길 수 있다. 파이팅. 조심해 이거. 정말? 나이스. 너무 좋아.
나 자신 있다고. 나 이거 쏠킬 짤수 있는데.
아니야. 알아서 그런 건 다 알아서 하는 거야 그냥. 첫 승이야 드디어? 아야. 오케이. 내가 먼저 볼게. 앞에 높을. 앞에 잡아야 돼. 앞에. 나이스. 오케이. 나이스.
아 종이 형 왜 이렇게 잘하냐?
수신의 라칸. 사랑해요 우리 팀. 야, 내 버스 받으라고. 꺼져.
일단 궁으로 형 들어가봐. 일단 들어가야 돼. 일단 궁으로 들어가야 돼. 나 갈게.
앞에 높아. 아 이게 승리의 맛인가? 이건가? 이게 승리의 맛인가?
땡겨.
뒤를 죽여.
아 장군 다행이다.
이게 바로 10등의 반란이라고.
나 너무 못해요 진짜.
잘했다.
잘했어.
That was T1 versus Africa game number 1. What a stomp! It was very one-sided. Well, there was a huge accident happened in the early game. And T1 just picking up all the kills in the mid and late game. So that early game fight kind of allowed T1 to snowball throughout the game. It was a very clean and perfect game coming out of T1, even though they had a bit of a mistake in the mid-game, but they're becoming more and more solid. So let's break down the draft first. Karma against Set as a counter pick, but Africa rotated into the mid lane because Faker does not tend to take teleport. Africa tried to play around the bot side. They had a good pathing. They created a very nice wave to try the turret dive, but there was a huge accident and did not go well for Africa. So let's check out that accident we have been keep mentioning. Africa, if you take a look at their draft, it was too obvious that they would go for that early game turret dive in the bot lane. But Cuz was really smart on his jungle pathing, so they were able to defend that play. Olaf always tend to go full camp clear. However, this time around, Olaf was in the right place to protect their bot duo. Kalista, Taric, Elise, those are the perfect comp to execute a turret dive. However, even though Cuz is not on top of the stat in terms of counter jungling, he's on top in terms of protecting and supporting teammates. So if Cuz had gone with a very typical Olaf route, going for the topside gank, well, Africa could have had a huge win in that early game fight. However, this time Cuz was so intelligent, taking that different jungle pathing and protecting their players from the bot lane turret dive. So Africa took a big L in that fight, and this got extended throughout the game. So there was no way for Africa to reach out to T1 as soon as their difference even got accelerated. There was one moment where Faker died with all of his spell up. However, after that setup, T1 never lost a single fight. Their positioning is always perfect. At this point, Africa and T1 both had winning conditions. Africa always has to take care of their side waves and open fights when the side champions can join the fight. But they weren't able to execute that correctly. Because Africa always has the comp that is a leading position in the side lanes. They should have been capitalizing their lead around the side lanes. However, they were hasting so fast, and they always try to answer whenever T1 tried to open fights. Well, at that moment, when there was this moment where T1 was fighting 4v5 and Kalista was able to pick up the bounty gold, so Africa had that opportunity to kind of close out the deficiency. However, after all the T1 players went back to base and bought all the items with their gold, there was no way for Africa to actually even out the game. And adding to that, Kana, even though he's a top laner, he had the perfect positioning as a Karma, and he also never used Mantra Q, the upgrade Q. Well, any top laner will do that. However, Kana always used the Mantra Shield to support his teammates. There is a reason why Kana is on top of the LCK KDA ranking. Let's check out the POG on the side of T1 in game number 1. Faker on Orianna. He's only 3 kills away to the 2,000 kills in LCK milestone. So I think it's really highly likely to happen since he made so many kills in game number 1. 9 kills on Orianna. So he's only 3 kills away. He was in the perfect position as an Orianna, as an AP champion. He even bought Magi, which kind of reflects his confidence that he will never die. Akali set Taric on the side of Africa. They were really intending to kill MF in the backline. But all the T1 players, including Orianna and Miss Fortune, was in a perfect position. So Faker won 8 votes out of 9, and Wadid is the one that voted for jungler. Because Olaf didn't start blue buff, he started in the red buff and went for a cover of the bot line turret dive, and Faker made a mistake in the mid game. So he was expecting Faker to be the POG, but What Did thinks the real POG would be cause, especially protecting and covering for that bot lane early game turret dive.
알겠습니다. 자, 페이커 선수 이제 2,000킬 얼마 남겨두지 않았는데, 물론 페이커 선수
Faker
그런 거 신경 안 써요.
always says that he doesn't really pay too much attention about the records, but he's only 3 kills away, so let's check out whether it's gonna happen in game number 2.
생각을 합니다. 지금부터 만나보시죠.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, for the Analyst Desk translation and what did. Ruining things for Faker's perfect 9 out of 9. But yes, 3 kills away from 2,000 kills. 1997 is his current kill record here in the LCK. And I'd love to know a competitive global kills count, because I don't think I could imagine anyone with higher kills than Faker.
No, there's people with more than...
like in competitive games?
Yeah.
Globally? More than that?
So...
Because Faker's been at like most worlds.
I'm gonna try to search this up.
If there's a stat out there, it would be really cool to know.
Does LPL have more games and they have more tournaments?
Ooh, that's a good point. So it might
I think
be
it's someone from the LPL.
Do they have longer careers is the question. Because Uzi hasn't been around for all that long. Because Faker's just been here forever.
Yeah.
So it might just be that he does have that particular record. As we are in ban and pick, so I'll keep you up to date on what's been going on here. As once again, it's Pantheon and LeBlanc, just a side switch, but still the same bans for each team.
Okay, so let me take a look at how old this was.
Whoa, T1 banned Akali.
Yeah.
Teddy wants player of the game, I think.
It has been a while. It has it definitely has been a while. But in 2016,
yeah,
Deft was at 1815 in 2016.
Okay.
Faker, for reference, was at 1659. Uzi was at 1600, Double F 1640.
And so it was Deft and Imp at the top at in 2016. So
Deft
Imp is definitely dropping off because he hasn't been playing.
Well, Imp has
but
retired.
Deft is still there. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know
but Deft wasn't at Worlds last year, and Faker was, and made a relatively deep run.
Yeah.
So Karma going into the last ban as Ornn is left up, and so Kanna can just lock that one in and the game is over. As he will do. And,
well,
I guess we can just keep talking about the stats.
For tomorrow's series, between...
The big one, the 2018 Summer Final rematch between KT and Griffin. A little bit facetious there, guys, because it's, of course, a very different KT this time around. And Griffin also, very different. But Yukal, now on the other side of the matchup, going to be very interesting, is Set and Kalista going to be locked away here for a Freako. Still wanting to go with that Kalista composition, can mix it up, don't necessarily have to pick the Taric this time around. As Faker thinking about trying to get his last 3 kills towards 2,000 on the Zoe.
Well, Zoe would be a pretty interesting champion to do it with. Doesn't really have an ornament that she should, or that she would ideally like to pursue, other than Ludens is the most common.
Rabadon's
Rabadon's is really good, but Rabadon's isn't always an item that you get to just blindly go.
Often it's the item that you want to be upgraded but doesn't get upgraded.
Yeah,
that
happens
too early.
too.
Yeah. That's generally how it goes. But often these players just want as much power early as possible. As Cuz going back to one of his old favorites by the looks, as the Rek'Sai is locked in. We saw this picked up on the side of Gen G, and it didn't quite work out. But that was with an Aurelia top lane instead of this Ornn, which will be heading up there. Remember, Ezreal Yuumi were available, so that could have been the lock-in here to try and get some Team Rocket going on. Not going to be there. As Dread had subbed in, by the way, guys, so we no longer have Spirit on the roster.
The interesting thing about Dread coming in is that usually it's the invert, right? Dread starts, Spirit comes in.
Yeah.
And Spirit has been shown and proven time and time again to be sort of the team mascot. when it comes to elevating the mood, keeping
and
everyone
shot calling
positive.
late game.
Right. And so after such a shocking loss in game number 1, I feel like it's so surprising to see him pulled out here in game number 2 as Ezreal does bite the dust.
Misfortune should be banned next, and then we should probably see a Taric ban from T1 is what I would expect. As Varus is actually the chosen option here. So it looks like Afrika, they want to be into the Misfortune matchup again because Mystic was able to play it out so well in game number 1.
You know what I was just thinking about, by the way?
What's that?
Do you realize how silly some of the drafts and priorities can actually be? Have you noticed how now, in week number 5, Lucian is non-existent?
Yeah, we don't have him.
Hespa Cup and the first few weeks, Lucian was getting banned all the time.
Yeah, Kiana.
Now he's just completely disappeared, and we got some sinners on Afrika.
That's likely to be going to either Fly or Keen, depending on who wants to play that one. Kiana, an awful matchup into Ornn, one you definitely don't want to do, but might be okay into Zoe. Not sure how that one necessarily goes. Is Effort thinking about heading back to the Nautilus? What do you feel about the Kiana versus Zoe matchup? She can dash around a lot, so avoiding paddle stars shouldn't be an issue.
Dash around, but if Zoe ever gets the leg up, the lane just sort of ends. But I mean, the invert is also true.
Yeah.
But Zoe can obviously sit back and try to farm into the later stages, at which point she ends up becoming more relevant. But Xayah,
whoa, okay.
I feel like that's the pretty obvious pick when you have an Elise, you have a Kalista, you have a set that wants to get on top of you, you have the Kiana, Xayah can dodge, but seems like maybe they don't want her. They want the traditional tried and true Misfortune.
Didn't work in game number 1 in the laning phase, but T1 were, of course, still able to come out ahead. Pretty well-rounded draft, and with Ornn available, of course, every draft just looks good. Rek'Sai standing out a little bit as a possible issue, but we'll see how Kuz is going to be able to navigate it. Certainly one of his historically best champions. I believe his debut game, he got a quadra-kill on the Rek'Sai, unless it's a different person I'm thinking of.
And we have Sylas into Ornn again. And it is Keen up there in this lane. Sylas versus Ornn is really strange. We've seen this twice now tonight. R5 Sylas.
And Lonely was very lonely there towards the top side, but it was his debut match, remember. A different kettle of fish is Keen. So we'll see whether Keen can actually navigate the matchup. We did see that the Sylas is able to brawl early.
Yes.
With the Ornn very effectively. We'll see how Can is going to be able to navigate it as the coaches will bow to one another, make their way off stage as we get into game number 2. Afrika, can they bring us to a 3-game series, and can they play spoiler for a T1 that wants to stay even with Gen G at the top of the standings? Gen G very easily in game number 2. Took down Sandbox in our previous series. Now T1 looking to follow suit, and Faker looking for 3 kills in this game to be the first person ever in LCK history to reach 2,000 kills.
Yes. As Set, Kalista, Kiana, Elise, and Sylas is the game number 2 team composition. This is very akin to game number 1, except it's even more all-in.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. As Afrika, they can play all-in compositions and make them work. They have shown us in the past that they can just bypass the late game by snowballing early, but against T1, it is always a tall order. And it's not like the T1 lanes necessarily lose early either.
Right.
So scary times.
This is very scary. Afrika full of mono red.
Yep.
In their team
known
comp.
to do this.
Yeah.
It was set support.
It is set support, which I think actually pairs very nice with Kalista.
Yep.
Especially when you throw Set in.
Yeah. You can throw Set in, and then he can showstopper out, which is super cool.
Yes.
A way of separating the opponents. Is, yes, this is a pretty historic pick for Kuz. 13-5 in the LCK on this Rek'Sai pick. Not going for the Hail of Blades. The more brawly version is what he's opted into with the Conqueror. As our first Drake is a mountain, it's going to be appearing on the map at 5 minutes on the dot.
Well, we'll take a look at what's going to happen. Obviously, Mountain into Cloud. I think Cloud is just probably the best first Drake that one can actually get to get it out of the way. Not in terms of for a team, but in terms of viewing experience. But Mountain,
I'm not picky. I'm okay with it being first or second.
Yeah.
Or just
as long as it's not. Yeah, as long as it's not third.
In fact, I mean, the best case scenario is for it just not to spawn.
Yes, that is.
But it's good to see that you're not going to get a Cloud Soul early, because otherwise that looming dread is always there.
Although I do suppose that maybe team compositions with really specific champions, if you could end up getting 4 Cloud Souls and 45%,
yeah,
that would be pretty good.
Yeah, there's a few of those. Keen has found an inroad onto Canna here. Proxy's Conqueror as well.
See this happening again. Silas getting the level 2 against Scorn.
Face breaker there from Jelly. Haymaker onto Teddy as well. A lot of damage. As Mystic wanted to be able to get the rend, but unable to actually proc it there onto Teddy. Moves back to this lane, still with Potion in hand, and has taken the Doran Shield, so is a little bit more durable. Cuz knows that Dread is in the area. Oh, and Tremor Sense is going to show him exactly where the Elise is. Looks for the knock up, and Dread turns around. Gets himself out of the way as Canna does Searing Charge out of the way of Keen. We're still having Ring Around the Rosie being played between these two junglers.
Yeah. And Cuz does know where Dread is. Dread's gonna be careful.
Yeah, Smite now on cooldown, but is able to take the big Raptor already. We're waiting for Faker to be able to move on over here. As Scryer's Bloom not going to show where Cuz's location is. And unfortunate, Cuz just giving up and not going to be able to contest this Rift Scuttler either.
Yeah, it's very bizarre. It looks like Faker could actually get over to the Elise, but not sure what the communication just was. Nevertheless, though, Fly getting some assistance on this wave crash.
Faker picks up a barrier there in the mid lane, like you were saying. Fly going to make his way out. Has Ignite in this lane. Looking to try and do as much damage as he can during the laning phase. Just a longsword and some boots there to augment his early game. Wants to get to Serrated Dirk as soon as possible to attempt to put on the pressure, but Faker gets a very good lane state. Will waste a couple of minions here on the turret, as he will go home for free with a 11 CS advantage.
Cuz now finding Dread again, but Dread just getting the better of Cuz here in this early game. Both Scuttle Crabs going his way. Kana has W available, so...
Yeah, so
oh wait!
Bella's breath to get in.
It offensively wanted to turn there, and the reason that he's doing this is actually because there was such a surplus of Spellcaster minions that they're effectively acting as additional spells in terms of damage. And so Kana basically saying that I'm not in here with you, you're in here with me, as...
Bad news for Cuz.
Yeah, Cuz is on, he is bad news bears right now. This is a little scary.
Effort is well and truly behind enemy lines. Gets a...
Effort is
we're calling that ward Dorothy. Let's see how long Dorothy is going to last.
I don't like Dorothy.
You don't like Dorothy?
I don't like it.
Oh. Okay, what do you want to call her?
Let me think.
Damn, just put down Dorothy like that?
Yeah, I just had to put it down. It just wasn't giving me the same effects that I think it was giving you.
Okay, it's fine. I don't mind. I wasn't attached to the naming convention anyway. Cuz gonna come on over. Notices the Dread is once again in the area. We'll see whether he does steal away yet another cam. As Fly's gonna move in, and yes he does. Dread is just destroying Cuz's jungle right now, as he even lands the cocoon on the back end, not able to follow it up, but sends a message that our Dread is just gonna continue to have control. Jelly moving on back down towards the bottom side. As you can see, it hasn't exactly spelt too much of a global gold lead for Afrika, only 300 right now. They are winning in the jungle and in bottom lane. The things are even in the top lane. A slight advantage for Faker in the mid lane as Canna will find that last auto attack onto Keen. And now the Catalyst is done, it's going to be more and more difficult for Keen to get his bearings in this.
So this Silas versus Ornn matchup is okay. Hold on.
Yeah, bit of a stun there. As there's a great display of talent, but Faker is going to cleanse it. Gets on out of the way. Fly not able to find that one, and now has ult on cooldown, as you were.
As I would. The Silas Ornn matchup is actually akin to the set Mordekaiser, in the sense that they voluntarily pick it into Ornn, and it doesn't actually win.
Yeah, like the Aatrox choice.
It gets outscaled.
Also feels bad. Yeah.
Aatrox has died off.
Well, died off
for
today.
the most part.
Yeah, he was here yesterday.
Yes.
But not as many sinners here today, by the looks of things.
What do you mean not as many sin? We got a whole game full of sin right here.
Well, I mean, I guess Afrika is sinning in a different way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't know there was different ways.
Oh, there are multiple different ways to sin.
Kana, I mean, this is a lot of pressure that is being gifted by Faker as well as Cuz, zoning Keen off the entire turret. Keen is level 6. Kana already level 7, has that Grasp of the Undying. Again, gonna take a turret shot, not the end of the world. Ornn ultimate. So, Ronald.
Yeah. Randall.
I actually asked.
Yeah.
Vanderil? Yeah. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. I actually asked him on Reddit between the series.
Okay.
Can he please figure out if Ornn can actually activate Silas's RAM?
Yeah, I
He's
really
the guy
want to know
that does
this.
it.
Yeah, we requested this if the collective knew. So obviously no one with full information there. Let us know if you do know.
Cuz still level 5. All the solo laners are starting to hit level 7 and whatnot.
Yeah, Dread's coming on over and will take Shelly out of the way as well, as we've got a Cinderhulk Rek'Sai also being picked up.
Pay attention to this as well. An entire bot wave went into the void. Okay, so that is invalidating the gold that you just get from capturing the Herald.
Yeah.
That's just in bot lane. Now, obviously, T1 are also responding, it seems, with the lane. Oh, Teddy can't make up his mind. He doesn't know where he wants to go.
Yeah, it looks like he's heading back towards bottom lane.
A bit of miscommunication. So they ended up getting the Rift Herald, and the punish from T1 not even going to be there.
The waves did neutralize as far as bottom lane. We'll see how fast Teddy can get there. As Effort moving through the jungle finds Jelly, who will be able to clear out this control ward. And the red buff going to be a point of contention, likely to be where Dread's going to be looking. He's going to head down there now. You can see the question mark pings as Cuz thinking about making his way into the mid lane. And Kana is still just toying with Keen by the looks of things. Faker 1 versus 2 right now. There might be a dive towards bottom lane. Remember, Dread is on the Elise, very good at diving turrets. They're not looking to go aggressive against Cuz and Faker right now. No Cocoon to come out from Dread either. Volatile Spiderling goes slightly wide, just a little bit short there.
And with an early game going this slow and steady for T1, definitely favors them.
Yeah, no worries at all.
Barely managed to get away there. Okay, well, we got some trades. 1 grass proc.
Yeah, we still have Bellows Breath, remember, from Kana also, but that's going to be the Kingslayer, bringing things back in favor of Keen in that trade. He's still down in farm, right? Like,
yeah,
Leon is still just winning. It's not what you want if you're an Afrika Freaks fan.
This has been actually really interesting. All members of the Hydra are, they're struggling in top lane a bit. In Spring 2020.
Okay, Cuz in trouble. Fly is going to find him. Supreme Display of Talent barely nicks him, as it is going to be the first blood going down, but immediately answered by Effort. Faker going to move on down, but a control ward is going to be there. Trouble Bubble lands. Jelly possibly in trouble. Fate's Call held on to here by Mystic, as you can see, as Jelly pulls him on back. It's a beautiful bait. And Mystic is going to be able to lock down the kill. I say bait, but I mean, you stand there with your mouth aghast.
That was like throwing the fishing rod, the hook into the water. The fish sees the hook. There's no bait on it. And he's like, you know what?
Delicious.
He's like, yeah, I'd love to slice my jaw today.
Let's see what this metal tastes like. Well, we could potentially ask. As Effort just got a little bit excited.
You know what? I think I'm going to have to give him A for effort.
I think.
Get it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's not how you spell that, isn't it?
That's not.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Keen's still having a bad time up here. Let's have a look at this one once again. And just see whether it's a bait or bear hook.
With the knock-up,
Just something
was quite
barely
nice.
able to get it.
Fly, though, ended up going down. Now take a look at Effort. And the Bubble Trouble landed onto Jelly, and Effort's like, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. And then Teddy's like, you won't. And then he's like, I will.
And the bait with the grit was actually fantastic there from Jelly as well. And I just don't think there's ever a reason to go into that fight because you know Fate's Call is available. So
Never,
a little bit silly.
ever should he have gone in there.
Never have I ever gone
Or
in
have
there.
I ever.
Yeah. That's a game we probably shouldn't play on broadcast. I don't think it might be a dangerous one.
That might definitely be
yeah.
one that's a little too shaky, Atlas.
Never have I ever left LS at the movies.
I haven't done that either.
That is absolutely something.
Yeah,
I've
take a
never done.
drink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to. I was going to hydrate myself,
Yeah.
but I stopped. I refrained
joke.
just so that I wasn't going to be highlighting. And of
Alice.
course, if you're drinking this glorious cup of, I think it's coffee. I don't know.
Iced
it's
coffee.
It's very sweet iced
Yes,
coffee.
it is.
That Ji-sun delivered to us because she's fantastic. But possible team fight coming in here as Moon's gone, but there's the on-horn. Big bullet time as the Scream display of talent only lands onto Teddy, but Mystic takes down Cuz already. Afrika, relatively low health bars, but the focus fire is much better from this Afrika squad. Double kill now for Mystic, looking for the triple onto Canna. And what looked like it could have been a good fight, just not working out here for T1, as Canna should be taken. The Haymaker comes through, and there's the belated triple kill for Mystic.
And, well, this has not been a very good day for Rek'Sai. I will tell you that much.
That's an emphasis on the side.
Yeah.
As Dread comes on over, he's going to show us that Cloud Drake is going to be our Dragon Soul.
The Ocean Dragon doesn't really serve Afrika that much of a purpose, and so posturing the way that T1 was, I mean, this is very akin to Clint's performance earlier on tonight.
Yeah.
On the Rek'Sai. Just getting completely blown open. MF and Zoe do not have the damage yet to just suddenly delete people, even if you get into position. The Ornn ultimate not able to achieve enough. And Mystic just getting all the kills on this Kali Star.
It's real scary because Kalista, of course, has so much peel. Even if your support doesn't want to peel for you, you can tell them that they have to peel for you by pressing R. Very, very powerful. Not exactly with the same CS lead that he had in game number 1, but his gold score is going to, by far, be the highest in the game. And you can see Fly more difficult to hit with the Trouble Bubble this game. Of course, there were no Trouble Bubbles in game number 1, but Keen has found Canna. Canna doesn't seem too perturbed, as Keen's doing a lot of stuff, but almost able to take down half of a health bar of the Ornn, who was doing the I'm going to walk away from you strategy.
And T1 are kind of far behind right now, all things considered.
Oh, yeah.
I do believe that Elise is going Oblivion Orb second item, and so against the Zoe, Rek'Sai, and MF, and even the Nautilus, look at him, 38 MR. It's going to come pretty close to dealing true damage, and so that'll actually help the Elise remain relevant until the later stages of the game. Infernal Dragon is coming up, so we got some spicy drinks.
Yeah, we are. No Cloud Drake this time around, as Faker with his control ward knows exactly what's going on. Bubble lands onto Jelly as, God, yeah, that's a lot of damage. More sparkles, Proto Belt put on top as well, as he just picked that one up from the lane. As, yeah, Shirley's going to go on a merry walk, a merry jaunt around here as Cuz wastes a whole lot of his buttons, re-aggroing this Rift Herald. Fly gets a control ward in the back of the pit though, and T1 looking to try and stabilize. It's not over just yet. Only 2,000 gold, the lead here for Afrika, who, like we were talking about earlier, are sinning with this composition, but a sinful comp can still work if you get the required advantages in the early game.
Yeah, it really can. So
Shirley is claimed.
This is super surprising for game number 2. It's only a little bit less than a 2,500 gold lead, so the ornaments, once they do start coming in, will be very valuable. Kana even taking some of the EXP out of the jungle, as Cuz did just ding level 9. Baker looking for something.
Jelly,
yeah, that's Proto Belt available again. What is Cuz doing?
Tunneling away at
this stage, so it's going to be all right.
Oh, is it?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Saw that. Now he's empowered recalling home. As Cloak of Agility completed here for Teddy, trying to get as much of that cooldown reduction as possible alongside his Essence Reaver. Faker taking a bit of damage there, but just a few from Fly, and Seeker's Arm Guard is completed, so a bit of extra armor here for Faker. Control Ward from Effort. Finds himself the Dredge Line and the Depth Charge, a lot of damage, but Haymaker is going to bait them in. Fate's Call from Mystic. Now Effort, is he actually going to be able to get this one done as Canna desperately trying to find Randall a kill, but not going to be able to do so.
Yeah, they are on such different pages, it seems, this game. T1 really struggling to sort of find their groove here in this game. Minute and a half. Oh no, I feel.
They spotted Jelly. Yep. They knew that they have to get away. Cocoon avoided there by Teddy. Really nicely done. Still had Cleanse, but now going to retain it. Defending this outer turret top lane. Canna underneath his right now, but is going to be able to breathe all these minions to death. Down by about 10 CS after Afrika took control of the game, as Dread will find a face-checking Effort, but the stun is going to be down. He can't even repel until very late, as Effort does get out of the way. Keen in here though with the teleport, finds the depth charge onto Teddy, and he should be taken down. No way that he can flash out of this one, and Keen eventually will find that kill. An advantage in the end as they take out the top lane outer turret as well, and 6-1 is the kill score for Afrika. They are getting very close to the sweet spot that this composition really needs.
Yeah. They are super far ahead right now. Faker is going to be hard-pressed to actually find a reset and get back in position in time. 30 seconds until Infernal. And the scary thing is that with the Callista, it's not really a 50-50, even if Rek'Sai tries to go for it, as you can just see.
Avoided the E damage there from Kuz. I think that would have actually killed, so just great repel timing out of Dread. As Keen so sticky on this Sylas. No way that Teddy can get out of the way. Could have possibly flashed that wall, but unfortunately just not enough time to do so, and didn't want to give up a summoner spell for free. That Infernal Soul you were talking about now on the table for Afrika. T1 still, of course, capable of winning a team fight as this game moves further forward. They are going to scale more nicely. And Faker is now at that brilliant time of the game where these trouble bubbles can spell death for anyone out of position. Unless their name is Jelly with a Mystic around.
Oh,
Red's going to start this one off. They're going to take this dragon down very, very quickly. Bubble not going to land onto Keen, and T1 have to give this one up. Infernal Soul Point now available for Afrika. It's the point where it's looking more and more difficult for T1 to be able to stabilize. Looks like Gen G likely to be holding on to sole possession of first place after this series unless T1 can do something amazing.
And Fly just down here in bot lane, perhaps waiting for a lone Strangler. Straggler.
Strangler?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, I saw the letters in my head, and then the pronunciation just didn't quite get there.
Yeah, it was a straggler. It's all right.
Yeah,
put
sometimes
an extra G.
Sometimes I end up mispronouncing as Aatrox.
Yeah,
and that one's the worst.
Yeah, that's a bad one. Don't do that. As Faker does find a bubble under Mystic, but too many friends in the area. And Dread is just so accelerated. My goodness, doesn't even have Oblivion Orb yet, but once he gets that item, he's going to be so extraordinarily strong. Keen has his first 2 items and some brown bags completed as well, as the Zhonya's is there, already done for the Sylas. It's a big deal, Sylas, this game. Ornaments starting to come in. Canna gets his first.
What I'd really like to see here, okay, just to leave a little bit of a cliffhanger for round number 1 until we come back, is Faker gets 2 kills in this game.
Okay.
And then, if Afrika perfect game them, 1 kill left. And he never gets a kill for the rest of his career. He only gets...
Oh my god! The follow-up is too much. I can't hear that.
Only assists.
Yeah, well, Edge of Night, Faker is in trouble here as he might get a death this game, but he goes golden. Kuz is looking to make his way in here as Faker flashes over the wall. That's his real one. Has the cleanse, but Dread gets him with the final Q. Fly with the assist on top of it, and Jelly just trying to keep Kuz out of this. 0-1-0. Not the scoreline Faker was looking for. He was looking for anything above 3 in the first column, nothing in the second column, and whatever you have in the last column, it doesn't matter. Fortunate so far this game that he hasn't really been able to find an impact other than a CS advantage. On to Fly. 2.5 minutes until that Infernal Soul is being threatened for Afrika. And T1 really need to find an avenue back into this game. Teddy goes back, he completes his Berserker's Greaves as well as another BF sword, but that is not the Bolton Edge nearly completed as Canna just waiting to divvy out his ornaments. But, you know, sometimes it's Christmas and you don't deserve a present.
Yeah, that is true. Waiting for the Molten Edge to come in as well as the Zanya's Hourglass or the Zanya's Paradox.
Yep. Well,
as Keen gonna dodge
Randall, yeah, gonna get flashed out of the way of.
Yeah, it's that right there on the script.
Oh man,
Silas
Randall's
dodge.
getting hungry.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. They don't let him out these days.
No, they don't.
Not too often.
Sort of like he's sent to the wrong paddock in a lot of these instances this game. As Cuz gonna face check Dread, and he's a real scary champion to face check as well as Keen finds a depth charge, throws it onto Teddy, but only gets the solo knock-up as Canna going to be in position but doesn't have the ram to send out. Afrika not actually finding any of their targets, but not really punishable at this stage. Hijack, the only thing really on cooldown, but at level 13, the cooldown isn't that much of an issue.
And Cuz is just not getting any more gold anymore by his teammates. He's just, for the most part,
good onto Teddy, yeah, immediately. Able to cleanse his way out, but Effort not able to find the dredge line. Outer turret mid is going to be taken. And that minute's ticking down as Infernal Drake draws closer.
집 간다 이번에. 나 받을 수 있어. 받을 수 있어.
I can look for this, I can look for this.
조이 노플.
Zoe no flash.
잡았어 조이.
I got Zoe.
받을 수 있어. 미포 다이브 갖고 자.
Dive Misfortune.
Yeah, can we look for a dive, I guess?
Yeah.
Dread, good to see him doing some shot calling here. 2-0 and 4 now on the Elise. Great performance so far, really controlling this early game, showing us the power that Elise can have if you're able to push that further forward as far as these early game advantages. Have to remind everyone that as this game goes on, it is going to be harder and harder for Afrika to hold on to this lead because of this gentleman you can see on your screen right here. Is double ornamented items.
The ornaments are helping.
Is going to be put together.
Yeah, they're helping invalidate some of this gold advantage, at least on Ornn specifically. And you can see the Oblivion Orb on the Elise.
Yep. Doing so much damage right now. As soon as she finds any of the squishies on T1's side. And this is Infernal Soul. T1 have to fight for this. I want to see the Molten Edge actually picked up here onto Teddy.
No.
Sorry, yeah, Canna can give it to him, but look at this.
Canna.
Faker off to the side, does manage to get the Trouble Bubble onto
over.
Fly. As Fly going to get taken down, not the steal that you were looking for as a T1 fan, as Cuz able to get out of there, but the Infernal Soul has been collected, and this could be lights out for T1.
So the weird thing here is that I'm pretty sure that if you look at this in a vacuum, T1's chance to win the game fighting pre-Infernal Soul versus post-Infernal Soul, that's probably the best chance they would have.
Yeah.
And now it's just so hard to imagine a universe where this doesn't go all the way to 3 games.
Certainly looking like it. T1 have made miracles happen in the past, though, as we have a look at this again. This was Fly buying time.
Yeah, it's just not a 50-50. So, there's no way that Rek'Sai is ever going to be able to outsmite the Kalista.
Especially not when he's dead. Sorry, when she's dead.
And so now the only way T1 can come back and win this game is via a miracle from Faker, most likely, on Zoe.
Dredgeline comes in here as now Keen throws out Ronald. Is Randall going to be there? The answer is no, because it's still on cooldown. 2 kills already for Afrika. And Dred just goes golden and keeps himself alive with the rappel. Now Keen looking to dive onto Canna. And they're just trying to buy space so they can go back to this Baron and finish this game off. I love that Afrika have kept up the pressure all game long. never given T1 any breathing room.
Yeah.
Well, Fly in trouble. Faker looking for it. Does find 1 kill. Still needs 2 more.
2 more.
As of course this means 2,000 kills in the LCK. But honestly, this game is looking really rough as the Ram does go through, gets a few knockups as well as Canna butts his head against this Infernal Rift wall. Won't be taken down, will get out of there. Faker as well is going to keep himself alive. But the Baron will go to Afrika, and we'll see whether this is the death nail for T1.
So T1, they're trying to just get this Scuttle Crab. Cuz eventually ends up smiting it, doesn't matter, he's brought down. The Zoe bubble lands onto Dread, not able to find anything else, and then Effort just randomly walks forward. Faker picks up the Ignite. Pay attention to Keen Hair Randall. Or Ronald coming out as Teddy brought into the team by Jelly.
Yeah, really cool. Showstopper is exactly what we were talking about, being able to Fate's Call in, Showstopper out. Really do whatever you want. As yep, Faker gets 1 kill, but 1 kill ain't enough to help this game. And we don't have the Luden's upgrade. It is going to be the Zhonya's upgraded here for Faker, so much better stats to come through. He needs as many stats as early as possible. Cuz does have the Black Cleaver ready to be obsidianed. As Canna should be able to do that pretty soon. In fact, it should be able to do it now, I believe. Maybe level 15. As Facebreaker is going to deny Cuz the tunnel, but he gets back to a different one. As Jelly's going to deconstruct them. Afrika now trying to buff up these minions, but not able to take the inner turret mid just yet. And let's just see whether the T1 Turtle is as strong as it has been in the past. 6,000 gold the lead, and an Infernal Soul, and a Baron behind Afrika. But it's never over till it's over when it comes to T1.
Well, taking a look at some of these things. As I believe this post is actually old. I'm looking for the total gold values of all of Orin's items.
I mean, I think the gold is about even when it comes to stat value. Now that 4 ornaments have been put together. Maybe it's still in favor of Afrika with just 4. As Cuz looking for Keen there. Keen looking to try and turn that one around as he steals the ultimate, but it's going to be repaid in kind as Cuz gets himself out of there. Keen lasting for so damn long, picks up the kill onto Cuz, gets himself out, but Faker's able to get his 2nd kill. In the meantime, Dread almost taken down by Canna, but he can't fall, and Mystic will take down this inhibitor turret. Effort getting himself over with the blast cone, but it'll be too late as Mystic finds him out, gets the slow. The Dredgeline will keep Effort out of harm's way. We are 1999 for Faker, but I don't know whether it was the year we're looking for, as 10,000 gold is ticking ever so much closer for Afrika. 2 inhibitors will be taken down, and despite T1 feeling like they found a couple of picks there, the outplay from Keen was so beautiful to watch, and Dread just seems immortal this game.
At this point, it's just a bit of a waiting game for maybe the next Baron. Cuz comes over, jumps in onto Keen. Faker trying to help. He ends up going golden. And Keen is, yeah, I mean, it's not a great day for Rek'Sai.
Yeah, not a great day for Cuz in general, to be honest. Is I think that was a blind. What? I don't think there was vision.
Nope, something happened here.
It's crazy. Yeah, Dread does manage to take down the turret here. Looks to get himself out of the way, and yeah, just too far ahead. Supreme display of talent, and despite all of the armor, Canna still. Oh my God, so close, and yet so far.
Well, nice attempt. As Kindle Gem picked up by Ornn. 9,000 gold lead, Infernal Soul Elder. This is the only way for T1 to win.
If they get the steal here with a level behind Smite and a Rend in the way of T1, it's going to be most certainly a miracle. 2 Nexus turrets are up. T1 can't leave their base for too long. And Mystic's already started this Elder Drake. Double lifesteal items means that he just doesn't lose health. As Cuz wants to try and get over here, as Jelly is so tanky. Effort over to the side. Jelly with the haymaker. It's going into the Elder Drake.
Oh.
Taken down. Giant showstopper into the backline, but Jelly is taken down first. Congratulations on 2,000 kills for Faker, but can they get more? Yes, they can. Double for Faker, make that 2001. What a good year as T1 make it out with 5 members alive, but not a Nexus turret.
And so a Nexus turret ends up dying. T1, they're trying to stay alive, but they took away 2 Elder Dragons from the enemy team. I don't know how none of the procs ended up going off. It looked like so many other targets were actually low enough for Exodia to show its face. Let's take a look at this one more time. Jelly locking up everyone on T1. Haymaker comes out. Look at Cuz's HP. And Teddy as well. Look at Teddy in between. The ultimate from Fly on that Kiana. Double kill picked up by Faker. Now, if there is some sort of a Hail Mary that can exist,
if the 2,000 kill buff is going to be true, it has to come out now because there's no other time to do it. Because Faker will never hit 2,000 kills in the LCK ever again.
Faker, by the way, with some really insane itemization. He actually built a Void Staff. The targets do have a Mountain Dragon, and there's no reason to just go Oblivion Orb when they can get MR later.
Ooh, Silas is going to get bubbled. Yeah, he's going to go Rabbidan's Death Cap as his next item of choice as well, which will be a large amount of damage. And now, in fact, has a bounty on his head. As you can see, Teddy defending bottom side as the Baron is taken. No way that T1 could defend that with so many inhibitors down and so much map pressure in favor of Afrika. But now, Afrika does need to come to T1. And we have almost full ornaments. Cuz has his now. He's got a stopwatch. If T1 can turtle this, it will be reminiscent of the epic Jin Air series.
How fortified is their turtle?
Oh my goodness, Dread does so much damage.
Yeah, that is really scary. 35 seconds too. I don't think they have enough time.
There is only one Nexus turret available, as we've only got 50 seconds on the inhibitors top and bot. So Afrika will take this one down, so they're not going to get trolled by the Nexus coming back online. But
Ronald
here
McDonald.
comes Ronald, yep. A double knockup is going to come in. There's the showstopper onto Effort. The Gargoyle Stone Plate is going to come in. They're just going to try and focus down the Nexus as Randall. Not going to be picked back up, and Afrika will silence T1 and bring it to 3 games. Congratulations to Gen G for being our round 1 first place holders in the LCK.
Yeah. With this defeat over T1, they cannot close the gap and tie Gen G in terms of points, even though they have the head-to-head over them. It's not going to matter, as going to a game number 3 is a little bit scary, but now what ends up happening? Because a lot of this was a destruction in the jungle early.
Yeah, I think Dread has had some of the best Elise performances. Most of them happened last year. He sort of came back, and Spirit was the one getting a lot of the wins on the Elise, but this is vintage, aggressive Dread that just literally never stops. Harassing you and attacking, and that's what you need to do. If you're going to play a Cinecomp and actually look good, this is how you do it. This is sort of a masterclass of, we're going to pick only early game, but it doesn't actually matter how many ornaments and how much late game scaling you have if we just continue ramping up, and never letting go of the gas.
They ended up getting perfect rolled by Dragons, which was a little bit unfortunate as well. That Afrika was able to get to the Infernal Soul. T1 just sort of fell apart. They took very bizarre team fights. You had Effort donking it up at the bottom Tri-Brush.
And then
that was obviously horrendous. Yeah, they felt very disjointed. And what an awful day for Rek'Sai picks overall.
Faker managing to top damage in this whole game is on Zoe, so you do offer a lot of poke, and a congratulations to him for picking up his 2,000th kill. It's a little bit unfortunate that he does it in a loss, however, he's still able to get there and create LCK history. It's crazy to think that I think is the person in second place for kills in the LCK is almost like 500 behind Faker.
What?
Yeah, the stat is crazy.
No,
we saw a list. Deft, remember, spent like years in the LPL, So his LCK
Oh, you mean
stats
kills
not going to
only
be there.
in the
Yeah,
LCK?
kills in the LCK.
Ah, okay.
Anyone behind, like, I think there's a few people on the list that have retired. Score and Ambition both going to be there. I think there's only 10 that have over 1,000 kills. Deft is of course one of them. Teddy very recently made himself into that onto that list. Yeah, Sungyun's in there. Praise of course in there. Deft is in there like we mentioned. So congratulations to Faker, the first man to 2,000. As after the break, we'll see whether they can win this series against Afrika Freaks.
바텀 갑자기.
우리 장로 끝난 거 생각해.
우리 바론 있어. 이거
나 미포 한번 그냥 볼게.
밀어낼게. 이거
오케이.
타워 해봐.
야 미포 봐봐. 타워 칠게 타워 칠게. 타워 칠 거야 타워 칠 거야.
나 노틸 볼게 이거.
야 천천히 봐봐.
포킹 로컬. 이거 넥서스.
잡아 끝.
가자.
이거지.
알겠습니다.
잠시만요. 치즈버거 세트 하나 주세요.
잠깐 손 씻고 드셔야죠. 감염병 예방의 시작은 손 씻기입니다. 올바른 손 씻기를 통해 감염병을 절반으로 줄일 수 있습니다. 이제 올바른 손 씻기 6단계로 스스로의 건강을 지키세요. 감염병 예방은 내 손으로. 올바른 손 씻기. 질병관리본부.
That was Africa versus T1 game number 2. Africa evened out the series by picking up a win in game number 2. They opened Ornn and figured out what was the counter pick into that champion. Well, there is not much case where we can criticize T1, but today, especially game number 2, was the case. Africa was really good at preparing the draft against T1. And they're in game also, they were really putting a lot of pressure in jungle. T1 had no chance to kind of come back in game. We are seeing a lot of Sylas into Ornn. This is one of the common cases right now so far. And also Africa had a bit of a hard time, rotating to the bot side. But this time around, Dread coming in for a substitute player was able to kind of do much work around the bot side. So let's see how the game went in the early phase. T1 was really good at defending this play from Dread. So Dread was spotted by Rek'Sai here. But he was still waiting for that counter jungle in the Raptor camp. Zoe had a lot of wave coming in, but he picked up that redemption, so he was able to clear out the wave. So as soon as Dread found out that there could be a possible backup from Faker, he just backed. So T1 actually lost that opportunity to just go collapse onto Dread, but they just let him walk away. Maybe they could have been a little bit more proactive or aggressive. They could at least pop a flash out of Elise. However, even though Dread was going in for a very risky play, T1 did not try to punish it. They were way too passive or trying to stick to a consistent performance. Rek'Sai with red buff in level 3 versus Rek'Sai. Elise? Actually, Elise got the losing trade, however, because it was a little bit too defensive. And T1 did not pick up any Scuttle Crab throughout 20-minute mark of the game. Everything started off from that level 3 counter jungling play coming out of Dread. Moving on, Africa was back to their form. This point of the game, also T1 made a very good defensive play, but Effort made a huge mistake. It was actually really critical. His flash was down, but there was no reason for him to stay over there or go in for a play. Faker was even backing, so there was nothing that he could accomplish after that play, but Effort kind of committed in for that hook and ended up dying. And there was a control ward behind the Dragon's Pit, so they could see, Africa could see that T1, Faker was going back for the mid lane. So Africa had all the information, so maybe T1 was a little bit emotional going in for that play. At that point, well, Africa players were able to snowball throughout the bot lane. Well, they could, maybe Effort was trying to pop the Fate Call out of Kalista, but still, there was no big point for T1 to earn after that play. And after this point, the gap started to accelerate. After losing 2 opportunities, T1 was not able to reach out. At this point, Cuz was focusing on Keen of potential flank angles, so T1 did not have much information to fight into this team fight. And also Sylas was having a very good game, stealing or hijacking all the ultimates, which was really contributing a lot during team fights. So with a consecutive team fight win, Africa was able to close out the game. And the player of the game for game number 2 would be Elise, Dread. Dread never died once throughout game number 2. And even though Africa went to back-to-back Elise pick, this time around it was on Dread, and he was really good at piloting this champion. Surprisingly, this is his first POG in the split, and this Elise card really fits and connects with Dread really well because Dread is such a very aggressive player in LCK. Maybe Africa have to stick to this play style. They always have to kind of go in for playmaking rather than just staying defensively and looking for a turn around in late game. Even though Faker picked up the 2,000 kills in the LCK, T1 could not get a win, so let's check out what will happen in game number 3, the deciding one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much once again for the translation there, G-Sun of the analyst desk. Dread, congratulations on the player of the game, his first one so far of the season. As we move into game number 3, let's see whether it's going to be this gentleman on your screen able to carry things through. A 4-1 performance on the Zoe, but honestly, it wasn't the Zoe performance of dominance that we sometimes see from the champion. It was a lot of things going wrong for T1, and it looked like they were not anywhere near the level of coordination that they were in game number 1.
Yeah, and we'll see what this final draft is going to have in store for them. I don't think that game number 2 was a bad draft by any means for T1. I mean, hell, they got Ornn, and it was just the early game jungle kingdom proved to be really problematic, and I think it really starts with that Wraith invade or the Raptor camp, cuz just not seemingly knowing what he wanted to do. Then he got double scuttle crabbed, he got map hacked basically.
Yeah. It was a brilliant performance out of Dread, but he was consistently invading, like every side of the jungle. He was just dominating. As let's see what the bans are going to be, as the Elise Respect ban does come in from T1. Aphelios banned on the blue side, as Kalista taken away as well. Not wanting to empower Jelly as much as Mystic was able to in game number 1. As you can see, Fly with a rare smile on his face earlier on there. Does go back to business, as you see there on your screen. Let's see what the final ban is going to be. Only a couple of seconds to go. As Karma taken off the board.
Karma getting banned away is another neutralizing potential pick. T1 banning the Kalista is also a show of respect.
Yeah. Looks like it should be an Ornn final ban here from T1. And then the set first pick, I guess, is somewhat protected by the Karma ban that does come in.
Now, this is patch 10.4, so Janna is able to go top lane and do the roaming spell thief champion. Yep. Now, Senna getting banned and Ornn being given away is just so surprising.
Very odd, as it does leave Set available, the triple flex, as we know. But I don't think Set necessarily flexes as well without the augmentation of the Kalista that is so strong. Of course, works with Senna also.
The thing that's so bizarre about the Ornn and the Set thing is I feel like you could pull a extremely large amount of pro players into a room, and if you ask the question that if in a blind scenario, what would you rather have inside of a draft, Ornn or Set? I think
too many would say Set.
What?
Too many.
I'm pretty sure most people would say Ornn.
I mean, yes, of course, you should. But
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, there would be too many people that would disagree.
Yeah.
And that feels wrong.
Ornn just way too strong, as Varus now being picked up.
Is it just going to be Varus Braum to make sure that we have the most comfortable Mystic possible? Because we know Mystic just loves laning with Braum.
And we're going to see.
I think Jarvan probably would be a phenomenal pickup here.
Yeah.
But Nautilus is being looked at least, for the moment.
Nautilus being picked up, T1 now. Are they just going to go for pure wombo combos?
Well,
watch like a Rumble come in here.
Rumble or Azir could be picked up if Faker wants to show his hand a little bit early. Likely to be banned in the next phase. 8 seconds to go. Could be a support. As Gragas for Cuz. I love this. He should have picked it in game number 2, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't know what Rek'Sai achieves
Gragas
that
has
Gragas
been
can't.
falling a little out of flavor in a very bizarre way.
I mean, there's no reason for him to, right?
Yeah,
He's
there's
still
absolutely
good.
no reason. He's so fantastic. Still does so many things good. He's probably just not very fun to play. As weird as that sounds.
That might be it. I mean,
This
Cuz
happens
always
a lot
looks
in
like he's
competitive.
having fun, though.
This does happen a lot in competitive. Olaf getting banned away for the vacuum matchup against the Gragas, as well as I suppose the resistance against Set.
Yep, Tarek going to be taken off the board here, as I'd like to see either a Yasuo or a Braum ban or something like that in from Afrika Freaks as their final one. Because T1 could go for the Gragas Yasuo combo that they love so much. Of course, Cuz being a huge proponent of it when he was playing alongside Neon in Dragon X of old, as Jarvan going to be taken off the board. A pick that we were half expecting Afrika to lock away as Azir is taken here.
Azir banned away. T1 can just choose their support here. Honestly, Morgana is not bad at all. It's so good against Chains of Corruption, or Tendrils of Corruption?
Chains of Corruption.
Okay, nice.
Well, Braum comes in, and I actually don't mind Yasuo as a last pick for T1 if they'd like to go for it. The double walls are very powerful against especially the Ornn. In fact, all of these champions so far have a really rough time dealing with the Wind Wall and the Unbreakable. Although I guess Nautilus doesn't really care too much about it. We shall
We'll see
see.
what Afrika's last picks are going to be here. Will they just coin flip and lock in the Elise or something again? But no, it looks like it's going to be a Lee Sin being hovered.
Waiting the maximum time, as you can see.
It's already timed out. And Akali.
Keen back to it once again. That will put Fly on the Ornn. The resident Ornn player for Afrika Freaks is, of course, Fly. It's Faker thinking about the Rise. A lot of gank potential in the mid lane. With the Rise there, especially against the Ornn, that is pretty melee.
Cassiopeia is also fantastic in a spot like this. Even Vigar is so strong.
I want Yasuo so bad.
Gangplank.
Whoa,
not
okay.
bad at all. Gangplank annihilates Akali. Gangplank also able to go toe-to-toe with Ornn.
Yeah, so it means despite what flexibility there's going to be in this this draft, doesn't really matter. Of course, Faker loves playing these melee bruisers in the mid lane. He was the guy that notoriously picked Darius mid lane a while ago now. But T1 will now allow Cuz to do a hell of a lot of damage because Afrika are incentivized to build so much armor.
Yeah.
And so things like the Cannon Barrage and, of course, Cuz's damage in a team fight are going to just do so much work.
It's really nice to see the Gangplank coming in on R5. Now, what they're probably thinking about is they're going to try to locate Set early on and then send the Akali to go up against Set. It's, I think, historically his worst matchup that he can possibly have.
Yep.
Now, obviously, Akali, she has had her kneecaps sort of busted up a bit in her current form, but this team composition from Afrika has a clear identity. It has a clear path with what it wants to do. Spikes in the mid game, has some late game insurance, but the Gangplank, massive value. You said it as well. The Gragas is going to be able to deal true damage if he wants it against most of the targets on Afrika. Cannon Barrage also going to get so much value. So a very well-rounded team comp again by T1.
And I like the pirate duo of the Gangplank and the Misfortune. It's just so much AoE damage and CC in an area.
Do you know Misfortune's name?
Oh, dang it, I don't remember. I did at one point know her name, but
I think
don't
it's
anymore.
Sarah.
Yeah,
right?
that's it. Yeah, Sarah.
It is Sarah. Do you know? So Gangplank died. You know that,
that's a
right? And then he
shame.
came back, right? Isn't that part of his lore?
Is that Captain Jack Sparrow's lore as well?
No, I'm not sure. But
I mean, that was the Pirates of the Caribbean lore.
Undertaker
Yeah.
in WWE,
Uh-huh.
I believe his first wife, or maybe current wife, is named Sarah.
Whoa. So we're saying that
Some similarities going on here.
So the synergy between our solo laners on T1's side are definitely there. Is that what you're saying?
That's what that is.
Because Set is 100% a wrestler.
You do seem to be picking up what I'm putting down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm always picking up.
And we do have a Yokozuna in this game as well. Gragas.
Okay.
I believe Yokozuna is the title awarded to like the Grand Sumo wrestler, right? Like the top one?
So
or
I have
something?
a friend of mine, Tom, who's just obsessed with sumo wrestling, right? And we were out one day at a bar, and he like spoke to me about sumo wrestling for actually like an hour and a half, and I picked up no information because I just wasn't all that interested. But he was very excited. I can put you in touch if you want to have a sumo wrestling combo.
Okay. I actually just watched a documentary on sumo wrestlers like a week and a half ago, randomly at night while in bed. Yeah, it was.
All
the
I know
weirdest
is
thing.
that they eat a hell of a lot. It's like super
Yes,
impressive the amount of
because
food that they eat.
Sumo wrestlers were not always actually big. They used to be standard size, just very muscular, etc. But because of a rule or something, there's no weight limit.
Ah, and so it's harder to move out of a ring if you're really, really heavy.
Yes, you're incentivized to sort of be heavy.
And there is only so much muscle that a frame can actually contain. That's due to a hormone that often, so the strongest man in the world has a deficiency of a certain hormone that allows him to have more muscles on his body.
Okay.
That's how that works. Not
All right.
necessarily just for men.
Whoa!
This Dread gonna once
Very
again
clean.
straight back on this this stealing train in the jungle. Cuz just missing out on so many of his camps. He's being bullied by the young jungler of Afrika.
Well, Dread is, I mean, he's starting some stuff off.
And yeah, so Faker is
Okay.
over 300 kills in the lead.
Prey is it? Okay, Deft is just being robbed, by the way. I just want to point that out there.
I mean, I think Deft
I
has
know this is
1,000
only an
kills in
LCK.
both LCK and LPL.
Yeah.
So Deft has a lot of kills as well.
I wonder who has the most globally.
Well, yeah, this is the interesting thing, right? Like, I wanted to talk to you about it in the last game, but we just didn't know where we could possibly find the stat. Someone, please tweet it at us if you know what the stat might be. I know we've got some stat gods and goddesses out there.
Bang is third?
Yes.
And he hasn't been here for a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It has been quite a bit.
Well, remember T1 were also, like, they had a team that basically just played around only Bang for a really long time, so Bang was funneled a lot of the kills, which would make a lot of sense. And being on the most winning team of League of Legends history is certainly a good way to rack up a whole bunch of kills.
Anyways, so far what's happening in this game, Set doing pretty set things here against Ornn in mid lane.
Nice max range face breaker there as well as Dread looking for a gank top lane. We'll be able to find Canna here as he flashes, but I don't know whether he's going to be alive. And yep, first blood is going to go over to Dread, and he survives underneath the turret as well. No amount of flashes or oranges will do it here for the Gangplank.
And Dread is really just setting the pace in game number 2 and now in game number 1 as well, as Cuz very indecisive.
Oh, there's the flash body slam as Mystic flashes out of the way as well. Teddy down to about 100. The Ignite is on. And remember, he's got Cleanse and didn't use it in time to utilize it for getting out of the Ignite as well.
Really so bizarre though, Effort not using the exhaust at all.
Yeah.
Throughout the entire trade.
An odd maneuver. Maybe expecting some sort of extended follow-up or something like that. Doesn't actually get there.
Faker up currently about 10 CS as we assume that Fly will get those 3 minions.
Yep.
Or maybe he's not. He's still stuck at 27. 28 now. Kana has absolutely played his laning phase wrong on the Gangplank. I just want to point that out.
I think it's not going to come as a surprise to too many, as
Gangplank's really hard.
is slaughtering him.
Yes.
And facebreaker there from Faker. Did have Cuz waiting in the wings.
This should never looked like this.
Well, I mean, the
Gangplank
CS is just a disaster.
One of the champions that he's so hard to really stand out on, but when you really know what you're doing on him, there are certain matchups that are just unplayable.
Yeah.
For the enemy champion. Akali is one of them, but the way that Kana played wave 1, 2, 3, 4 heavily dictates the pace of the matchup, and just misplay all around by him, and as a byproduct of that, Akali is allowed to be in a state that she shouldn't be. Exhaust never comes down. You can see the indecisiveness by Cuz. Tries to add some value there, but they end up losing out in the trade in bottom, and Afrika is just sitting pretty with the exception of Faker in mid lane. Dread trying to come in, and he is sinning, man.
Yeah,
he has 6 camps. Level 4. Cuz is, I think, about to ding level 6 soon.
Not able to find nearly enough value on the Lee Sin. The first blood was good, but you need to follow that up by actually killing some of your jungle. As you can see, Fly moving towards his bottom side. The red buff is going to be respawning very soon, as Kana is continuing to struggle a lot here in this lane. Missing a couple of this CS.
Yeah, Cuz is 1 camp away from level 6. Dread just dinged 5 off the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah.
So, had the Gangplank not died, had he been playing the lane correctly, Akali is never able to even offer gank assistance if Lee were to path top. And this game could just be a complete nightmare for Afrika right now. But they're getting a lot of aid from the top lane right now, where this Akali, for reasons unknown, is ahead of the Gangplank, who also bought 2 control wards.
Well, Effort in trouble here, actually taking a fair bit of damage. This Cannon Barrage will come down. Jelly going to get exhausted. This is what they were saving it for, as Teddy grabs the kill. Hail of Arrows, sorry, is going to come down as Mystic will survive for the moment as Dread comes in, tries to lock down that kill. Mystic will pick up credit, and Teddy should go down here as well. There's the last auto, and Dread grabs his second.
And Dread really helped turning all of this around.
I don't know what Dread had for breakfast, but I want some. It looks like it's really fired him up for this series. Certainly not spending a lot of time farming, but having a great time otherwise.
And honestly, if you're Cuz right now, or even a viewer, it might feel like jungle difference, but realistically, the laners are botching things pretty consistently. He said, I'm going. I can get her. I got her.
As you see, Mystic is just farming minions. He knows that Dread has that kill on lockdown. Good to see Faker now 20 CS in the lead, but Kana is approaching 30 CS behind. We got 5 camp advantage for Cuz. It feels like it doesn't even really matter.
Well.
Okay.
Here comes a Ornal, and Dread wants to latch on the back with W.
Haymaker comes down, Faker's gonna flash, Ignite comes in. As Fly will have that teleport back very soon. Has himself the Unsealed Spellbook here, which is the mid lane on staple.
I want to see the replay of that one more time, because Set with the Superplex and Flash, potentially able to drag someone in to turret range. But obviously, it is a pretty panicked moment.
Yep. Mystic surviving in that last battle as well does mean that he does have about a 2-wave advantage here towards bottom side, as Teddy can't avoid the piercing arrow. But underneath the turret should be absolutely fine. Bilgewater Cutlass done. Getting towards the Blade of the Ruin King is Mystic, wanting that 2-item power spike, much like Teddy does in this game, as Dread's just going to start off this Infernal Drake. We'll see which soul we have for ourselves here this game, as Teddy might be able to blast cone his way in here, as Faker, Cuz, and Teddy are all converging. Dread in the back of the pit is just going to safeguard his way over, and we'll see whether T1 uses this as a bit of a leash. Teleport
to
try and get the on in here. Yeah, and exactly right. Cuz is going to be able to take that one away, but there is the Chains of Corruption. Great dredge line to land as well, but the bullet time is gigantic. 2 kills already in an instant from T1, and Faker wants even more. The heal comes down. There's the Haymaker, and Faker doesn't have a lot of regen left available, but the body slam will stop Fly from getting any further forward. He doesn't have the Ornhorn available.
Kana has his ult this entire time. What?
Yep. But he's laning against Keen, and he wants to have that so he doesn't get dove, I guess. Because he's like close to being doubled in his CS.
He is. This might actually be the worst Gangplank laning phase that I've seen, even including Worlds, where Gangplank started getting played. So, okay, Gangplank doesn't have his ultimate just yet inside of this replay, although that could be the replay bug. Bullet Time comes out, and Dread actually kicking effort to safety. Faker going in on Mystic here, uses the Haymaker. Gangplank ult is up right now. It could be cast, slowing Fly.
Yeah.
They would have been able to get onto him.
They could have slowed both Fly and Mystic, actually. But not going to be able to get anything done here, as Canna will be making extra money, I guess, off the parlay, but it's really not looking good for the Gangplank top lane. 200 gold, 100 going to be the lead for Afrika, so no worries yet for T1. But if this Akali gets too out of control, we saw just Keen is able to make Teddy a non-factor in this game. And we know that T1 generally relies on Teddy to perform, although they haven't so much this series. It hasn't been a Teddy carry series so far.
The fact that the gold score is as close as it is when the Akali is almost doubling the CS of the Gangplank is truly impressive.
Yeah.
So, every lane doing pretty good for T1. Lee Sin, having sinned a lot early on, finds himself with a level discrepancy.
Yep.
Against Cuz.
And Cuz is building towards his Oblivion Orb next and will be doing a heck of a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Towards this Afrika roster. Anyone on this squad is going to be taking so much, as Teddy will take 2 plates. Or 1 plate. Faker gets another one. Haymaker comes down. Fly gets the knock up though, as now they're looking for Cuz. Cuz going to have to flash to get himself out of there, as Faker's going to use his ult to get himself to safety. No flash available, and Faker will go down. Kickback onto Cuz to stop him from getting any follow-up. And T1 lose their man in the mid lane. 0, 1, and 1 now for Faker. Not getting towards the 2002 kills just yet. Still sitting on 2001, a kill odyssey.
Well, Cloud Drake coming up in a minute and a half, and we're getting our wishes granted here.
Yeah.
As this is definitely a bit surprising.
But this is the Keen that we've wanted to see for
Yes.
a really long time. The Keen that is just a destroyer of top lanes.
It's been having a really good series tonight so far, as the gold score is only 800. Dread is actually summoning the Herald immediately to crash it up into top lane. Now, I don't know, is it going to take the right or the left? Let's take a look.
We'll see where Shelly decides to go. Yeah, she's a left mover.
Yep.
As Canna wanted to avoid her from wanted to avoid her doing too much damage there, but doesn't pick up her aggro. And that's a whole bunch of plates taken by the already overly accelerated Akali.
It doesn't actually get the 4th turret plate. And this was Faker just trying to shove in a wave. He felt comfortable knowing that Cuz was on, right behind him. But Jelly able to come in there as well, helps out.
Combos him to death. Afrika having so much vision control towards that bottom side is definitely fantastic for them.
I don't know what Faker's building. He might be building Black Cleaver, which
I think he is.
You already know my thoughts on that, but he also picked up a Ruby Crystal.
Maybe a Durham's Fist to come in alongside it. Steric's Gauge is often an option, but also Titanic Hydra could be purchased. We'll see. Don't know what he's quite thinking at this particular point in time. Might be wanting to transition into Trinity Force and is going to build a Warmogs or something. Just some options.
All right. We shall see what happens. Now, this is fortunately a dragon that T1 can just forego.
Yep, they don't
They
need to worry about
don't
it.
need to get it. It's completely fine.
And then Triple Ocean or Triple Mountain would be brilliant.
Yes.
For this T1 squad. But they may want to accelerate the dragons and take them all for themselves so that they can get a Dragon Soul as quickly as possible before too many ornaments make their way onto the rift. Not going to be the case. As we can see, Dread going to lock down that dragon, and it's going to be a Mountain Soul this game. If Afrika lock down 3 mountains in a row, I think it's impossible for T1 to actually do anything this game. They already have the Ornn, and the Nautilus will be buffed so much with the inevitable Gargoyle Stoneplate that he will pick up. That is so many resistances.
Yes.
For the Nautilus, and the Ornn needs no introduction on that part.
It's a super important dragon to end up denying.
But it will work out well for T1 also.
Yeah.
Set will very much like it.
So Ornn right now, he has 149 armor. This is before the ornament upgrade is going to end up coming in.
God, Keen is just so big this game. Him and Mystic farming out very, very well. Certainly on with the clock at this point in time.
Black Cleaver is picked up by Set. So if he fully stacks it on Ornn, he ends up getting 35 pen at this current point in time.
Uh-huh.
So he reduces 35 of Ornn's armor. So basically a little less than the 2 premier lethality items.
Got it. Okay. It's not super great. This Kuz is going to get found in his jungle, and he's just dead. Keen locks down that kill very easily with the first portion of the ultimate. And that was pretty perfect execution. Can't really deny that one. Faker now looking for Keen, as Winter's Bite is going to go wide. Shuriken backflip, pretty good ability. And Mystic's going to be taking down the bottom outer tower. What happened to T1 after game 1?
I'm not really sure, especially because they found a very successful Infernal Dragon fight, and they failed to get as much value as they possibly could out of it, but obviously Kana falling apart here. This is not how Gangplank Akali should ever look.
Yeah, this makes Akali look like a counter.
So if I could just change 2 of the champions' names to put it into perspective, I'll do it right after this replay, as it's looking like Jungle Gap right about now.
Whoa.
In this game. But
that looked like Kuz wasn't allowed to play League of Legends.
Imagine that Akali is Garen and Gangplank is Teemo or something, and this is the kind of discrepancy. It's not what should be happening.
No, absolutely not. Although, I mean, I've seen Garen's beat Teemos before.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It is possible.
Sometimes you're just better. It's Canna. He's not at this point in time. 50 CS is still the gap, so at least it's not getting bigger. But as you can see, Afrika, they own this map. There's no river rams because T1 will not be allowed near the river. Sort of that game of King of the River. Unable to be won by T1 right now. Is Effort going to face check?
So the Gangplank being as far behind as he is, as well as the itemization that he has, he's not going to be relevant until the later stages. And so even though this is a team composition that does have a lot of scaling inside it, and Gragas is able to deal near true damage to some of the targets on the side of Afrika, things are just really looking so rough.
Yeah, and also Kuz hasn't been able to get the early game that's allowed him to really flex his muscles on his famous Gragas pick. Remember, this is a guy that sort of surpassed Score as our best Gragas player in the LCK last year. He was so impressive. Has had some brilliant games. Picked up player of the game this year on the pickup as well. But this is not demonstrating that. Something went wrong in the T1 camp, and they haven't been able to recover so far. As Teddy will be able to take this red buff. They need a reset. They need to figure themselves out. As Afrika have found their stride, feel like finally the double kid buff is locked down for Mystic. He's had a great series so far. Game 2 especially, but even in Game 1, he was out laning Teddy and Effort pretty consistently.
Yes.
Not that it really mattered, because the rest of T1 played so extraordinarily well, and they navigated the late game very effectively. Just hasn't been able to be replicated here today. As Effort not even allowed to clear out vision in his own jungle, and this blue buff will be secured by Afrika very easily.
And it's really looking like this Mountain Dragon is going to go the way of Afrika, and if that happens, it's really just starting to spell The beginning of the end. Sakali up 2 levels on the Gangplank. Not sure how many grass procs Kana has.
He may not have been able to hit her too many times. As you may imagine, as Fly not going to be able to find the boulder there onto Effort. They haven't started the Mountain Drake yet, but it has just spawned. This is looking so dicey. I know it's only 2,000 gold, so it is relatively close still, but Dread has been caught out of position. Great explosive cast, but Dread flashes to safety. Faker still looking for more, though, as Fly has been separated from the rest of the team. Keen was looking for a back timing, trying to get those home guards to get into this fight. Not going to be doing it just yet.
And it looks like what Keen wants to do right now is lock up the Gangplank from being able to join her. He wants to guarantee that there's a crashed wave so that when Keen goes over... Oh, no, actually...
Well, I mean...
Gonna let...
Kana will never be able to stop Keen from teleporting anywhere, so it doesn't actually matter too much.
The wave is now pushing back into Afrika, so if they win this team fight, the top lane is going to be so beneficial for them. As Gangplank, you can see, is running over. Morella Namicon picked up by Keen as well.
There's the on-horn. Teleport available, but Fly's going to go down very low. There's the bullet time. Flash is going to get them out of there as Faker has already died. Keen launched his way into the backline, but now getting out of this into the stopwatch now as well as Effort gets on over, but there's the perfect execution, and Keen gets himself out of there. Dread should be able to lock down this first Mountain Drake as well, but Teddy gets one. Can he get another? Looks like he will. Yes, double kill for the Misfortune. Finally, Teddy turning up to this series. They're unable to grab the Mountain Drake away from Afrika, which is going to be so good for them, but Teddy looking alive is certainly a good thing here for T1.
And now they're going to look to raise the... No, they're not. They're actually just going to back off. They're going to value the tempo more than just getting that 500 gold. And honestly, it's a pretty good decision. 500 gold not going to win them the game here. As Faker, he gets pulverized.
He does, but does do a lot of damage to Afrika.
Yep. Keen eventually gets over the walls, over the wall, uses the flash and perfect execution, ends up getting away. As Mystic, he is on the wrong side. Gets body slammed by Cuz. Effort and Teddy help in bringing him down, and so couple of kills go the way of T1. The gold score is really close, but it is a Ornn with a Mountain Drake. And also, other champions are going to start building resistances. You're going to have Nakali building Zanya's Hourglass.
Yep.
You have a Varus that is getting naturally tankier. Varus going to have Might of the Ruined King soon, probably via Fly. We'll see actually if Obsidian Cleaver is gifted over first.
I like Blade of the Repaired King.
But the Ruined King is the title.
No, so if it's ruined, if
no,
it gets
the blade's
upgraded,
not ruined. The king is ruined.
Yeah, but you understand what I mean.
No, I don't. There's no comma.
There isn't? Oh, God. Disaster.
There's a Kana, though.
Almost like watching Mystic miss that cannon creep. Sorry, watching Teddy miss that cannon creep. Not good news. Teddy's got a gigantic gold bounty, though. This is his game to win for T1 if they're going to do it. The gold within 1,000 at this point. Tanner is trying to scale. He has the more of Malmortius now completed. As you just like using the correct ornament names.
What?
And I like playing with the ornament names.
I always like to try to say everything correctly.
Yeah, I know you do.
You know, I really stress that.
That's what you're known for. Definitely champion names being king among those.
Especially.
T1 might find themselves a gold lead here as this tower does go down. Not close to it, though. As you can see, Kana moving towards red buff. Fly looking to clear out some control ward vision as Baron spawned about 4.5 minutes ago, and Cuz has completed the Forbidden Book. What tales it tells are yet to be found out, because it's looking a little bit rough. As Afrika, they have the Ornn. So easy to know who scales better these days. Because you look at a comp and you're like, does it have Ornn? Oh yeah, it does. Okay, there we go. Scales better. Nailed it.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
How many Drakes do they have? Oh, they got 2 Drakes. The opponent has 1. One of them's a Mountain Drake. Oh, cool. Looks like they scale better. It used to be a little bit difficult.
Dead Man's Plate. Picked up, by the way, on Faker. Maul of Malmortius also picked up by Kana. He's had that for a little while.
Yep. Teddy has his QSS done, so double cleanse now available for the Misfortune. Likelihood of extended DPS going to be much higher here. Certainly good news. You're right, that Might of the Ruin King is going to be very close. Obsidian Cleaver, very close. The Zhonya's upgrade going to be very close as well.
Zhonya's Paradox.
Yeah, I know. How does Paradox necessarily mean better than an Hourglass? Because a Paradox is actually just
because maybe it means
confusing.
that it never ends or starts.
Whoa.
Okay. Thanks, Alice.
I mean, that is what a Paradox is, I guess. Paradox is like a contradiction.
And
right?
Luden's Pulse.
Yeah, Luden's Pulse is
So there's
fine.
the Echo, and then there's the Pulse.
And the Iceborne Gauntlet is actually
So it
Frozen
sounds
Fist,
like
which
he's
is
getting
super good.
closer. So maybe there's another upgrade that can come out later.
Whoa.
Just called Luden.
Okay, just called Luden. Who was
Or
probably
actually,
also one of the,
he gets
summoners
reborn.
that had a name.
Oh, that might be true, yeah.
Sorry, had an item named after him. Didn't have a name. You can't have a name named after someone.
That
doesn't really make sense. That's a bit of a paradox setting.
What do you you can have a name named after someone. That's what people do. Well, that's what a junior is.
No, you can have a person named after something, but you can't have a name named after something. It's like it's, you know, it doesn't quite work.
That's is that a paradox?
Because something has a name, right?
And
you know, the name represents a thing. That's my brain's actually breaking. So T1 have started off the Mountain Drake. Let's go back to the gosh darn video game, please. There's a Freaka. I need a break. Can I have a couple of weeks?
Yeah.
Oh, as it turns out, yes, I can. There's Faker looking to come in, does get the superplex into the back line, trying to pick off the Gargoyle Stoneplate Jelly as there's a bullet time going into Narnia. Jelly's going to survive as Keen gets into the back line, but now the Shuriken back line. Oh god, the body slam! So beautiful, and Fly not going to be able to get the layering of CC that he was looking for because Keen throws his life away with a beautiful outplay by Cuz. And now T1 should be able to get the Mountain Drake that they were looking for. This could be the moment that T1 turn it all around.
And at this point,
Cuz literally just saved the game right there.
Yeah.
That was so sexy.
It really, and was that a 1,000 gold shutdown?
Oh, might have
on
been.
a Kali? And did it go over to Teddy? I think I saw the number 1,000.
Well, I mean, Teddy now has a 700 gold bounty, so he's a big boy. As Jelly gets himself the aftershock, but look at this. T1 will take down the turret as well. What a huge swing in power level here as T1 go up about 2,000 gold. But remember, the ornaments are starting to stack up as we look at this fight yet again.
Well, let's take a look at this one. Keen on the right-hand side.
Watch, Cuz.
Passing.
Oh, no, you don't.
Yep. And then block. Okay, it was 500.
Yeah, 500.
That's 1,000. Yeah,
that's
but
a
that's
big
still
number.
a massive number going over to Misfortune. Fly immediately falls after that one. And Mountain Drake, that is a very big stabilizing part of this game now for T1. They do have champions that build resistances, so it's not like it's all for naught.
Oh no, this is fantastic. And you can have Hourglass coming in for Cuz relatively soon. Looks like he wants to get himself a Death Cap as his next item. So this Gragas is going to be doing a hell of a lot of damage. And in a game where he's the only source of magic damage, his opponent isn't incentivized to build magic resist.
And we've seen
much like the Karthus tactic.
Yes.
You know?
It's very difficult for the enemy team to want to build any sort of MR. And you can see that I think Fly is actually building it anyway. I think he wants to go Abyssal Mask, and that'll help out Varus himself and Akali as well as Nautilus.
Yeah, Varus does do mixed damage, of course. As, yep, everyone able to do at least a little bit of magic damage apart from the Lee Sin.
That really sounds like the Varus auto attack sound.
Yeah, what was the Varus auto attack sound? What does it sound like?
I don't know. I have it on the tip of my tongue.
Okay. Sounds a little bit sometimes like a Teemo dart. It's a little bit
It
scary.
does sound like it sounds like a blow dart, but I don't know what specific name.
Well, Canis spent a couple of his doubloons so far. Only has one more upgrade to go. As once he gets all three of those upgrades, he's allowed to go to the ship. Oh. Yeah, that's what gets you into the ship.
And where does his ship take him?
Well, we'll have to find out.
Canon A? Canada or NA? Which one?
You might, yeah. Either of those options depends how.
Maybe
this
his
going to
name is
continue.
actually. Maybe it just means Tyler 1, Can NA.
Well, I mean, he can. He has his entire career.
I don't think that his name is lying to us, Atlas. I think that's very rude.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. I mean, I don't know why stating the obvious is a thing that you'd want to do with a name as a Korean player referencing a North American streamer, but that's fine. It's neither here nor there. Maybe that's what you want. As Keen is going to have his Zhonya's Paradox upgraded. And Runan's Hurricane now completed for Mystic, doing a lot of AoE damage close range in these team fights. As QSS is also done. Yeah, we are.
And so we need to bring it to the POG state. Not the actual podcast.
All right.
That is on that's on a different service.
That is. You can catch that on any of your favorite podcast websites. And YouTube, of course, if you want to check out our editor Ian's fantastic video editing.
Yeah. You can watch that.
You can watch that. You can also listen to it. You could also do both.
I was trying to rhyme, and you really just broke.
I know. I bet you wanted to quote the.
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
The marketing spiel, right?
I want to talk at you. So let's talk about the game.
Go.
Go ahead.
We got to teleport.
No,
maybe it's my turn to go. As Faker looking for the backline here, finds Fly. See whether the Superplex does come in, as he does put down and onto Fly, but Bellow's Breath is going to keep him in position. He dies before Randall can be utilized, as Faker with a massive face breaker, but he is going to be taken down. Bullet Time doesn't really get the joy that Teddy was looking for, and now Keen able to dart around the backline. Shuriken backflip as he doesn't follow, as effort takes a lot of damage. And now, with the man advantage, Afrika looking to try and do something with it around this Baron pit.
And this is a pretty scary moment right now. Fly has teleport available, Faker does not, Kana does. But what is going to end up happening? Varus, with all that lifesteal, is able to sort of tank this.
Yep, Dread's in there as well. Vision is there for T1. They know that this is happening. As there's the dredge line. It lands onto Cuz, but he just takes down the Gragas. Keen now into his Shroud as Dread taking a lot of damage. The kickback onto Teddy. Piercing Arrow is going to lock him down. And then all of that Varus damage will come in to secure the Braum as well. Only Cuz is left standing as the teleports are now flying through. And the Baron should go to Afrika.
And you see the teleport, and it doesn't look like there's any pings from Afrika that are acknowledging this.
Yeah, looks like the Baron is going to be traded for most likely this Mountain Drake that has just spawned.
And you know what? This isn't that bad of a trade. And the reason that I say that it's not that bad of a trade, Faker's getting to mid lane. He's going to clear out the minion wave. Gragas and Gangplank can go to bot lane, clear out that wave as well. There's not a top lane present. So the Baron...
They can deny Baron timing.
Yes, it's attacking Baron indirectly. We take a look at this replay here. Faker with the Superplex doesn't land the Facebreaker in an ideal way. They end up bringing down Fly, but once Keen joins the fray, things just start getting very ugly, very quick. As this is about misfortune and your two men right here.
Yep.
Trying to protect her.
The bodyguard's not quite keeping the princess safe at this point in time. As that flash, I don't know whether Jelly meant to land it like that, as the body slam and the dredge line both affected both of them. But Mystic able to do all of that consistent damage, and the finish-up kill is going to be there for Keen. Surprisingly, his first kill of the game as the outer turret in the mid lane is going to be taken. And now T1 trying to defend.
Minute and a half only on the Baron, and honestly, misfortune with the bullet time plus set. Gangplank as well with the barrels. Gragas when he's building pure AP.
Yep.
They have a lot of wave clear. They have their inner turret still alive. T1 should be able to bring this to Soul Point, and if they get it.
I mean, it is Soul Point right now, so 3.5 minutes. And then T1 get to fight for that very pivotal last Mountain Drake on the map. And honestly, I think it all comes down to this next dragon. As who's going to have an edge in this game. Already, I mean, Afrika do have the Ornn. They still are in a great position. But the kills are neck and neck. The gold is still so extraordinarily close.
Yeah.
Still,
but remember,
I mean, larger in the lead for Afrika because they do have the extra ornament stats.
The ornaments are the really scary thing here. As T1, I mean, they have the Infernal Dragon, but Set only has one physical damage item. Obviously, MF, Gangplank And Gragas going to be able to make a lot of value out of that.
2 inner turrets to be taken down here as it's a 3,000 gold Baron power play. Still not able to break the base just yet. Faker looking for a back timing, does take down this cannon creep.
This is why I was saying, I really like T1's decision to just go over to the mountain and prioritize that. So if you're looking at it from a Freakus perspective, what was actually more important, the Baron or the mountain? The mountain.
Yeah, probably.
What should have been the higher priority. Not only because you have an Orin, you have so many champions that are building resistances, but also because that soul point would asphyxiate T1.
Well, we've used all of our pirate ultimates, and unfortunately, they look like the pirated versions of the ultimates, as they did not get the work done there for T1 that they wanted. Now, some long cooldowns to wait before they're available for the next minion waves. We really need to layer the cannon barrage and the bullet time. I don't think Teddy and Canna really have found the coordination just yet. Despite both having names with 5 letters and double letters in the 3rd and 4th position.
And, well, we're going to be waiting now a minute and a half as Gangplank. Honestly, I mean, have you ever considered how painful that must feel to have a keg just blown up right in front of you? But also, what kind of sorcery does Gangplank actually use in order to not feel any damage himself?
I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if he ever released a clothing line with whatever stuff he's wearing in order to not feel pain, I think that would actually sell very well.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's... I mean, it depends on what skin he's in, right? Because sometimes he's a ghost, and of course that's going to keep him out of harm's way. I mean, I think that the... what is it? The Commando... does he have a Recon? Recon
yes,
Gangplank?
Yes.
Where he's probably wearing Kevlar. That's probably going to keep him safe. Nutcracker is not going to be a human, and therefore probably doesn't feel pain. So that's fine. It's just regular Gangplank that we have a lot of question marks for, to be honest.
That is true.
When it comes to the pain feeling. But who knows? He might have a certain secret. And look, when it comes to pirates, I assume it's alcohol. So that's what I learned from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Alcohol is very flammable.
It is flammable, which is probably, it helps him light his barrels.
Ooh. Okay.
That's my theory anyway. I don't know whether it's correct. That's what I'm going to put down in my diary later when I'm rethinking
You have a
this
diary?
point. No, I don't. But if I did, that's where I would put it.
All right.
Yeah.
20 seconds until Moot and Dragon.
Moot and Dragon?
Yeah.
This is going to make the game moot. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Is that why it's called Moot and Dragon?
See, you always pick up on these things.
Look. Don't worry, you put it down. I'll
Yeah.
pick it back up. All right. Don't you worry.
Thank you.
As Fly and Dread just staying as a unit. The rest of T1 all moving around this area. Canna is trying to defend the mid lane minion wave that was shoved, and now Mystic going to start off this Dragon. Dread going to move on over. The 4-man unit of T1 do move in, but this Dragon is just taken. Not a chance for T1 to even get in there, and now the threat of the Mountain Soul is going to be there on both sides of the map.
We're in the Alps.
The Alps? It's so far up.
There's so many mountains.
The altitude of this game is so high.
Who is gonna summit Everest?
Yeah, well, that's what the Mountain Soul is going to be this game.
That actually is it. Who's gonna get
has to be
Everest
Himalayan
this game?
in some way? As if you get 5 of the Ocean Soul, that's Mariana Trench.
That oh, we're coming up with names
And
now.
5 of the Cloud
Who's gonna
Drakes is Full Fiesta. Because so many clowns.
with that.
There's so many clowns.
Yeah, sure.
It's it. We call it it. The greatest cloud of all.
Pennywise!
Oh, perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, and what's the Infernal?
Pennywise Soul. And
The
so
sun?
Infernal has to be, yep, I
The
guess
sun.
the sun would
Yeah,
work.
we'll go with the sun.
Yeah.
And Elder is Exodia.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
That's it. I still think that Pennywise is my favorite.
Yeah, it is.
Maximum Cloud Drakes.
He doesn't actually do anything if you're not afraid of it.
Yeah, I know, right? Actually, I wonder... I wish there had been in one of the 2 movies, or 3 movies, I guess, considering the original and then the remakes, as we might have a team fight that's going to break off my Thor. A bit unfortunate, as Gangplank's moving on over as well. T1 just clearing out vision for now. Baron's still available. We're still 10-9 in kill score. Okay, we find a superplex into the backline. Fly is unable to find the Bellows Breath in time as finally we've got the Pirate Ultimates layered. As Faker with his Gargoyle Stoneplate does come in, but in comes Randall. Can he get the knockback? The answer is no, as he's CC'd before anything can happen. Stand behind me, beside me, sorry, is there for effort, but we've got no kills. A lot of ultimates, but no kills.
We're in an indefinite lull state here because it is so thin.
And there's so many mountains.
There's so many mountains.
No one can breathe.
Everyone. Okay, hold on. They got
comes back. Fly. He's a very tanky man. Great knock up there as Teddy still at full health. A gigantic shield also available. As now Keen still looking for the backline. Keep your eye on that, Akali. Here's a dredge line. Out of nowhere lands onto Kuz. And Sonic Wave connects but isn't actually completed. As now Afrika with a man advantage. No jungler on T1's side. Look to start off this Baron, and they're not going to waste any time getting over here.
Kill score is 11-9, which in Korea is the 3-digit code for the emergency hotline. We are the LCK, literally can't kill. We got a team fight though.
We managed to kill one, as now T1's trying to find one back, but it's Mystic that grabs the first kill in the fight, and Teddy goes down also. Now Canna trying to fight against Keen, who he hasn't been able to all game, so we know exactly how that one goes. And a triple kill comes forward from Mystic. Afrika have done what no one thought was possible, and they should win this game against T1.
And this is a major upset to end this night.
It's the double kid buff coming through from Mystic as well.
That's
Huge
it.
congratulations are deserved from him for his second child, and have already proven to be a gigantic buff. You thought wife buff was strong from Doinby. What about wife double kid buff coming through from Mystic here to pull him out of his funk of the last few series? And there goes the Nexus. Afrika will topple T1 and solidify the top 4 here in the LCK.
T1 getting upset here. Isla Vuv coming out on stage, as well as a lot of the other players. Spirit coming over as well. Dread having a very impressive 2 games.
Yeah, so good to see Spirit in such high spirits, no pun intended, of course. And Dread and him having such a great relationship together. Just a brilliant performance. I think, I mean, who do you give player of the game to? I think Dread had a good early game, but didn't farm very much. I think Keen putting Gangplank in a gigantic hole is so impressive.
I'm giving it to Keen. I don't think he'll get it, but I'm giving it to him.
I mean, I'm giving it to him too, because like winning that counter matchup so hard is insane.
Right, he lane kingdomed the Gangplank. He was a reason that Gangplank was not present for the first 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
A champion that should have been able to dominate the lane, should have been able to have a massive early to mid-game transition, should have been able to be the strongest champ in the game in mid-game, and he was not allowed to come online, even itemized suboptimally, just to be able to survive. He got put in the grave, down 2 kills, or down 2
Mystic
levels.
also had a really good
Mystic
game.
did really good.
On the Varus, but didn't really do too much to stand out necessarily, and his Varus is just always critically good in most of his matches. Probably deserves some recognition for just how well he played over this entire 3-game series.
My order would be Keen, then Mystic, then Dread.
Yep.
And then
Jelly and then Fly? Or
yeah,
Fly and then Jelly?
Then Jelly, then Fly.
I mean, Fly did have a really good Bellows Breath to avoid the the showstopper into a backline that would have done a lot of damage to his opponent. So he had that one moment, but I don't think that's worth giving him the player of the game. Come back here. Yeah. Come back here.
You really saved it right there.
Well, we're going to be able to see exactly who picked up that player of the game, which is going to be very interesting. It's going to be after some highlights that we'll get onto your screen relatively soon. Just so sad, LS. This is the last.
This is it.
This is the last one for round 1 for me. Still 1 match to go. KT versus Griffin tomorrow. That huge one for all the marbles.
Yeah, and that's going to be the only match for tomorrow. So we're just having 1 match tomorrow.
Yeah.
And
you
then
and
that's
Valdez get to say goodbye for the next little while as we have a look at Dread's first gank here. As he came through and helped put Canna in a hole, as Keen had already done it relatively effectively by himself.
Yes.
This was really well played by Dread, actually, just on a mechanical level, micro-wise, to make sure they landed the Q perfectly. But ultimately, in the end, this bait from Mystic was actually super sick as well, as Flashes was on cooldown. He just walked away, and Dread was able to turn it. So maybe not a bait. I mean, he had to do that. But still, Dread in the right place at the right time.
Or an ultimate right here. Eventually, though, Jelly able to help lock up Faker. Really don't know who is going to get the player of the game.
Dread might pick it up again.
Yeah, he might.
But honestly, I think Keen getting interrupted here was so sick from Cuz, honestly. He wasn't even in vision.
Yeah.
But Cuz was waiting for it. So unfortunate for Keen that he got stopped so hard. But honestly, like being able to win the lane like he did, like as far as just consistent play, as that was the Bellows Breath that I was referring to. As Keen teleports in, gets into the back line. Exhausted immediately, which is a little bit unfortunate there.
Well, we are just continuing to watch the highlights. Dread did do a lot.
He did a lot of work.
Mystic. So, I feel like we evaluate POG differently from the other voters at LCK, where I personally value the consistency of the player over the entire game.
And also you have to take into account what they were up against as
Right,
well, what they were able to achieve based on expectations. And honestly, Keen defied our expectations in the 1v1 matchup that he had on the top side of the map. We shall see exactly how that one is going to go, but to be honest, if it is Dread, I do not mind one iota, nor if it's Mystic, honestly. If he's able to pick this one up. I think it's going to be a relatively mixed pickup as far as the player of the game is concerned.
오케이 바텀으로 해. 나 못 나오게 할게 이거 리신 와라. 바텀. 얘네 이제 오른 와봐. 오른 앞으로 와볼래 이거 못 나오게 하자 이거. 오케이 오케이. 클리어 할 거야. 궁으로 클리어 하려고 할 거야 이거 막아. 다 맞아줄게 그냥. 오케이. 아래 타워 위에 타워. 미녀. 깨지네. 오케이 타워. 야 잘했다. 와 나이스. 우리 팀 개쩐다.
Look at the relief on Dread's face.
Yeah.
Just amazing to see. As, yep, Varus did a heck of a lot of damage, but so did the Sakali, 20k in this game. And that's without kneecaps.
Yeah, it really is.
Now remember what Keen could do with them. It was just insane. There was that period of time where T1 did have an advantage around that 26-minute mark, but everywhere else it was Afrika and the war of attrition. They were able to win. Just amazing. And this is going to provide them with momentum moving into this break. And they'll be able to use that in their practice in order to come back in the second round robin stronger. So excited to see what Afrika can do now, solidified in the top 4 position here in the LCK. And if we have 4 teams that are vying for that top spot, I am super happy.
Yeah.
I really hate like top-heavy leagues, right? Like, and we had it with T1, who was so strong last year, didn't really have any contention. They slaughtered Griffin.
NA has one team right now.
Yeah, they do. I mean, Cloud9 looks completely unparalleled.
They're in the clouds.
Yeah, they
Everyone
are.
else down there on planet Earth.
They, thankfully,
Europe
this
is-
year they are named correctly.
Yeah. Europe is definitely more exciting.
Yeah, different story. But here it is. It's Dread that picks it up. I actually looked at the votes, and I thought it meant that Keen was going to get it. There are a lot of topside votes, but no, it's 3 tops and there's 5 jungles. I just missed the analyst vote on the right. So congratulations to Dread. I think it was him and Keen this game, but they looked, both of them, very, very powerful. And despite not farming at all in the early game, really, Dread was able to do exactly what he needed to and be in the right places at the right time, saving Mystic here with the flash safeguard. Full trust in his AD carry.
Yeah.
Just great to see. And the play on the top side for that first blood was actually really sick. With the safeguard to make sure that he had a point-blank Sonic Wave to pair with that resonating strike. Just really, really cute stuff. From Dread, and back-to-back player of the games for the first time this season is a really good sign for this player.
Yeah, it is.
Because honestly, Dread hadn't turned up this year. Like, he just hadn't. And so Spirit, he carried the Kesper Cup and has been carrying so far in the LCK. So now able to pivot over to Dread, who does have that mechanical skill. and it looked like they were on the same page in this series as well. So we're going to check out the standings, and as you can see now,
DRX
pulling away. 2 games in front of Damwon is Afrika with their positive scoreline, and DragonX now in second.
So doesn't
I don't know
T1
why.
have the head-to-head?
Yeah, they do. So DragonX should technically be third. Maybe we're calling it based on the amount of wins in a row, because we have listed that here.
Yeah, I see that that's going on. But I do believe that if it was as it currently stands, DragonX would be third.
Well, I mean, right now you can see that there are 2s there, so they're actually tied. So we're not actually going to break them up yet.
Yeah.
We're just going to say that they're in the same position. But Gen G, what we need to harp on about is the fact that they have now solidified first place, and it has everything to do with Hanwha stealing that match over T1.
Yeah, and I mean, here it comes, match 45. This is going to be the last match of round number 1 before
The
the
one
LCK.
you've all been waiting for, the rematch of the 2018 Summer Final, Griffin versus KT for all the marbles. It's a bottom of the table clash, actually, but still, exciting to see Yukal up against a former team that he was on, now representing the other side of the matchup that he was able to help lift score through. I'm just providing you with some story points for tomorrow when you and Valdez take on this hectic series. But that is going to do it for us. It's going to do it for me for quite a while as well, as we'll be back. I'll be back, sorry, after the hiatus. This guy will be back for tomorrow's matches, and I'll be watching with you. See you then.
And I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want.